DIY, we need of course our tumbling tile blocks, and we use, like already a long time, the smaller blocks, some paint at your choice, some wood glue, but of course you can use your hot glue. I have here my little container with everything I need, brushes, scissors, cutters, pencils, everything I need. And of course don't forget an old piece of kitchen towel which is wet to wipe away the glue. And for this DIY we don't need more than this, because later you can decorate it any way you like. Because what we're going to make a kind of a shelves, but it is kind of a tier tray. It's a little bit like that, and I don't even know how it will turn out because I make it what I have in my head. So we will see how this will look like. We are going to start with 6 blocks. And this is already 6. And what we're going to do the glue the tops on each other. So very easy, like this, and place them together over here. And number 3, number 4, and number 5, and number 6 is the closure up. I almost would forget. Of course, we're going to squeeze them and give some pressure, and again make a straight line over here and squeeze it again. And we're going to get our kitchen towel and we're going to wipe away the glue on top we don't need. And again, make sure that you have a nice straight line. Of course, you can use a metal hook. Do whatever you think it's right to make everything fitting. I have here again 2, and we're going to do the same like we did with the first one. Just on the tops some glue and place them against each other. It's very easy to do, but my glue is not running really fast today. Sometimes I have days then he runs so fast that everything is going out, but of course not all the time. And I'm going to squeeze it and again get away our towel, and we are going to wipe away the glue. We are going to give this a couple of minutes drying. Meantime, while these 2 layers are drying, we are going to get 2 blocks and we're going to do some glue also at the ending, and we're going to give them a little pressure and again wipe away the glue. And this is what we're going to do 14 times. So 14 times pieces of 2, and I do it a little bit faster. You see the 2 rows of 6 are here, and we have our 14 pieces of 2 blocks. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take 2 pieces and I'm going to do some glue on this side, a little on this side at the ending, because first I'm going to make the ending of the frame, and this one, and over here, and we're going to glue it on top of each other like this. Make sure that everything sticks right, and of course I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure, and of course also over here a little bit of pressure. It's a little bit of work, and we're going to place this on top over here, and again give a little bit of squeezing and a little squeezing over here. Wipe away the glue. And of course you still have to work with it until everything has the nice shape you want. And then we're going to let it dry. Now we placed, of course, the endings over here. What we're going to do some glue on this side and a little on this side. And we're going to place them in a straight line. We're going to do over here. And we just work our way over to the other side. And then later we're going to squeeze it and place them really in the direction we need, but just give them the place you think it will need. So again, do over here, leave a little space open, and over here, and again this way. And sometimes when your blocks are a little bit different in size, then sometimes maybe your blocks are popping over a little bit, but don't worry about it. At the end it will look nice, but we will see how much the blocks are sticking over, because I already saw that not all the blocks are having the same measurement. So that's always a task where you have to deal with, because the blocks are sometimes different in size, even in the same package. So you see, this is, and now we're just going to make them fitting and try to give them the same spaces in between. And of course, everyone can do it the way that you want. If you want maybe two together, two together, two together, two together, you can make any model you want, because it's your piece, it's your DIY, and you can do whatever you want to do. I'm going to keep it this way, and I'm going to let this dry. In the meantime, while this piece is drying, this will be the bottom of the base. We're going to place this aside. We're going to give it a little bit of pressure, so here and there, just give it a little knocking on top. What we're going to do, we are going to make 16 pieces of 2, and we're going to do this very easy. Just do some glue on the block, place the other one on top, do some glue on the block, and again place the other one, some glue on the bigger side, and you're going to do again very easy, up and on top. And we're going to do over here, and we already have 5. This is 6, and already made one is 7, and a number 8, number 9, and number 10, number 11, and number 12, and of course number, oh, you see already flying blocks, 13, 14, 15, and the last number 16, and we're going to place it on top. So we have our 16 pieces. What we're going to do, we're going to place them aside, make sure that they are straight on top of each other, squeeze it again, place them on the side, squeeze it, and again also over here, place them on the side, make sure that you have the straight line, and like this on the side, and again squeeze it. You do here the same, straight line, straight line. I'm going to do the rest. So I gave them a couple of minutes. What we're going to do, we are going to make now pairs of 2. So we do some glue on this side, and we're going to glue them together like one pair, and again some glue, and we're going to do the other one on here and make them in a straight line, squeeze it, and also squeeze it, and we do another one on the tops and squeeze them together this way. And so you get, eventually you get 8 pieces of 2 blocks, and over here, and we're going to squeeze everything and make sure that everything is fitting nicely. I'm going to do the rest a little faster. So you see, we have our 8 pieces of our stands. At least we're going to use them as stands. So we're going to place them apart, and what we're going to do, we're going to get 2 blocks, and we're going to glue them together again, because we're going to make little kind of a pallet, the look of a pallet. Now you see already the glue is not coming out. He is probably totally closed. I left him open, and that's not a great thing to leave it open. So there he is again. We are going to glue them together this way, and we are going to make 14 pieces of 2 again. Again, squeeze it and press them together, and we're going to do it a little bit faster. So 14 pieces of 2. So we have our 14 pieces of 2 and we're going to give this also a couple of minutes drying before we're going to make our little kind of a palette. So now we have our 14 pieces. What we're going to do, we're going to get 2 of them. We are going to lay this one apart, take 2, and we're going to measure out before we're going to glue them this way. And we're going to do one on this side. So we're going to do very easy. Just do some little glue on here, on the ending, on this ending, on this ending, and on this ending. And then we're going to place them on top of each other, just like we did with the bottom. And place them also on top of here. And we're going to try to make a nice square. We give it a little bit of pressure. And of course, we're going to work away. And take your time for it. Just feel with your fingers. And take your time to make a nice square so everything is fitting nicely together. We have already one square, but we're going to make a second one. So again, we do some glue at the ending. A little over here, a little over here, and a little over here, and over here. And we're going to get 2 blocks again. And we're going to place them on top. And we're going to do here the same. Place them on top, give them a little moment of rest so they can settle in. And this one, and we have to go to this one. And again, feel with your fingers because that works most of the time the best. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. So we have our 2 squares and you see already this is how it's looking like. So very easy, we're going to lay them apart, both of them, and we have 6 pieces of 2 left. That means 3 for this one and 3 for this one. That means we're going to place 1 in the middle, do some glue on the ending over here, and we're going to place it exactly in the middle. We do with this one the same, a little glue, and over here, and we're going to place this one, he's already sticking on my fingers, over here, and we're going to place this one in between, leave a little space open, and we do here the same, and place them also inside, and work your way until you have the openings you want. Over here, this one, and place it inside, and we do here the same. And now you see already it's kind of a little palette. I think it looks more like. And this way, and just move just as long as you have the shape you like this. So it's already also very nice as a riser, so you don't have to build it what I built. You even can make little risers out of it. So we give this a couple of minutes drying. So if everything is correctly, you have 1 base like this, you have 2 bases like this, and you have 4 pieces of 2 blocks together like this. What we're going to do, we're going to make on this side one and on this side. So we are going to do some glue on the bottom over here, and we're going to place it over here. Make sure that you have the block line, the widest of the block, also the same way you have the blocks with this one, so like this, and then everything will fit nicely together. If you do it on a different way, then the blocks don't fit. I mean, if you do it this way, you see already that he is wider than your block over here. So if you have to turn it this way to make sure that everything is fitting. Of course, we are going to do this one. We're going to glue this one over here. I have to turn this one and I make it over here. Give it a little bit of pressure. And we're going to do here the same. And we're going to place this 3 we leave open, and then we're going to do on this one, we are going to make the other one. So leave 3 pieces open, and we're going to do this one. And again, we're going to place it over here. And be sure that everything is in a straight line as much as you can. And this way, and give it also a little pressure. Feel with your fingers again. if you have it in a straight line, because you want to have it in a straight line. Again, I have to go a little bit sideways, like this, over here. And this one also, give it a little bit of pressure and give it a couple of minutes, not too long. And then we're going to do some glue on here, and we're going to place this on top of here. We're going to go further with this one. Again, some glue. We're going to place it over here. We do it on this one. And it's just a matter of building and the way you want to have it. But of course, I do it on the sides, but you can maybe do some piece in the middle. You can build it up any way you like. And I'm going to go for this one. I leave 3 open, and I'm going to place it on number 4 over here. And we're going to do the last. Ooh, you see already, the glue is flying. The glue is already flying everywhere. And this is only Monday. This, we don't even know where the week will end this way. So again, squeeze it and give it a little shape inside, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. We gave it a couple of minutes drying. Now I'm going to get some glue on top of here, over here, over here, over here, and of course on this one, and here, and over here. And now we're going to try to get it as fitting as we can. So we're going to place it over here, and we're going to try to get it in the shape we want to have it. Over here, it gives a little bit of pressure, and we have to work a little bit of it, because not all the parts are not fitting the nicely, so we're going to do our best. So I'm going to do this one also, and then we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. And you see a little bit behind the scenes. You see already I gave it some pressure with some paint cans, because it was not totally fitting. You see already here it's a little bit overlay, and also here and on this side. So I have to work with it, because the blocks were not totally the same. So we are doing our best, and this is also DIY. You have to work with challenges you come up with. So we're going to give this a couple of minutes rest, and we're going to place it aside, because we're going to go further with the next step. You see here I did a little bit of work already in front, because or else it takes much too long for you. I took 16 blocks and I doubled it up with some glue, so I only need to squeeze it, place them on the side, squeeze it, because I did some glue inside, just the same like we did with the other stands. And again, place them on the side, give it a little bit of pressure. Oh, not this way, of course. Don't do it my way, because that's the wrong way. And I'm going to place this one on the side, this one on the side, this one on the side, and this one, and this one, and this one, and this one, and the last, of course, this one. And then we're going to go and we're going to measure out that we have everything in the straight line, because we don't want blocks which are not glued nicely together. And again, this one is not straight, this one, and this one needs to be straight, this one needs to be straight, and this one. And now we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. So now we gave them a couple of minutes, and now we do again a little glue on here and roll them together, and this way and over here. It's very easy, and so you make 8 longer pieces, and it is very sturdy because you double up your blocks, and it always gives a sturdy base. And this, and the last, and again squeeze it, and this. Sometimes I always tell you I sound like a record. If I hear myself, I can almost make a record out of this and just do a little beat under it. Maybe then you don't get bored every time when I say let it dry, or maybe we close it, but again, we're going to give this really a couple of minutes rest. And you see here we have our 8 pieces of 2 blocks glued together, so we can use as a stand later. So we're going to place this 4 pieces over here, and we're going to get 6 blocks. So lay them flat on the table, 4, 5, 6, and we do here the same, 3, 4, 5, 6, like this, and we are going to glue them easily together, the same like we did in the beginning with the other one. Over here, and a little glue, and this one, and this one, and the last one, because number 6 is the closure up. Give it a little bit of squeeze, and this, straighten it out until one straight line. And we're going to do here the same, and then we already have the start of the base of our top shelf we are going to use, because it's not really a tray, it's, yeah, I don't know if it's a tray, a little cabinet. It is, you can use it for anything, and this way, and you can even easily use it for all year round. And that's the great thing if you're making DIYs, that you can use it all year round. And again, we're going to get our piece of kitchen towel, and we are going to wipe away the glue we don't need. So if you're going to paint it, it's always better, but if you are going to stain it, then get your sanding a tool, or maybe you're just sanding paper. Just go over it before you're going to wax your piece later, because you don't want to have stains from the glue. And with painting, it is not that problem. But if you are going to stain it, or maybe some wax on top of it, you have to first sand always your pieces before you're going to wax it. So we give, like I said, we give this a couple of minutes drying, and you know already probably what the next step will be, because we did it from the start. So we are going to make 14 pieces of 2. So very easy. Do some glue on the top again, and squeeze them together this way on the top, and we're going to squeeze it, and we're going to get another 2, and we do this 14 times. So, but don't worry, I'm going to do it a little bit faster. See, we have our 2 pieces of 6 blocks, and of course our 14 pieces of 2. I'm going to try to do it a little different. I don't know if this will work or not, but we don't know. So I use this as a ruler, and I placed it over here, and I did all the 14 pieces this way. I measured out a little bit the same openings in between, and of course I hope this will work. I'm going to place this aside, and I'm going to do some glue on the tops, and I hope he don't move, but he already moves a little, so probably this doesn't work, but we will see. We will see in a moment. We see if what I did is a great idea or just a really lousy idea. So, but we will see. And now a couple of them over here, and this one, and here, and here, and here. Of course, I'm going to get my piece again. I'm going to try to straighten it out, just move it down. Then you see already, if you move it down and you place this one in between, you have to come out with the same measurement, like this. So over here. And what I'm going to do, I'm now very easy, place this on top over here, and I'm going to place this one over here, and then we're going to look if I am correct, and I have everything in the shape I want to have it. Over here I have to go a little bit backwards. I think I have it almost perfect as the way I want to have it, so I'm going to let this dry. But if you find the first way I did it easier, then do the first way. This is just an experiment. I don't know, sometimes you try something. you never know how it will work out. So we gave it a couple of minutes drying, and if you want to be sure, just take a half hour at least for drying. We're going to take it, turn it over, and this is what you see. And now you have the same like we have on the bottom on this one. You see already, this is already so far. This is the first base, and we are going to glue now the pieces of two. The stands we're going to glue the same like we did over here. We do one over here, there, 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 and there. And then we're going to place this one later on top. So we're going to place it over here. And now we're going to get our 8 stands and we're going to glue them on the top. Very easy. Just make sure that you have it in a straight line. And again, also make sure that you have the pieces the right direction, the same like you had with the other one, but you already will see it because or else it doesn't fit. So, and again, number 4 on this side, over here, and later we're going to work with it. We're just going to place it on top of here, and then we're going to give it some pressure. And this is a number 2 from this side. And number 3 over here, and the last one, number 4. And how easy is this, and how much fun is it just to build this kind of little cabinets, I don't know how you really call it, but I am always loving this kind of pieces in my decor, because you can do it for all season and you can change it up any way you like. So I'm going to let this dry, of course, before we're going to glue this one on top. In the meantime, while this is drying, I'm going to place it aside, and I'm going to get my loose blocks. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to do 6 pieces of 2. You see here, this is, I have to do it this way or else you don't see it. 3, 4, 5, and 6. And what we're going to do, we do the same. We just do some glue in the middle, and again over here, because we're going to make our own little feet for our cabinet. I don't know really how to do. Let me know in the comments how you would call it. And this way, and the last, and we're going to place it aside, squeeze it, and make sure that you have a nice straight line again. Squeeze it, and this one, number 4, this way, and a number 5, and the last, number 6. And we're going to give this also a couple of minutes drying. So we have our 6 pieces which we will use later as our feet. So we're going to place them straight up this way, because then they can still dry. I'm going to get my piece, and I'm going to get, of course, the top over here. Now I'm going to do some glue on the middle, in the middle, not on the middle, but in the middle over here. And we're going to try to get the top very nicely on here. So if I hope that this will work. And again, we're going to get the top, and we're going to place it over here. And now I hope that it is fitting. And I have to feel with my fingers, because most of the time that works the best. And we're going to give the top a little bit of pressure. And if I am looking correctly, it is really, looks very nice, I can say. And I am really lucky that everything still fits together. So don't let it encourage you if everything is not always working the best, because that's just most of the time your blocks. So I'm going to feel with my finger and measure out a little bit where I want to have it, this way and this way. And of course also over here I'm going to give it some pressure with my paint can. So I hope maybe I can show it to you this way. I do some paint cans on top of here, and then we already have our own cute little box crate dresser. I don't know how you call it. So here we have our piece, and you see it from this side, and I am really loving it. I think I have so much purpose for it in my home. So I can use it in my kitchen. You can use it, of course, in one of my little shelves. So we will see how I decorate it. But of course, first what we're going to do, we're going to turn it upside down because we're going to give it some feet. You don't have to do it. That's just the pieces of 2 I just glued together. So I'm going to do one on the ending, totally on this ending, and on this ending, over here, over here. Of course, I have to do them straight up or else they don't fit. And of course, this one in the middle over here. And this way. And this is how I'm good, because I like that he is a little bit off the ground. So I'm going to do some glue. And I'm going to place them over here. And make sure that I have a nice straight line. I'm going to do this one exactly in the middle. Over here. And this one on the ending. But like I said, this is just my idea. You don't have to do it. You can use maybe some beads as a feet for this piece. But you also can do anything you like. This, like I said, always, this is just what I like. But you don't have to do it. And I'm going to try and look that I have it in the same direction than this one is. Because that's most of the time the nicest side to see, that every piece is on the same direction. Over here, and I feel with my fingers and make sure on the sides. And he has a little bit this way. So, and I have to look for, and I think I have him in the same length. So I'm going to give this some rest, and of course now we are ready to paint it. And you see already how he turned out. Of course now we're going to paint it, and I'm going to paint it in the creamy color like this, but choose any color you like. And just what I told you earlier, if you want to wax it, just give it a little bit of sanding on all the pieces before you're going to wax it, or else you get a couple of stains, spots, something else, and you don't like that in your piece. So just give it a little bit of sanding. If you paint it, you just easily can paint it. So I placed it a little bit closer. You see already he is painted in the creamy color. I have here on my table some pieces I drifted already a long time ago. You see already this kind of pieces. Normally, if you go to a thrift store, your eyes are always falling on the bigger sizes, decor. But of course, also if you are just a drifter, just like I am, and you love, but also look at the little things. And most of the time you think, what is this? But this is just a ceramic. Nice little brown color. Yeah, I don't even know where they used it for, but at least it was only 20 cents. So it is very cheap, and this kind of little chickens of roosters, just how you call it. And I have here some little rocking horse like this, and I have this one. This one was only 80 cents. So this one, and it is really from a nice quality of wood, and I always clean it up and make it for in my decor, because I really love to decorate with drifted items, and I think you can do so much with drifted decor. So, and I really love it to do, but of course it's not everyone's cup of tea. And you see already I have on one hand my glove, because I did cut myself in the finger, so don't worry about it. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to decorate it very easy. Just do whatever you think it's right how to decorate. So I took this piece and I also drifted this one. I have 2 of them and I am really loving it. He was a cement kind of look, so a little bit of the gray color, and I did some wax over it because I like a little bit more of the rustic color. And he is easy fitting inside of here, so I'm going to place him in the middle. What I'm going to do, you have this kind of little wooden boxes. You can find them anywhere, but of course I drifted them, but you can, I think you still can buy them everywhere. And have a little tea light from IKEA, and I painted it in the black color. So I do 2 of them inside of here, and I place them under here, and I do with this one the same. Also very easy, just do a little tea light inside, and you can easily paint your tea light in any color. I did it the black, but you can do of course in any color. And this is already one, and I always have it on one row. That's just the little strange thing I have. Most of the time it's always in pairs. It's always 2, 4, 6, 8. I always do it most of the time in pairs. So I have here 2 pieces of this one, but I want some greenery. So I have just a piece of garland from boxwood, and I'm just going to rip off a couple of them. I think maybe 5 or 6. Like this, and I'm going to get them together. Very easy. Get the under pieces and get an elastic band. Very easy, just this way, and just go over it, and you make your own little piece of bundle with some boxwood. So, and you can easily use it later for something else. And now you're going to work with it and give it a little bit more. And now you can place it inside of here, and you always have your own little plant, and it is fitting inside. Of course, you have to work with it, and we place it over here. And we do with this one the same. Again, we get off 6 pieces of boxwood, and if you buy a garland, you have so much more for your money if you use it as greenery. I also buy plants from IKEA and rip them apart, and you have so much greenery for less. So again, do your elastic band over it, and you can easily make your own. And you can do some boxwood, you can do some other greenery, you can do some flowers. Just bend it together, and you can make your own little piece of greenery this way. And I'm going to place this one also inside, and on this side, and this one a little bit over here. And now we get our roosters, and they are also very cheap, and we're going to place them over here, and we're going to do this one over here like this. And now I have my rocking horse, and I'm going to place this one on top. Now I have this little wooden, yeah, kind of a face, but I don't even think it's a face. Maybe you don't know what it is, because it's an opening on the underside, and I don't know what it was, but I don't think it really was. I think it has maybe something somewhere on top of it. I really have no idea. Maybe if you know it, let me know. And of course, now I'm not going to do 6, I do a little bit more. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe I have enough on 10. We will see, or else I make an extra bundle. So, and again, do our band over it again. And then we're going to look for if it looks nice and enough with 10. Yeah, I think you can get away with 10 pieces like this. And we're going to place this one also on top. So I already decorated, very easy. And you can do some greenery if you like some greenery. You also can place some greenery in between if you want to come with the green color a little bit back. Of course, you can rip the underside off so you don't see the plastic pieces, because I don't like the plastic pieces. So we are going to get it off, and you can easily make it your own way. In a moment, you see the quick. So, and this is what we will need for this DIY. We need, of course, our tumbling towel blocks, but we use the smaller blocks, like a lot of you already have. I have here my saucer with an old piece of kitchen towel which is wet to wipe away the glue. I have here my little container with my cutters, scissors, brushes, markers, with everything inside. I always have it around me. Of course, I'm going to use my wood glue, but you can also use some hot glue. I am going to use my spray paint. You can do any color you like and any paint you like. I'm using the spray paint, and what I'm trying to hope, because it looks like it's shiny gold, difficult, but it isn't. It's a matte finish, but I hope the structure of the blocks gives it a nice variety of a different kind of a light. So we will see if this gives a high-end look or not. What we're going to make, we are going to make a train. A couple of friends already asked, could you make a train? So I'm going to try it. I did it already a couple of times, but I have to be honest, I never really liked them. So this was not really what I have in my head. So I hope that what I have in my head right now will turn out nice. So we will see how this will look like. The first step will be, we are going to make the sides of the train, and we need 2 sides, and I'm going to try to make it as easy as can be. So like everyone, including me, can make the train. So we will see, we make 4 blocks, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, this one is not. So I have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we're going to glue them together sideways. So very easy. Do some glue on the side, and this will be number 2, and roll them already together so your glue is not running down. And this way, and this one, and we are almost there. And number 8 and number 9 is the closure up. Squeeze it together, press it down. And like I told you in many DIYs already, if you have a metal hook and you like to use it, just use it. I'm just not someone who uses it, so, but don't mind me, I'm just stubborn and just try to do it my way. So don't worry about that. I'm going to get my wet towel and I'm going to wipe away the glue we don't need. And again, afterwards, make sure that you have everything in the straight line again. We're going to get 9 blocks again. And you have a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And we're going to do the same. And like this. Oh, there's not a lot of glue. And I'm a little afraid that he will fall apart. And that's not what we want. Like this. And this one, and of course number 8 again, and the last one, number 9. Squeeze it and make a straight line again, and feel with your fingers, and then you can very easily get a nice straight line. If you have a block inside which is really smaller, I recommend that you put the block out, because for the sides of the train you need to have that everything is nicely and straight. You can use that block later again, but for the sides I would choose do it at least in the same measurement, because you don't want that it is crooked or something. So we're going to place this one aside. We're going to wipe away, and every time wipe away your surface, because it's always very nice to work when your surface is clean. I'm going to get again, because we need a front side and a back side, so I'm going to make again 2 pieces of 9 also for the other side, but I do it a little bit faster. You see already we have our 2 pieces of 9. What we're going to do, carefully lay one on the side. We do some glue on this side. Very easy. And we're going to place it back again and place them against each other and make a nice piece like this. Just give it a little bit of pressure. And again, we're going to let this dry in. Of course, we're going to do with this one the same, but this one is not totally dry. So we are doing it carefully, but like I said, if it falls apart, it doesn't matter. You can easily glue it together again. That's the greatest thing about wood glue. You can easily glue it together again. So don't worry about it. And again, press it together. If you have a little bit glue coming out, wipe it away and give it a couple of minutes to dry. In the meantime, while this is drying, we're going to get 2 blocks and we're going to glue them together like this. Very easy. Squeeze it and press it down and make sure that you have it in a straight line. because you need it in a straight line. We're going to wipe away the glue like this. We're going to make a second one, and of course a little glue. Glue it together, squeeze it, press it down, and we're going to give it a little wipe with our towel, and we're going to get 2 blocks, but we're not going to glue it this way. We're going to glue it on the tops. So do some glue on the top, and we're going to press it, and we're going to make another one of this one because we have 2 sides, and we're going to again squeeze it and press it, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. So what we're going to do, we're going to take one piece, and I know he is still not dried totally. We're going to get this block, and we are going to glue it on the underside over here at the ending. So squeeze it and make sure that you remove the glue. What you're now going to do, you're going to glue this one on the side. So you're going to do some glue over here and on the underside, so you can place it inside here, and again squeeze it like this. And now you get a loose block, and you're going to glue this one, and you're going to do some place it over here. You're not going to place it in the place already. Now we're going to get another loose block, and we're going to do one on this side and on this side. And what we're going to do, we're going to place this one over here, and we're going to do a little bit of glue. Oh, he's already on this block, sorry, he's already over here because I did it on this 2 sides, and we're going to build it in. And this way, of course, we have to give it a little bit of shape because we want to have a straight line. And wipe away the glue. This is already our first part. We are going to get this one, and it looks very strange right now. I know, but don't worry, it will look alright. We're going to do it on this side, and of course you also can do it on this side, then you don't have to do the other block. So again, place it over here. Oh, you see already this way. And we're going to place this one over here, and we did already some glue on it. So again, wipe away the glue you don't need, and again some loose block. We do some glue over here, but we're still not going to glue it. We do some glue on this side and on this side, and we're going to place it in. Very easy. And of course we're going to do it over here, and we're going to make a nice straight line. And we have to do this one a little bit over here, so you have to work with it to get a nice straight line. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. So I placed my 2 sides of the train on the side, because what we're going to do, we're going to get 3 blocks, and this needs to dry for a little while because we are going to use our saw, because we are going to make some wheels out of it. So, and then they need to be dried, or else they will fall apart when you're going to saw them. So this needs a little bit of dry time, so that's why I am making them now and give them some time. And again another one, and of course we need 4. I think 2 pieces on each side is more than enough, but if you like, if you like more, it's also fine too. So like I said, I'm going to try to get them as even as I can, like this. And this block is not totally straight, you see it already, but I'm going to wipe away the glue. We're going to get another 3 and another 3. So very easy, but they take the time for it. At least let them dry for, I think, maybe 1 or 2 hours at least, because before you're going to saw it, I already did, sometimes I did it earlier, but everything is now, I don't know what I have, but he's totally going. And I tried it earlier before a couple of hours a rest, but it was really something, everything did fall apart. So don't do it, give it a couple of hours to rest to make the wheels. In the meantime, while this is drying, we're going to make the middle piece of the train. And first we're going to get 7 blocks. So we have here already 5, 6, 7. We're going to glue them together. And this way. This is number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6. And number 7 is the closure up. Squeeze it. And again, press it together until one piece, like this. And we're going to wipe away the glue this way. And again, always readjust it if it isn't straight anymore. We're going to give this also a couple of minutes. So in the meantime, the first of 7 is drying. We're going to make a second one of 7. Again, 5, 6, 7. Very easy again. Also glue them this way. And number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6 and number 7 is the closure up again. Squeeze it. And again in a straight line. And this way. And we're going to get 2 blocks. And we're going to do some glue on the wider side. So in the middle. And we go glue one on top of here. Place it on the side. And you see already, make a straight line. And press it. And going to let this rest also a couple of minutes. We are going to get 4 blocks. Again, 4 like this. We're going to glue them together. And now it looks very strange, but believe me, in a moment we can pull everything together, and then you will see the middle piece coming alive, because now it looks all in parts, and it is in parts. It really is. So now I'm going to take 2 loose blocks and we're going to glue them this way on the side. So we only do some glue on the underside, over here, place it against here. We do it over here on the underside. Very easy. Place it over here and like this, squeeze it and press it together, and make sure that everything is in a straight line like this. And we're going to let this rest also. Now we are getting one of the piece of 7 and our piece of 2 we glue together. We do some glue on the underside, on the wider side, this way. And we're going to place this one also against here. So make sure again, squeeze it and have a straight line and let this dry in. It needs to be very dry. And if you have glue which is coming out, get a little brush and wipe away the glue you don't need, because you don't need glue popping out everywhere. So I'm going to let this dry also. So my mat was getting a little bit full. I'm going to place away my 4 pieces of 3, because this will be later tires. We're going to go further. So we have 1 of 7. We have 2 blocks against glue together, 2 bigger blocks. We have again 1 of 7 over here. We have 1 of 4 over here and glued 2 sideways on this one. So like this. So this is already 1. We have a loose 1 of 7. And we have 7 glued with a double block at the ending. So now we're going to go for 6 blocks. Oh, this is already in half block. This is not what we need. 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to make 6 in a row. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And 6 is the closure up again. Squeeze it, press it together, and let it rest in for a couple of minutes. We're going to take 5 blocks. And don't worry, we are almost there. And 5. And this is so easy to make. You see already how easy is this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And number 5 is the closure up. And this way. And we now only need 1 of 2. Of course, we need to wipe away the glue also. Very easy. Wipe away. And this way. And again, redo it. Make sure that you have a nice straight line. take your time for it because it looks much better afterwards. So, and the 2 blocks. And then we have all the parts we need for the middle piece. And we're going to glue this together, squeeze it, make a straight line. And we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. And now we're going to let all the parts, if everything is correctly, you have 6 parts now because we already glued this 2 over here and this one over here. So we have 6 pieces loose. Now we get the piece of 5, get the piece of 2. We do some glue on the underside of the 2 and you see we glue them just next to each other. We're going to do some glue over here and we place it on the top of this one, but at the ending, this way. Squeeze it and wipe away the glue you don't need, like this, and let it dry in. So we already have 1 piece already on this side, you see, this way. Now we're going to get this one, of course, and we have the piece of 7 and the piece of 7 with 2 blocks on top of here. We're going to do some glue on the underside over here, this way, and we're going to place it straight up and we're going to lay this against here like this, and we're going to give it a little bit of pressure and we're going to let this dry in also. So I took again our side pieces and this is already 1 side. What we're going to do, you have, if everything is correctly, you still have 4 pieces over here. This is already with the 2 blocker. This is already with the 2 and the 7 on top. 7 over here. What we're going to do, because this is not totally dry yet, so I'm going to give it a couple of minutes rest, because I see already when I want to get it off my table, it's still a little bit sticky. So I give it a couple of minutes, but for you it is not even a second. In my head, I was placing them over here and I thought this is much too small for this piece because this has to be the roof. I think this is not correctly. I think I have 4 pieces and the 4 pieces are right, but only the last blocks, this one, supposed to be on top of here and not next to here. So I have to get it off this way and of course I have to get this one off Of course, it is already dried in a little bit. How difficult it is sometimes to show to you how it is really done. But of course, we are going to get it off one way or the other. We will get it off. And yes, I got it off. So the piece of 4 don't need to glue on the side, but they must glue it on top. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do some glue on this side and I'm going to place it on the top and not on the side, and I do with this block the same, and I'm going to let it dry. So don't make the mistake like I do. They need to be glued on the top and not on the side. So I give it a little moment before we go pack everything together, and you see this is how he's looking, he's supposed to look like. So not on the side but on the top. So then you see already the roof is fitting very nicely. This way he does, but normally he wouldn't. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do some glue from this side until this side over here, because this one needs to fit inside of here on the corners. So of course, I can also turn it over and do some glue on this side. That's also an option, but do it the way you think it's working the best for you, because I can tell you how you must glue it. That's something you have to do for yourself. Of course, I have to turn it over, but of course he's still not totally dried up, so we're going to do our best. And this way, we're going to place it on the side and on this side over here, and give it a little bit of pressure so it can attach to the side panel. And this way, and give it a little bit of pressure over here. And what we're going to do with the roof the same. We just do some glue on this side, on this side, and on this side, and we're going to place it over here. And again, give it a little moment to get settled on top of your frame, this way. because always wood glue needs to have a little time to settle in. And this way I have to look for that I don't have pieces which is sticking out, because that's not what we want. We're going to get this part, and this part has to be over here. But first what I'm going to do is place this one over here. So I'm going to do some on this side. On this side, this is the part of 6, and on the underside, over here, and we're going to place it over here again. And of course we are going to do some glue on this side, and on, I have to look for this side, over here, and I'm going to place this one also against here. And we really need to go a little bit this way and this way. Of course, work with it and find the place you need. Of course, I need to work with mine and give it a little time to rest in. And then we're going to place the other panel on top. So I glued mine together, but if you are watching correctly, you see already I have here a piece open, which is too short, and you see probably also what I did do wrong. I was measuring out on my table earlier already before I did this DIY to look for if everything is fitting. I placed this one because I thought this is too short, so I placed this one on the side to get it fitting. But of course you see already I should have done that, because if I place this one just in the opposite direction, he would be perfectly over here. So always I show you the mistake also, so you don't have to make this. I did it totally wrong. It is so easy to do. It is just 6 of this, it is 5 of this, it is 2 of this, it is 4 on the top glued 2 together. You do 8 over here, and you do 8 over here, and you don't have this piece. You just do 8 blocks on this way, 8 over here, and like I said, 4 on the tops, 2, and of course 5 and 6, and then you have it totally fitting. He is so easy to make, and I even messed it up. I don't know why I did this, because when I figured out it did work in my head, but it didn't work right now. Of course, I already get my jigsaw and I took away a piece of the block, and now I'm going to get it inside. So it's no problem. I'm just going to work with it. It is no problem, but you don't have to make the mistake. So I'm going to glue this in, and of course then we're going to glue the other side on top of here. So I'm going to do a little bit of glue in here, and of course I also could have done and don't show you, but I like honesty, because I like also to show you that if it does go wrong, you have to be honest that it really did go wrong. I'm just an amateur like a lot of you here are, so we are going to do our best, and more we can't do. So you don't have to make the same mistake like I do. So again, wipe away the glue, and now he's perfectly fitting inside, so this is no problem. As I always say, watch first before you're going to make your DIY, and then you can do it in one piece. So, and you see already, I showed you. He is now totally closed, but I don't need this one. But I'm really mad at myself for doing this. But of course, now I'm going to do some glue around. Very easy, over here, and we go this side and this way, over here, oh, of course, this way, and around here, and under here. And now we can easily place this one on top. And make sure that he is fitting everywhere before you let it dry in. I have to go down a little, over here. And he is really fitting perfectly. So I'm going to remove the glue, and then we're going to let it dry in like this. And what we're going to do, I'm going to get my 4 pieces of 3, and we're going to make some wheels. So I place my front piece over here. I'm going to get my 4 pieces, I was measuring out and I saw that the top of my hot glue has the size I need for my wheel. So I'm going to place it on here exactly in the middle, and we're going to go over it, my marker, and we're going to make nice round wheels so I can cut them out with my jigsaw. So very easy. I take my time for it, and you see this is already one round, and I'm going to do all 4 of them. So you see this is already the base of our train. I have here my 4 wheels, which we are going to glue, saw later. What I'm going to do, I have some piece of dowel, and I think you can have them laying around. A lot of people have them. What I'm going to do, I did measure out the front of my thing, and I'm going to cut it off. So I'm going to do on the underside 1 piece of dowel, just laying it against the train. And I'm going to do on the back side, I'm going to get a piece of dowel, and I'm going to glue 1 on this side, and I'm going to glue 1 on this side. So very easy, just 2 on this side, and you can do 1 smaller one on this side, and I'm going to glue them on top of here. So this one is, of course, I did cut it off at the size I need. What I'm going to do, very easy, we do some wood glue on the underside, a very thin line over here and this way, and we're just going to lay our piece exactly over here in the middle, and we're going to let it rest for a couple of minutes, and then we're going to do the back side. So I was looking, but I think I like a second one a little bit higher also. So I'm going to make another line of glue, very easy under it, over here, and I'm going to place my second piece also on top of here. So because I really like how it's looking like. So again, I'm giving it some time to dry. In the meantime, while this is drying, of course, I'm going to take my 4 rounds and I'm going to make wheels out of it. So I have here my 4 wheels. We are going to glue in a moment, but first I'm going to get the piece of a dowel, and I'm measured out the size. On this side we have 2 on here, and of course I want to have 1 over here, but you see he's a little bit too short. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get a wooden piece like this, but if you have a little bead, it's also fine. So I did cut off the top, and I have now over 1 little bead without the openings, the holes inside. So I'm going to do on both of them, because both of them are a little too short, and I don't like it if it is too short. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to glue a little ball like this. Of course, I'm going to do some glue on the top over here, and I'm laying down my little bead and this way, and I'm going to let it dry this way. I'm just going to lay it inside, and of course place it on here until it can rest, and I hope it will stand up right, but of course probably he will fall down. Most of the time it is with me, so don't worry about it. So I'm going to do a drop of glue also over here, and that's what I mean. I should told you he will fall down, and he does. And of course I'm going to do this one, and I'm going to place it maybe inside of here, then he can fall down anymore. So over here, and I'm going to glue this one again on top of here. So very easy. That's the great about wood glue, you still can use it very easy, and later everything will be painted in the gold color, so don't worry about it. So I'm going to give it a little moment of rest on this side, and then we're going to glue the wheels. So I place my the pieces which are coming here, I place them aside, because or else I can go further, and I want to glue my my wheels. Of course the wheels are very easy right now because you have 3 blocks, and I want to place them halfway in the middle block, so you can easily measure it out and place them where you want to have them. So very easy, do some glue over here, and you're going to place them in the half of your block, and this way. And we're going to do here the same. Look for if everything is a little bit measured out the same. Then you're going to do some glue on the top, a little bit more because it has to stand on its own later. And again, I'm going to measure out and try to have it on the same length like we have with the other one. Very easy, and like this. And we give it a couple of minutes, then we're going to turn it over and do the other side. So now I'm going to turn over my train. Of course, I'm going to lay 2 loose blocks over here because that's the thickness of this block. So I can very easy turn it over and place it on top of here. So I don't have that he is still wobbling over, and now he still stays on place. Now I'm going to get my other 2, and I'm going to also measure out with this 2 where I want to have exactly my blocks over here. And I'm going to do some glue on the top, again the same like I did with the other 2 on the other side. And again, place them over here in the half of the block. And I'm going to do the same with this one over here. And you wipe away later the glue you don't need, because or else you get so much glue on the side, and that's not what you want. So I'm going to let this dry in. So, and here you see already with the wheels and the front, and what I'm going to do, I have over here, I have a piece, this was on top of each other, but I did saw it off, and now I only have this part. Later I will use this on the back side. So I'm going to place some glue on top of here, and I use it as the top where the steam normally comes out. So I'm going to place this on the front. Of course, you don't have to do it if you don't like it. You don't have to glue it on top. Of course, I have to look that I have it in the middle. So I'm going to let this dry in, and then I'm going to glue on the back side my 2 little pieces of dowel with my bead on top. So very easy on the back side. And then we're going to go further with our little wagon. So I place them on the top of his nose, and I'm just going to do some glue over here because we don't want to use too much glue for it. And we do a little over here, and we're going to place our dowel over here. And very easy, just measure out that you have it exactly on the underside and lay it inside. Very easy this way. And you're going to lay this one on this side. Also at the ending, totally straight with the bottom of your train, this way and this way. And we're going to let this dry in. And now we're going to go further with our wagon, because the train is right now ready to paint, of course, but we gave it a couple of hours to dry. But we are going to work on our wagon. So you see already the little front of the train is finished. What we're going to make a little wagon behind it, because it's not complete without the wagon. The wagon needs, of course, wheels, and we're going to make again our wheels so they can dry already. 3, 3, and 3, and again 3 blocks, because we need 4 wheels, and we're going to make them already now so they can dry in before we're going to cut them in a round. Again, number 1, number 2, and squeeze it together. We're going to do again 1, 2, and number 3 is the closure up again. Here the same, number 1, number 2, and you're going to place them in the last, number 1 and number 2. And again, make sure you have them in a straight line like this. Squeeze it and press it down. Squeeze it and press it down, and we do here the same. Squeeze it and press it down, and give it a couple of minutes to rest. So you see here our wheels are drying, because they need to be very dry before we're going to cut them, the same like we did with the train. We have number 4 and number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, and number 9. So we're going to get 9 blocks in a row. We're going to do the sides again. We're going to do 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6, and number 7, and 8. And number 9 is the closure up again. Squeeze it and make sure that you have a nice straight line again, like this. And we're going to place it aside. And we are going to wipe away the glue we don't need over here. And again, make sure that you have a nice line. So, and we're going to make another one of 9, but I do it a little bit faster. So what we're going to do right now we have the first part of the side panels, 2 of 9, and we are going to again 9 pieces, because we're going to make the bottom 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So again, we're going to do the bottom the same, also 9 blocks. And we're going to make the second layer of the sides, we're going to do a little different because it has to be a wagon. So this will be the bottom part, and again number 8, and the last number 9 is again the closure up again. And we're going to do the same like we did with the other 2 of 9. Get your wet towel, wipe it away, and make a nice straight line again. And this is already 1. We're going to place this one over here and make sure, place it again this way, wipe away the glue. Now we're going to take the 2 pieces of a 9, and we're going to take this one, we're going to get 3 blocks, and we're going to glue them together. Very easy, on the top and on the top over here. And again, squeeze it, and we're going to do again 3 blocks. This way and this way, we glue it on the tops and on this top. And again, roll them together like one piece. Again, we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. This way, and we're going to do it over here. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes a rest. So in the meantime, while these 2 are drying, we're going to get 4 blocks. This way, we're going to have our piece of 9 from one of the sides. We're going to do some glue on the top over here. And we're going to glue this over here on this part. We do this one the same. Oh, there's a little bit too much, and we're going to place this one over here, and this one over here. Squeeze it and make sure that you have a straight line on top of here and over here. Now we're going to place these 2 in between a little bit over here, so we have the same measurements in between. I think a little over here, and this one also in here. So we do some on the tops, and we place this one over here and this one over here. And of course you can change it up any way you like, you don't have to do it the way I do. And this, and over here I think he needs a little bit sideways like this. So we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest so it can attach each other like that. Now we get this part, we're going to do some glue over here, a little over here, and of course we have to measure out. And then the best thing what you can do, place it over here, you do some glue on this side, a little drop and a little drop over here, and then we're going to place it down, and we're going to put it on top of each other this way and squeeze it and press it together, and make sure that you have a nice line. Again, wipe away the glue, and we could have already first side of our wagon, and this is number 1. So we're going to place this apart, place this aside, and this can rest. We're going to take the second one, we're going to get 4 blocks again, 4 loose blocks. We're going to do the same, a little on the top, and of course we also can do it this way and then place it down is also fine, because now you can do it a little bit faster. And this way we're going to do over here and over here, and we're going to place it over here, and this one on this side, on this side, and again look for where you want to have it this way. And then we're going to place this one. Of course also this has to be squeeze it together this way. And we're going to place this one on top. And again, squeeze everything. And now you already have the second one of the side of your wagon. So we have our bottom. We have, of course, our wheels. We have the two sides over here. Now we need the front side and the back side of the wagon. We're going to take 6 blocks like this. We're going to roll them together. And this way. 3 and number 4 and number 5. Number 6 is here the closure up, squeeze it. And because it's a little bit higher than 6 blocks, we are going to do 1 block. And we're going to do on the side, so not flat, but on the side we're going to do some glue. And we're going to place it straight up on here. So very easy. Place it over here. It looks a little strange, but later you will see that this is how we get it in the straight line on top. Or else we have an opening and we don't want an opening. So this is already a number 1 of the sides. And again, make sure everything is sticking together. And of course I have to be careful that not my front is falling apart. 3, 4, 5 and last of a 6. So we need this 6 and we're going to glue them together again. This is 1. This is 2. This is 3 and number 4 and number 5. Again, squeeze it together. Make sure that you have a straight line. And we're going to get another block and we're going to do on the side some glue over here. Oh, a little bit more. And we're going to place it on this side and we make sure that we squeeze it and press it together in a straight line again. And we wipe away the glue we don't need, and we're going to give this a couple of minutes before we build everything together. So we are going to build our wagon together. We're going to take the bottom of 9 blocks. We're going to get the sides we just made. What we're going to do, we do a little bit of glue on this side, on the ending over here, and a little on the ending over here. And we're going to place very easy this one on this side. And be sure that you squeeze it and press it down. And make sure that you have it in a nice straight line again. And we're going to do for this side the same. And of course, our half block is in the inside of our wagon. So again, squeeze it and wipe away the glue you don't need. Like this. We're going to squeeze it. And we're going to look for a straight line over here. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes. So we gave all the parts a couple of minutes to dry. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get one of the sides and I'm going to glue some glue over here on this side, on the underside over here. And I'm going to go up again until here. And if everything is correctly, he's not totally fitting on the top because one block is always a little bit longer, but we're going to find a solution for. We're going to place this on top of here and give it a little bit of pressure over here, and we're going to look for that we get it as straight as we can. And again, bend it out a little because that's the great thing about wood glue. You still can redo it again over here, and make sure that you wipe away the glue you don't need. Just take a little bit of your time, but it will work at the end very nice if you take your time. Make sure that everything is fitting over here and give it a little bit of pressure. Also over here, give it some pressure over here, and then like this, and again. And now what we're going to do, we're going to do some glue on this side, over here and around here and to the top, and make sure that you have each block. Yeah, and now we're going to do the last part, and we're going to place it on top of here. Let it fall down, give it a little bit of pressure already. also over here, and then work with your fingers so you get a nice, also on the sides, a straight line, and then again give it some pressure and this way. And now we're going to let this dry in at least for a half hour. So we're going to place this our wagon straight up, and you see already, if I will show it to you correctly, you see the front and the back side are a little bit higher. I don't like that because I want that the sides are even a little bit higher. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get 3 blocks, because we need to have a little bit of a high-end look. So we don't like that the sides are long, of the front and the back side are longer. So we're going to squeeze it, press it together. We're going to get 3 blocks again. Make sure that these blocks are even, because you don't want blocks that are not even for the ending of the wagon. So again, squeeze it and press together. Wipe away the glue you don't need. Also over here, and then give it a couple of minutes, and then we're going to glue it on this side and on this side, and then we only need the wheels and spray painting, and I'm finished. And of course you can decorate it any way you like. So we're going to do some glue at the side over here, very easy. Just make a nice straight line. We're going to place this one on top over here, so make sure that you have it in place. Give it a little bit of pressure, and that everything on the sides is in a straight line. We're going to turn this over, and we're going to do also over here a nice line of glue again, and whoop, you see already. And I have to wipe off, before I'm going to glue it, I have to wipe away the inside of this glue, because or else there is no room almost more for it. Of course you can do it with your brush, and again wipe it away. And now we're going to get this one on top of here also, and again a straight line. Give it a little bit of pressure over here, and now we have also a high-end look on the sides. And we're going to give this some at least a half hours to dry, and we're going to build our little wheels again. So we have our 4 pieces of 3 again, and we're going to get the lid of course you can use something else, but I use my lid because he's perfectly falling inside of my square. And I'm going to give it again some nice rounding with my pencil over here, and I'm going to get to the garage and going to jigsaw them out again. So very easy, like this. And you see, this is already a nice first round. I'm going to do all 4 of them, and I'm going to saw them out. So of course, before I'm going to go in my garage and saw the wheels, of course I'm going to do on the back side. I measure out 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to do on the underline of the third one, I'm going to glue a loose block. So very easy. I'm going to place it over here, do some glue, because they had to be connected. And I always do as much as I can with my tumbling tower blocks. Of course, you can use some little hooks to connect them together, but I'm going to try to do them with my blocks. So I'm going to glue 1 block over here in the middle of our train, like this, over here. And you can easily measure out for your wagon, because you still don't have the wheels. You just do, this is 3 blocks, and 3 blocks is just as high as 1 on the side. So if I would then do on the same side, I just only need to measure out it, but you can't have them on the same. They need to go a little bit lower than 1 block. So I'm going to get another block as my measurement. So I'm going to do 2 blocks over here, and I'm going to place this one in the middle, and then what I'm going to do is glue 1 of the blocks, only the under one, a little glue. I'm going to measure out and I'm going to place it over here, a little lower this way, and I'm going to make sure that I have it in a straight line. And now I'm going to get away this block, and if everything is correctly, he has to work that everything, this one goes over this one, but we will see if this will work or not. And if it doesn't work, don't try it. So I'm just going to use the, like I said, I used this as a little measurement. So I hope that everything is, when it's connected, everything this goes this way on top of each other. But we will see if I am right or not. So I have here my 4 wheels again, and we are going to do the same like we did with, of course, the train. I'm going to get a wheel, and because it is 3 blocks, you can easily find the middle of the middle block, and you can easily glue it over here, and you do this one, of course, also halfway over here. So it's very, do some glue on the top, and of course this one you can even see better. If you choose this one, you can even look that it is already, it's much better to see. So do some glue over here on the top, and we're going to place it halfway the middle block. Just go to look, and you still can redo it. We're going to do this one. Of course, this one is also very nice to see. So again, do some glue on this one, and we're going to place it also halfway. And you can place your wheels everywhere you want, and get your ruler and make sure that you place it over here, that you have both of the wheels on at the same height. So again, but it still needs to settle a little bit, and then you can get your ruler and you still can move it around. That's the great thing about wood glue. So I have my 4 wheels on our wagon. Of course, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this piece, which is the piece I did cut off from this top of our train. And of course, I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to do some glue on here to give a nice, also ending of a high look. Over here, we do some glue on here. And I'm going to place this one on top of here, because this one will be the top of this one, because this one will be under this piece of wood. If everything is correctly and I measured out right, it will fit. If it doesn't, don't do it. Just don't do it. This is just an experiment. I really have no idea how it will turn out. But if it turns out right, and you and I'm going to spray paint mine, and you're going to maybe paint yours, it will look very nice, and you have a nice seasonal train. So now I'm going to go outside, and I'm going to give both of the wagon and the train, I'm going to give a spray paint. Like I said, I'm going to do it in the gold color, but choose anything you like. And here you see how our little train turned out. Of course, I am still debating if I give it a little bit of distressing with the black color. I don't know, but you see that in a moment when you see the quick impression, because decorated, everyone does it on his own. So I am really happy how he turned out. But of course, you can give it another color. Maybe you don't even like gold colored. So go ahead, give your imagination the free run, so we can do anything you like. So, and you see, like I said, a quick impression right now. We need, of course, again, our tumbling tower blocks. We need some paint at your choice, some wood glue, or maybe you can use some hot glue, just whatever you prefer. But with this DIY, I really recommend to use the wood glue, because or else I'm a little bit afraid that your blocks will fall apart. And of course, I'm using my little container with all my markers, brushes, scissors, cutters, everything inside. And of course, my old saucer and my old piece of kitchen towel, which is wet, to wipe away the glue. These are the main pieces we need for this DIY. We are going to make some kind of a basket you can use for all year round, but it is of course with a twist, so we will see how this will turn out. So first, what we're going to make for the baskets, we are going to make a kind of handles. It is not really a handle. We're going to take 8 blocks, 5, 6, 7, 8. And what we're going to do, we're going to lay them on the sides, and we're going to do some glue on this side, and we're going to place this one with the eye halfway, so a little like this, squeeze it, press it together, make sure that you wipe away the glue. Of course I have to be this way. I'm going to do some glue on this side, and I'm going to place this one in the same direction as this one. So again, squeeze it, and you see now we're going to build it up. We're going to do again some glue over here, and we're going to place this one over here, and we're going to squeeze, but only this part, because if you squeeze this, everything will fall apart. Again, squeeze this one. We do some glue on this one, and again we place it in the same length over here, squeeze it. We're going to get this one, and again place it on the side, do it in the same length, and again, because you see already, if you squeeze a little too hard, he is going off the other one, and that's not what we want. But we also don't want that it takes hours and hours to make your DIY, so we have to work a little bit with it. And the last one, I have really no idea how this will turn out, so I hope you do this together with me, and then we are doing together this experiment, so because I never made it this way. And again, go after all of them and squeeze them, and let this dry for at least a half hour, because it's very roundable, and we are going to make in a moment another one. So I waited a half hour, and then very easy I did place them just this way. Very carefully you place them aside, and we're going to get 8 blocks again. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you see already we are going to do the same way we did with the first one. And of course, don't worry, we need 4 pieces of this one, but we are not going to do all 4 pieces. Don't worry about it. It won't. I have to look for if I have the first one and in the same direction. Over here, we're going to do this one. That's very important that you are looking how you did the one before, because you want to have the same. And squeeze it, and again, and so this you can very easy make kind of a, yeah, it's not really a handle, but we will see how this will turn out. I never made this kind of basket, so we will see. Squeeze it, and we do the other one, and we are already almost there for the second one, and again squeeze it. And the number 7, and we're going to place it over here, and number 8, the last one, and this is already number 2. Squeeze it, and again go a little after all of them to make sure that everything is really glued together. So, and when both of the pieces were a little bit dried in, I just placed them together to look for if the top and the ending are a little bit on the same height, because you're going to glue them later together, so you don't want that one is much longer than the other one. So very carefully, if you just do it carefully, and every time wipe away your mat, because then your glue is not sticking every time on top of here. And if you place it on top of each other, you can see which one is needs a little bit maybe pushing in. So you make sure that 2 of them are almost the same. I'm going to do the other 2 because we need 4 pieces. I'm going to do the other 2 a little bit faster. See here we have our 4 pieces. It just looks like 4 little stairs. What we're going to do, we're going to get 2 blocks. We're going to do some glue over here, and we're going to place this one on top. And we're going to do here the same, little glue, and place this one on top. We're going to place it on the side, squeeze it, and over here the same, and make sure that you have it in the same length, of course this way, and wipe away the glue you don't need, like this. And again, feel with your fingers that you have a straight line. Give it a couple of minutes rest, and then we're going to glue the two pieces together. You see here, we have now our 4 pieces over here, and I turned one of them around, so they are connecting with this way, and also this over here. What we're going to do some glue on the 2 doubles we made. We do some glue on this side, and we do some glue on the other side, over here, and we're going to place both of them inside here, and we're just going to place them together this way, squeeze it, and we're going to do here the same, some glue on this side and some glue on this side, and again we're going to place it again over here, and we're going to glue these two together, squeeze it, and again let it dry at least for a half hour. So, while this is drying, we are going to get 2 blocks, and we do some glue again on the wider side, and we're going to do them on top of each other. We do here the same, again on top of each other, and the last one, again some glue, and we place it on top of each other, do them on the side, squeeze it, and again squeeze it, and also with number 3 squeeze it, and make sure that you have a straight line like this. And we're going to give this 3 also a couple of minutes drying. So all the 3 double blocks are dried. What we're going to do, I'm doing some glue on this side, and I'm going to do on this side, and we're going to very easy squeeze them together until one big piece like this. Give it a little bit of pressure so everything is connected well to each other, and we're going to give this also a couple of minutes rest. So we are going to lay our 2 pieces aside, this one, and of course we place this one on here, and we're going to place this on this side. What we're going to make the bottom, and we're going to get 11 blocks, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And of course place them down, and we're going to glue them sideways. This is 1, number 2, and just roll them together immediately, so your glue is not running down, at least not too much. And this one, and this one, and over here, and number 10. And number 11 is the closure up, squeeze it, make a nice straight line. If you need a metal hook, just use whatever you think you need for making a straight line. I always do it this way, but I'm just a stubborn lady, so I'm just used to doing it this way. So I have a metal hook, I have it laying in my garage, but I always do it this way. So again, and we are going to wipe away the glue, and we're going to get another one of 11, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And if you can easily measure out, you don't even have to count it if you do it this way. And of course I do this one together with you, and then we need 2 other rows, but of course we are going to do that a little faster, because or else everyone is running away because it takes too long of your time. So don't worry. And number 10, and this is the 11 is the closure up again. Squeeze them, make a straight line this way, and we're going to go over with our kitchen towel and wipe away the glue we don't need, and again straighten it out and feel with your fingers, and then you can really make a nice straight line. Don't worry, if you don't have a metal hook, you very easy can make a straight line. Of course, he was really stuck to my table. and this way, and wipe away the glue over here because you don't want too much glue on your table. And again, over here. I do the rest of the 2 rows of 11 a little bit faster, so we need 4 rows of 11. So you see, I turned all of them this way, so you have the blocks kind of this way, and I'm going to place this one on the side. We're going to do some glue over here. We're going to place this one carefully on the side because it's still not dry, so don't worry if it falls apart. It doesn't matter because you easily can fix it and just place it together because the glue is still a little bit soft, so you still can redo it every time again. Again, place it down, and this one, and we're just going to row it together and this way, and we're going to try to work with it to make a nice fitting piece, because you just take some time for it, and then you still can, that's the greatest, because it's still not dried up, you still can redo it and make a nice fitting piece. So this way, and as fitting as you can. And if you still have a little gaps open, you can use some speckle or maybe some wood filler and just fill it in if you don't like open gaps. For me, it doesn't mind because it gives a little bit more character to your piece, and not everything is so perfect, because I don't like pieces that are really so perfect. So, but it's just me. Don't mind me. If you like perfect, it's fine. Do whatever you think it's right for your decor. Of course, I'm going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So, and because I make it out of my head, so I am not going to, we have 4 rows of 11, but we need 4 rows of 12. So I'm going to do 4 blocks extra on top of here. So I'm going to do it very easy. Just some glue over here, place it here. I'm going to do here the same, a little on the tops. I place this in. I'm going to do this one the same and place it here. And the last one only needs a little glue on the underside. And we're going to squeeze it in. And now we already have 4 rows of 12. And this will be fitting much better for the basket, yeah, kind of tray basket I want to have. So I'm sorry, I just was looking at it and I didn't like it. So I'm going to go for 4 rows of 12. So very easy. We're going to let this dry. In the meantime, we are going to make for the rows, we're going to get 4 blocks like this. And we're going to do the tops together. Very easy. And on this one, place them together. And this one. And make a nice straight line, squeeze it, and get your towel and wipe away the glue you don't need. And then you can easily see if you have a straight line or not. So very easy. Place it over here, get 4 blocks again, and we do the tops. And from 2 of the blocks of 4 later, we are going to cut off a little piece to get it fitting inside. And this again, squeeze it. And like this, we're going to get our towel again. And make sure, feel with your fingers so you have a nice straight line, because it always looks very strange if the line is not straight. But if you have crooked blocks, that's really difficult. Like this, and then it's already difficult to get a straight line, because sometimes it's not your gluing, it's just the blocks which are totally out of line. And this is number 3, and we're going to go for the last one. And then we have our 4 pieces of 4, and then we're already almost there for the base of our basket. And of course you can go as crazy with the blocks as you want, but I always give you the base, and you can go and change it up any way you like it to be, because this is always just the base, and use your imagination and make it totally fitting for your decor. So I'm going to give this a couple of minutes rest. I think I will give it a half hour, because we have to saw a little piece from two of them, a little piece off. I placed my plank and of course the 4 pieces of 4 a little aside, because we're going to glue one of the little handles. We're going to place this down, and we feel with our fingers which side is the most flat, and this one is a little bit flatter than the other one. Flatter, I hope that is a word. I don't know, but this is just again English for beginners. So I'm going to give a little glue, and I'm going to glue this over here because it needs some drying, and I'm going to glue this way. And of course you can do it higher, you can do it lower, do whatever you think you like. I like it over here, so I'm going to let this dry also, because later the other half needs to dry, and it is wood glue, so it doesn't it takes a little time to dry. So this one is also waiting for the other piece. So now we really need to wait a little moment, and for you it is only a second. So I have here the piece I did some glue on, and I did the middle piece inside. I placed 2 double blocks, because when I did glue this piece I measured out that I need 2 blocks if I can give it some steadiness to rest on when I glue this part, because it's a stair. It is really difficult to glue, so I'm just going to try it. I really have no idea how it turned out. So I did also some glue on the top, and maybe when I turn it this way he probably will fall off, but then we're going to place both of them together, and then we hope it really glues. But it is difficult to glue, but you can let it dry in at least for an hour. I don't have the time for that, because I need to show you the rest of the DIY also, so I have a little bit less time. But normally if you are doing, just let it rest for at least an hour, then you don't have any problem to glue this one on top of here, so don't worry about it. But for me it is a little bit more difficult. So you see over here, and he is not totally fitting the. So I am going to work a little bit with it, and I try when I place it on top of here it will work. But for you, let it rest at least for an hour, this one, and then do the second one. It's much easier. So in the meantime, while our top is drying, we take our board and we do the blocks this way, in the length this way. Now we're going to do, of course, this one is fitting nicely. This one is fitting nicely, but of course this two we want to have in between. So you see already he is not totally fitting. I'm going to get my marker and I'm going to place it aside. You see already I want to have it over here, and we need it in a straight line this way, and we have to make sure that we have a nice, and I think we're going to go over here and we're going to cut off this piece a little. It's not much, but it's a little, and I'm going to place this one next to each other because we need from both of the pieces, and like this. So I'm going to go to the garage and I'm going to get my jigsaw and I'm going to saw this piece out, but you can also do it with a handsaw, so it doesn't matter. So I'm going to get finish this and then we can glue everything together. So I did cut off the two pieces. What I'm going to do, I'm going to place one of them on the back side, the one of 4. I'm going to do this one, and I do a little bit on the front and on this front, and I'm going to place it exactly at the ending of our piece, and feel with your fingers so you have a nice straight line, and again feel it, and of course work a little bit with it so you have everything in the place it needs to be, and give it a little bit of pressure like this so everything is fitting nicely. Then we're going to do some glue on the pieces which are shorter over here, And we are going to place it, of course, on the front. And we are going to do it over here. Make sure that you have a straight line and place it at the ending of your block, of plank, how you call it. Of course, you call it a little bit different than I do. I do a little glue over here and of course over here. And I'm going to place this one at the ending over here and this way. And we're going to make sure that it fits together. And we're going to feel with the fingers again until everything is nicely on the place it needs to be. And so you have a nice rounding around it. So again, this one needs to go a little bit inside or else he comes out and we don't like that. And this way. So now we're going to let this dry and we're going to get the top. We place it in and then we do the last piece inside. If you have a lot of glue on the inside, you see over here, just get a small brush like this and just wipe away the glue you don't need, because or else you get a really ugly DIY, because then you see so much of the glue and that's not what you want. And of course on the outside, just go with your piece of kitchen towel and go around. And of course we're going to turn it over and do on this side the same. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes drying. So you see I placed the top on top of here, and now we only need to do is glue this one in here and we have it closed inside of our frame. You see, this is how he's looking like, and I'm really happy with the thing. But take enough time to let this dry in and that everything fits in place. So we are going to let this dry in right now. And of course I'm going to do, because I think I'm going to use something as a sign. So I don't know how I will use it, but of course I'm going to glue 4 blocks together like this. Very easy. Number 2. And place them together, and number 3, and number 4 is the closure up. Squeeze it. I don't know if I will use it, but if I will, I already have my own cute little sign of at least a little board, but where I can place some letters on top like this. And I'm going to let this dry. So both of the pieces are dried up. This is what we're going to use later as a kind of a sign. And this is of course how he turned out. And I am really happy with the result. And you can place it anywhere and decorate it for any season. Of course, I'm going to give it some paint, and I'm going to give it a creamy color. And you are thinking, what's he doing on the side? But of course, I should have done already my lid of my can, but I didn't. So you see, this is, you saw it already. Who is he already a long time knows already which color I am going to do. So I'm going to give this one a nice creamy color, because this is fitting better in my decor. So, and this one will be in the black schoolboy paint, so we can write on top of here. So I'm going to do the painting a little bit faster. So now we are going to do our little tag. Of course, like I told you, I'm just going to use a simple piece of schoolboard paint. So I'm going to do the whole block on each side, and the front and the back side. So you can see it because it's hanging in the middle. You will see it on all the way. So I'm going to paint this one totally in the black. And you see already it is drying right now, both of the pieces. And of course I did some a little rounds. I also in the black color, maybe I will use them. But in the moment you see how I decorate the underside of my little tray basket. Of course I try to use again as much as I can drifted items, because I like drifting. So you will see this in a moment. So I place you a little bit closer. Of course not everyone likes to see how I make it. Just skip forward then if you don't like it, but I just always show you how easy with a couple of items you already can make your own little display. So I have here a wooden house. It's very yeah, cheap. I always buy them in the store here in the Netherlands, but they are all, I think I only paid $2.49 for it. So, and it's a very nice size house, and I'm going to place this one on the back side, so over here, and I have to squeeze in a little like this. Then I will have my wooden vase. I drifted this also. I am having some greenery, some boxes wood, and of course I'm doing some boxes wood inside of here. And I'm going to do a couple of yellow pieces, and you see here this is a little touch of yellow, but I am really loving it. So I'm doing 2 pieces. I'm just going to stick it in, and I'm going to stick it over here, and just with a couple of branches you can make a nice display. And I have here some yellow berries, because we're going a little bit to the spring season, and you can use this for all year round. And I'm going to place this on the back side over here, and I keep this out because the 2 loose pieces don't want to listen what I do. I am going to get some reed. I also drifted this one. He was also 20 cents. I did a little piece of ribbon on top, and I'm going to place it over here. I use this in a corner. If you don't have a corner and you place it somewhere else and you see it on both sides, then you have to decorate a little bit from the middle in to the outside and from the middle to the back side, so you can see a little bit better. Of course, I am going to use a piece of wood. It's a little, yeah, I don't know how you call it. Here in the Netherlands we call it bakje. I don't know how you call it in a different language. And I have here 2 little chickens. Of course, these are baby chickens. I don't know how you call it in English, but we are called it kuiken. So it's a much different word probably. And I place 1 over here, and I place 1 on this side. Of course, I was doing a design. I will do hanging over here, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to place it on the back side, and I'm going to write spring. I think I'm going to write spring on it, but it's not really, this is just even a fast forward piece. So I'm going to place this on the back side over here, and I'm going to place this one over here. And now I'm going to fill in with some, a little black egg over here. And now it looks very strange because it doesn't come to life. And I always say with greenery, everything comes to life. So I'm going to get a couple of this kind of greenery, this kind, and I always buy it as a garland, so I can really make little bundles out of it with some boxwood, and with this one and a piece of yellow. I have to look for where I have a little piece of yellow which is coming off over here, and I'm going to place it on the side over here like this. And I have to work a little bit with it to get it inside of my little tray. Of course, I'm going to squeeze some greenery over here. You just fill it in everywhere you think it needs to be. I'm doing some little boxwood under here. I'm doing a little piece of this one also over here, and again some boxwood pieces over here. And again, I'm going to fill in on the back side because you also need some filling on the back. So, and this is a little bit what I'm going to do. Of course, in a moment you see the quick impression, and then you see how we really...
To show you the new type of the Jenga blocks. These are from a web shop and they cost €3. They're a little bit smaller than the previous ones, and they have also 6 pieces less inside of the package. But I hope, because the size is smaller, that we can also make some other things with it, because the other ones were pretty big. And yeah, building fine objects, fine figures was a little bit harder. At least I found it harder. So hopefully, yeah, these are good. Now let's open it up. It's the first time that I'm using this package. Oh, it's pretty much the same as Action. Just sealed in plastic, but luckily no brick that contains the letters. So that means we can use all the bricks, and these are also packed in quite stiff plastic. I'm going to grab a scissors. Oh, there it is. Let me tear it open here. So there they go. Now, I always like to use this as a garbage bin. Just can throw everything in there while DIYing. These are the small ones. As you can see, they're so much smaller than the ones that we used before. And I think hey, there's a wire here. I think I'm going to build some sort of crate. Or maybe, therefore, I should use bigger ones. I believe I still have 1 pack with bigger ones. I think I'm going to do that, because otherwise that will cost me a lot of blocks, because I want to have a large crate. 1 second, I'm going to grab the other one. Here is the last package from the Action. And as you can see, this one has bigger stones. Let me compare it. I'll try to keep them. Yeah, maybe I should keep them into the package, because otherwise the 2 sizes I'm going to get entangled. Look, Action block, Internet block. Yeah, so I think these are better for building a crate. Now, I just need some more. Let me see, how can we build a crate? I think we start off with the bottom part. So, I think this is the right size that I want to have. This long. 4 in length. Now, how much do I want them to be up? I think 2. Or should this be better? I don't know yet. This will be the side. I'm going to arrange everything a little bit. Is this too much space here in between? I think this will be the bottom. I think we need 1 more line. That will be here in the exact center. Something like this. And then 3 for this side. I think I'm going to glue that first. I'll be using the wood glue that we have from the Action, and I like to first pour glue upon the edges here. You can let that sit in for a couple of minutes and then push everything together. That's how I like to glue, but you can do it your way, of course. Yeah, don't know what kind of wood glue you're using, but for me that works fine. Blocks are dry. Now I'm going to make the frame. Therefore, I'm going to need glue as well. I think I first do the outer corners. Let's see if everything will fit in between. Sometimes I had that before, that it somehow didn't fit, and then I should have started building from top to down instead of the corners and then working inwards. Okay, I think this will be Okay. Well, then I think this is the simplest solution. Turn this over, add glue on the points where the wood will touch. Everything. And carefully hold this on this side, put it into the right place. Oh, well, that works okay. Do the same thing on this side then. You can lay it beside your wood so then you know where to glue. Here, here, and in the center also a little bit. And then carefully put it into the right place again, holding this here. Now you can push a little bit, put a little bit of tension up on the wood. I think that is nice. Okay, then I'm going to think of how we can build the crate. I already did these 4 angles as well. Will this be an idea? And then somehow put, or maybe should it do it like this? Because then you can align them here with these blocks. I think that's a good idea. If you're going to align it anyway. Yeah, so I think I need a little bit more. Or we only do this. That can also be a solution. Ready for the next step with the crate. I now have the complete back panel here. And I also have glued these, and these. These are laying here. But first we need to put some blocks here. And I think therefore I'm going to do it like, yeah, this I think. Yeah, now it sticks out a little bit, but I don't mind. Otherwise, we've got to do this. Yeah, well, that's also possible. But I think it looks weird that we start, like this. And then we go like this. That feels weird to me. So I think we're going to do it this way here. Just like so. Oh, and oops. Also here, of course. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused. Oh well. Like that. And then to here. And I think then we're there. And then we can glue on top again. So carefully, I'm going to put everything down. And then glue it back. Hopefully that will stand. You might want to use, if you're gluing it down like this, blocks to keep it in place. So just place them there so that it will hold the whole thing in its place. I see that not everything is straight, so I suggest while the bottom glue is still wet, try to put your top block on it as well. And see where you need to realign a little bit. So you can measure how you need to put it down. Look, this one is completely not straight. This one either. Okay, I think we're good to go now. Oh gosh. Let's check it one more time. Yeah, this one here isn't stable. Hopefully they are now. I think so. Almost then. Oh, this is pretty hard. I don't know what happened. Maybe one block is longer than the other one. This one is going back as well. I think I'll leave the blocks here on top. Just lay them down. Don't touch anything again until the glue is dry. And hopefully then you will have also the straight blocks standing up, because I find this pretty annoying. Okay, hopefully that will work. We'll see. We'll let it dry, and when we're done, we'll see how it turned out. Okay, I was still peeling a little bit, and I thought, why not instantly just glue these ones on top? So that's what I did. And I also scraped the glue away, because, oh, there it comes again. There comes some glue here and there peeping through. What I did, I just teared off this piece of the box here. And now you have a straight part where you can simply just start scraping and everything will be up on the paper. And that's exactly what we want. Now you can just wipe it off on the inside of the box and start wiping other pieces. So I think that works out cool. Next thing is gluing this here on top. So I'm going to grab my wood glue and I'm going to pour a tiny little bit here upon the edges here and there of the wood, and then carefully lay them on top. So just like this. Just move a little bit up and down with that glue. So everything will be stamped in place. Like that. Don't forget to close the cap, otherwise everything will dry out. And then I'm going to stand up because I can't see on the top what I'm doing. Do not press super hard upon the whole construction, let gravity do its job. There was some glue on a place where it shouldn't be. But therefore we're going to turn a new piece of paper and just carefully scrape it off. Now it's still fresh. It's easy to do so. Well, I think that's it. Now we need to wait until it's dry. Okay, the crate is almost there. We only need something to fill up the bottom, and therefore I'd like to use a piece of cardboard. This is the bottom of a milk carton. I'd like to leave the top open so you can see a little bit better what's inside. And I'm going to put the crate upon it. Now let me see. I have also a marker here. And the width is almost okay. Only need to stay while we cut inside of these lines. The width is okay. Oh yeah, in the back section. There we are. Therefore, I'd like to use a knife. This one, because you can get the cleanest cut with the knife. And we gotta stay inside of those lines. So I think I'll try to follow the colored line up on the cardboard for this. That will almost work out. I think here and there it needs some corrections. And I'm just going to continue. Oh, here it needs to be redone. Until I saw or cut out the perfect shape for this. And then we're going to turn it upside down. Now we're okay with it. There we are. Now, the rest is pretty easy. Just make a cut there, and also here, now here. Almost. Ah, well, you know the drill. Let's skip this. You will see the next step. Bottom part fits now. Let me turn this thing upside down. And there we are. The glue gun is back. Well, not the glue gun, the wood glue. First, I wanted to use the glue gun, but I think the wood glue is better because there might be some heavy stuff underneath here. What's the right side? Here. Just put a line of glue on every corner. There, and up to here. And the last bit here, too. Okay, that's it. Now, take off the box. Let me stand up. Now turn this thing over and put the glue side down. And that should be working. Can always move around a little bit. Are we there? Yes, I think we are. Okay, cool. Let me show it to you. This is the bottom side, and I think I leave this space open so you can see better what's inside. I'm going to let this dry. I think it will take a little bit longer because it's the soft material, the cardboard. So I think the wood glue will be soaked up into the cardboard and then it will connect to the hardwood of the blocks. In the meantime, yeah, I think we just wait because I can't paint either. Because then everything gets moist again. So I want to wait until the glue is really dry. So I'll let this dry for at least a couple of hours. Okay, here you see how the bottom looks upon this thing. Now I'm going to paint it black, and therefore we have this blackboard paint from Action. It's really thick stuff and you only need one layer, and I really like to use it. So let's grab ourselves a brush. I use the lid as a resting place for the brush. And I think I'm first going to draw here the flat surfaces. Then I will do the inside here and also the bottom. And as the last piece I will do the whole outside layers of the crate. Okay, almost there. That took me quite a while to paint everything, but we managed to do it. Just a little bit of paint, and then only this last piece here needs to be done. We'll let everything dry for at least I think 30 minutes or maybe maximum 30 minutes depending on the condition and the temperature of your room, and then we can start building. I want to make a village inside here. Let me see there. Oops, it goes. Okay, I want to make a village here inside of the box, and therefore really cute houses. Let's put this aside so it can dry. I have really cute houses from Action here. This thing costed I think about €1 or something, and you only got 4 houses, but they're completely blank. So this is just a print here of the package. Let me show it to you. These were new. I haven't seen these before, so I bought myself a couple of them. I believe 8 packages or something. Look, isn't this super cute to craft with? Normally I would try to make these out of blocks, but these are so detailed. I wouldn't manage to do that with my woodworking skills. So I'm really glad they had them for just €2, and I think they're going to be romantic houses for some kind of romantic village. First let this dry, and then we can focus on these. Okay, the crate is drying there, and I now want to give the houses a transformation. I opened 2 packages, and I also have 8 of these blocks here. Now let me sort them. Which one do we have? These, this kind of house, and these. I also have 4 colors. I have dark red here. I have brilliant red here. I have pink over here, is really sheer pink. And I also have beeswax, this stuff here. Now what I want to do, and I also need black by the way, so I have the chalkboard paint black here. Those are for the blocks, because I want to raise them a little bit. And therefore, yeah, you can paint them in the color of the house, or you can just leave it the color as the whole crate is, like some sort of camouflage. Now, let me see, what do I want? Which house to be which color? That is hard, I don't know. I think I want the smallest one to be beeswaxed, like that. Ah, well, we just start away. And this dark red, pink, and bright red, maybe that's an idea. So do it like this, and then that here and here. Okay, painting time. I have cups for the pink and the brilliant red colors, and I have small brushes and the beeswax, and this one comes in a jar already, so I'm not going to change anything about that. I'm only going to paint the front side, so I think I'll leave this wood look visible. If I don't like it, I can always paint it black, but I think I want to have it a sheer color because I want it to pop against the black color of the rest of the box. Now, let me just open up the paint, and then I think we're just going to get our way started with this. So I only want to paint this side here, and I think that's going to work out fine. As long as you brush away, not like that, because then it will be paint up here, when you brush away from the edge. And that's pretty hard for this kind of angle, but I think it works out. Here we can do it this way, carefully, this way here. Oh, it popped a little bit inside, just a tiny little bit, that's okay with me. Just don't press hard, take your time, and then I'm sure you'll be able to create something beautiful. This is also great to decorate these with your children or grandchildren, for example. Maybe it's a nice Valentine's gift for your mother, your husband, your dad, your granddad, whatever you want to give it to. And then you have a really nice creative village that you made with your kids or grandkids. Okay. Let's finish off the biggest plaques of paint, and then I'm going to let that dry. And don't forget to paint the blocks from these as well. This is the result. I think it looks super cool. Yeah, it still needs to dry, of course, but I like it. Almost there. I only need an extra special brush for my smallest house that I wanted to do with beeswax. I think I'm going to grab both. I have a small one and an extra small one, and I keep them in a sealed bag because those hairs of the brushes get hard if you don't use them for a while. Yeah, let them lay down here. Jenny and I buy this beeswax from a drugstore. And I always use the same brush over and over because that works perfect. You can stamp them off here. Oops, that wasn't going to happen. If you have too much beeswax upon your brush. Now I think I start off with the smallest one to get here in between the windows. So just dab your brush into new beeswax. You always have too much, so dab it off. And then you can carefully dab. I think dabbing works the best for this product. Dab here in between the windows. And around the windows, of course, too. Because that is a tiny space that you gotta paint or stain. And then you can finish it off with the bigger one. Like that. And then this is what you get. That's the difference. So, almost forgot that step. It's pretty easy, but really ventilate your room well because this stuff is pretty smelly. However, it's a nature's product, so nothing weird is added, but it just has a strong smell. Okay, that was the small part. Now we move over to the big part. Just like this. Don't have to press hard, just lightly is enough to get this effect. Here you can see the difference between the stained and the non-stained part. Okay, I'm going to do the last one as well. And I think I have to do the pink one layer again. And this one maybe 2. This one is okay. Okay, all the houses have been painted multiple times except for this one and this one. And now I'm going to paint these blocks. These are the small blocks. Now I'm going to add the small blocks. I'm going to paint them black, as I just said. And let me see how, before we start painting, how we're going to put them underneath our houses. Will it be like this? Yeah, I think that's nice. Or shall we do it like this? It's a little bit too low. I think I'm going to do it like this. So then, I'm just painting everything except this side. Where shall we start first? I think here. Because I can then lay it down and paint the last section. Here too. Well, the back part you're not going to see that. But if you want to, you can paint it. Now, first from this side I paint, and now slightly brush from that side. And then you have them painted at once. Like so. Repeat these steps with the other ones and leave everything to dry. Okay, well, everything is dry and I think we're ready to start gluing away. I think I'm just, going to glue the houses instead of the blocks. Because when I glue the houses, then I'm sure that the glue is in the right place. And when I glue the blocks, I'm afraid that I glue too wide so that you will see the glue once everything is attached together. Now, just do a small piece of glue, and then the blank space is going down. And then you push it in the center of the block. Like so. It's starting to slip down. So I think you can best do it like that. This one too. So the gravity will help put everything into the right place. Get this down. Glue. And so on. Not that hard. Oops. Different angle. Like that. Almost there, and then it needs to dry. I think an hour is enough. You can always do more if you want to. With the cardboard, I use a little bit of a longer time to be sure that everything is dry. And that's it, actually. like so. Hey there again, it's the next day. The whole crate has been painted here, as you can see, and the houses are done too, complete with the blocks underneath. And I heated up my, I thought I heated up the glue gun. I think it went to standby. The houses are ready and I want to build my village now. And I think I'm going to do something like this. Put the largest houses, the tallest ones, in the back. And we do one like this. Yeah, okay, they won't stand, of course, now. One like that. And then the other red one will go around here. The pink one will be in this corner, and the two wooden ones will go there. Now, it's very simple. You just have an extra glue stick ready. You just get your glue gun. Then you put glue on this line here. That's why I didn't paint it. And then you place it into your crate. That thing started dripping suddenly. And then you can build your village. Do it whatever you like. And I recommend to place the brightest colors in the back, because then you get more depth, and darkest ones in the front. Hard to film it. Hope you could see it, but this is how the village turned out. You can also have a little bit of view when you see upwards, but also in the front. And yeah, time for the finishing touch. I really like how the colors come together, by the way. I think I want to use these Scrabble letters to decorate the front. Something written upon down here or up there. Let's see what's more beautiful. Home is where the heart is. So you get a little bit of the Valentine's spirit. And also the colors are Valentine's, but they're also pretty suitable for everyday decor. Home is where the heart is was a little bit too long, so I got up with this. You are my home. I think that's more suitable for the length of the words, and I also like personally the sentence better than home is where the heart is, because you hear that, at least here in the Netherlands, more often than this saying. So I'm going to grab my glue gun again, and I'm going to glue them upon the crate. I think it's smarter to first glue all the letters together that are one word, and then you can just glue the complete word at once and straight upon your box. So I'm just doing this. Make sure they're outlined, and then I'm going to continue with the next word. Oops. Or no, there is some glue popping up. Don't worry, let it cool down a slightly little bit, and then you can just scrape it away with your nail. Just like so. And now you won't see it anymore. They are getting glued, yeah, to the crafting mat, so carefully get them off. Okay, I decided I wanted to have them here, so I have my glue gun again. Add some glue, and then we're going to place this thing in the right position. Do the same thing with the other words as well, and then after that we'll do the last finishing touch, but you will see what that is. And that's the last one. Carefully put this thing back up, and this is it. Now, it doesn't really come to life, and therefore I have some greenery stuff. Here, they came in a large branch, and I cut out several pieces. Here's the branch. And I cut off several pieces that I want to have inside of my village. I think I'm going to cut these back parts off here, this part here, and then you just can lay them down like that. So it really, yeah, it looks more beautiful to me.
already on the table are the pieces what I need. Of course, what would we do without our tumbler tile blocks? And like you know already, these are the smaller blocks. I have here my little container with my cutters, my scissors, my brushes, my pencils, everything I need. I always have in a simple plastic container you can buy anywhere. Of course, do some paint at your choice. I use most of the time, at least the last period, I use a couple of the, maybe the creamy color. But of course, you can go in the glam style. You can spray paint it. You can do anything you like. Of course, I use wood glue. You also can use your glue gun. But of course, like I always tell you, just be careful that it doesn't fall apart. I have here some little wooden sticks. And of course, you see, I don't know how you call this kind of sticks. It's just you can use some as, yeah, for marshmallows doing on. But I don't know how you call it in English. We call it saté prikker. So in the Netherlands, we call it saté prikker. So, but I don't know how you call it. Of course, our saucer with is our old piece of kitchen towel and which is wet to wipe away the glue we don't need. These are the main things what we need. What we're going to do, we are going to make a decorative envelope. So, of course, we will see how this will turn out, but I want to try to make it for all seasons, so you can use it almost all year round. So this is what we need. First, we're going to start with the back side of our envelope because it needs to dry, and the front side. Later we make a stand, and of course the sides. We are going to get 11 blocks, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So very easy. Just do on the longest side, you do some glue over here and just place your blocks immediately against each other so the glue doesn't run out too much. And this way and this way, and number 9 and number 10 and number 11 is the closure up. Press it together, squeeze it and make a straight line like this. And of course, like I always tell you, if you are used to using a metal hook to place your blocks against to make a straight line, it's also fine. But I am so used to doing it this way, so don't mind me. I'm just an old lady with a little stubborn and do it this way, so don't mind that. So we wipe away the glue and we're going to go for another row of 11. So we have already 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And of course we are repeating the same like this. And what I always like about an envelope, you can use it for all season. It's so nice to have in your home. You can decorate it with anything. So most of the time I have them in different colors. That's why I always love it, but I always try to make it a little bit different every time. So I'm going to squeeze it, press it together like this, and we're going to place it over here. And when it is a little bit more steady, you still can readjust it if you think it needs a little bit push over here. And then go over with your piece of kitchen towel and wipe away the glue you don't need. Of course, I have now 2 rows of 11 and I'm going to make 5. So you need already for the back side 55 blocks. Have our 5 pieces of 11. So what we're going to do, we place it on the side and we don't wait too long. I only waited a couple of minutes, so be careful, he still can fall apart, but it doesn't matter because you still can easily glue everything together. And again, do some glue on 4 pieces. You don't have to do it on all of them. So, and of course on the side. And we're going to place this one against here Very easy. Make a nice straight line. We're going to place this one over here. And again, squeeze it. We do this one over here. And again, the last one. And then we have one big piece of 55 blocks. Very easy. We wipe away the glue. We don't need, because we need a nice clean surface. And we're going to wipe away. We are going to let this dry in because we need to saw it out on the top. So we are going to let this dry at least for a couple of hours, or else if you get your jigsaw or handsaw, everything will fall apart. So that's why we do this first, and we're going to let it dry in. So again, squeeze it, that everything is connecting real tightly together. And you see already I took another placemat, and I'm going to get again 11 pieces, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10 and 11, because we're going to make the front. And the front side is also very easy. And again, we're going to glue them together the same like we did with the back side. And over here. And of course, if you are making this DIY, maybe you like to show me what you made, because I always love to see how you are decorated yours and how you colored yours. And I am really loving to see what you made of it, because I also can learn maybe from techniques you use, because I always curious what everyone is doing and what coloring they use and everything else. So I'm really loving that. So, but if you like to show us and you don't mind, maybe you can email a couple of pictures to us, because Dyanne and I are always very curious what you make. And I think this is number 11. Yes, it is. So if you don't mind and you like to show it, maybe, like I said, you can mail it to us. A lot of friends already do, so we enjoy seeing different kind of DIYs, because we are also started this channel. I started decoeasy already a long time ago, first with some home tours from its season, and later I started also DIYing. I always love to do it, but yeah, never had the courage to do some DIYs. So first started decorating different kind of corners and maybe trays and that kind of thing. And later I also did some real DIYs. But of course, like I always tell you, I'm just an amateur, just like everyone else. So I always choose the colors, but you can always change up everything, because I always tell you to use your own imagination. And last year in June I started my All About Christmas channel, like this channel, and it's all about Christmas and more. So it is not only Christmas, but it is a lot of Christmas, but always that you can change it up for any season. So if you are here and you're thinking, oh, I don't want a Christmas channel, here is not always Christmas. It's a lot of Christmas, but in the month January until June, it's also all seasons, at least all, of course, also with the fall season. It's not always Christmas. I have to tell you, that's not always Christmas. I keep telling you in my head, I mean that I do use all year round also Christmas, but I also use at different seasons. Oh, English is not always the greatest. But you know, everyone, I do my best. So I'm going to give this a couple of minutes, and then we're going to glue them together. So of course the three pieces are dried in a little bit, so I'm going to place them on the side, do a little line over here, the same like we did with the other one, and again place this one on the side and do some glue over here. Also on each block a little bit of glue, place it down, place them together, and of course this one, and make sure that you get a nice straight line as much as you can, because not the blocks are not always the same size, like you know. So we're going to press it together like this and move around on your placemat, because you don't want that it's totally sticking on top of the placemat. And we're also going to let this one dry, and we're going to do the sides and the bottom. So, and we are going to take now for the sides, we're going to go for the bottom, and the bottom will be, you won't be surprised because it's also 11 blocks. We have something with 11 today. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11. I have to do 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, we are going correctly. We are going to do the same for the bottom. But we do one row because we don't want to have it too big. But if you want to have a big envelope, maybe you can double it up. But I'm not going to go for that kind of envelope, that kind of big envelope. And trouwens, here in the Netherlands we say not, and you call it envelope, if I'm correctly, and we call it envelope. It's almost the same. You also write it the same, but the sound is only a little different than what we use. So this is already one. Now we're going to get 8 blocks. So we have a different number, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and we're going to glue them together. Very easy. And of course later we probably have to work a little bit with it, but we're doing our best. I always try to show you that you don't need to saw too much with your hand saw or jigsaw, but I always try to do it as less as I can. Sometimes we need to make kind of a shape inside, so we don't really manage it without sawing totally, but I try to do as less as we can. 5, 6, 7, 8. And for everyone who wants to know, I use my jigsaw from the Lidl. A lot of you already know, but he is so easy to use with, especially when you have not too much strength in your hands, like me. So I'm going to always use my jigsaw from the Lidl, and he's very inexpensive. So he's a great price. I think he's around the 40 euros. He's from the brand Parkside. That's the Lidl brand. And the Lidl is probably in almost every country, so everyone can buy it. Especially because the price is the greatest. Like this, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. So now we have all our pieces of our envelopes, the back side, the front side, and the sides and the bottom. What we're going to do, we are going to make 2 pieces because I want to give it a stand so he can stand on his own. So I'm going to do some glue on the longer side. I place this against each other. I'm doing again a block with some glue. I'm going to place it against this one, and we're going to make a square. On this one we do it on this side, and we do it on the inside, a little small line over here. And if everything is correctly, you can easily place it inside here, squeeze it together, and you have your own cute little square. This is already one. So again, on the longer side, some glue, you place it against each other this way, over here. You do some glue on this line, on the longer line, place it again over here. And we could do on this one the longer line and a line on the inside, on the outside. So like this, and on this side. We're going to get it, and we're going to place it inside, squeeze it, and make the shape of a nice little square. And again like this. Now we already have our 2 pieces, and we're going to wipe away the glue on the outside we don't need. So like this. And on this side we do over here the same. Make sure that your shape is still in a square. And over here. And we're going to let this to dry. Then we're going to do the bottom of the stand. For the bottom of the stand, we're going to glue 4 blocks together in the longer line. This is 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4 is of course the closure up. squeeze it together in a straight line, and we're going to get another piece of 4, and we're doing again some glue over here, and number 3, and again squeeze it together and make sure that everything sticks in straight line again, number 3. And this, of course I do this stand, but you don't have to do it. If you think this is too much blocks, I think you need 2, I think I would go for safe, take 3 packets of blocks. So I think you pay, a lot of people pay $1.25, so that's a nice price, because I pay $2.99 for 54 blocks. So you have for $1.25 is a great price. And again squeeze them together like this, and now we're going to get our wet towel, wipe away the glue, and again look for that you have it still in a straight line, because you still can redo it like this, and give it a couple of minutes rest. You see, I have my 4 pieces, and I always let it dry on the side, but we're going to do some glue on this side. We do it on this side, and we're going to place them together, and we do it on this side. And the number 4 is the closure up, and we're going to look for which is fitting the best. And we're going to let it dry a couple of minutes. See, I gave it a couple of minutes. What we're going to do, we're going to get our little squares. And you see already the structure for the 4 blocks, how they are glued. I'm going to glue one of them, not in this 2, but in this one and in the middle over here. So very at the ending, around the line between the one and the second one, and I place it over here. So I'm going to do some glue, and I'm going to do it a little bit more in the middle, and we're going to place it also over here. This is one, and we're going to do this one also a little in the middle, and we're going to place it over here also like this, and give it a little bit of pressure from the top and over here, and look for that you have it in the same line as the other one. So you see, this is how it's looking like. This is our stand, and we give it at least a couple of hours drying, because he has to hold the complete envelope on top. So if you look carefully, you see already that there is a glue sticking out. Get a very small brush and your wet towel and go a line around the lines, and make sure that you get away the glue you don't need. So it's very easy to do, and then you get a nice DIY, because you don't want that it is messed up with a lot of glue. So again, and now we're going to let this dry. Our pieces are dried up. If everything is correctly, you have a stand like this. This is already for later. If you correctly, you have one bigger block, at least a panel, and of course one with 3. With 5, with 3, you have one piece of 11, and you have 2 pieces of 8. And we will see how we will work it, because if you are, this one will be in front of this one. Of course, we are going to measure out the cut we do want to have here over here, and here we cut over here. But of course, if we place this in between, it's a little bit lower than this side. So I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do, because or else you have to do it very difficult, and you have to get just a tool that you can also cut sideways. But we are going to try to keep it as simple as we can, so you don't have to do strange things to make it work. So what we're going to do, we're going to take these 2 pieces. We are going to get our pencil and of course our ruler. And what I'm going to do for the one with the 3 rows, we are going to cut inside. So we are going to go from this side to the middle of here to this side. But what we're going to do, because we need the sides, and the side is 1/2 block like this, so we can make sure that we only start over here, and then you get a little mark over here. You do on the other side the same. Make sure that you have it in a straight line like this, and then you could place a little mark, and over here, from here to here until the middle, you make a line. So I show you now. You see I have the width of the half of a block I have over here, so I'm going to start cut over here, and now I'm going to did the middle a little dot over here, and I'm going to go with my ruler until here and until here. I will show it to you. That's a little bit better that I explain it to you. So we go from this side to this side, because we need to work away our different incisors from the sides. But in a moment I show you closer what I mean, and it's better to see than I explain it in my English for beginners. So it's always better than I show it to you if you have a little moment. So if everything is correctly, you have the same marks like I have. So you do a little piece, and this half piece is exactly fitting over here inside until on top of here. So you're going to cut away this piece. You cut here, you cut down, you cut sideways, and you cut here. So he will be a little bit short, and then he's fitting exactly on your sides. And we're going to do for the top, we're going to do the same. You place it down, you get your bottom, you place your bottom over here, very easy. You place your side, the one block of 8 you place over here, and again you're going to place your little marks over here, very easy, until here, and you do on this side the same, and I did already one over here. So it's very easy, but with this one you can easily go from this side to this side, and I'll show you that also in a moment a little better. So what I did, I have here my mark, like is we measured out over here, and we have our mark on the side. We have the mark in the middle because it's 11 blocks. You have to go 5.5 blocks, and you have the middle, and we go now from this one exactly from the side to this one. So I have to, and of course I show it to you in a moment a little bit closer again. Very easy, don't worry. And this way, and we're going to go for this one over here from this side until this side, and I have to look for that I have it on the right spot, and over here from here to here. You see already, this is really one for beginners. So, and you see now you get this kind of point. Don't look at this messed up a little bit, because we're going to cut it off. So with this, you're not starting over here. You just immediately start on this side. So one line this way and one line this way. In this one, you do a little cut over here extra, because this is the front side. You do a little bit straight and then goes sideways. So we are going to cut it out. So if everything is correctly, you have kind of a house, and you have this one, and I show it to you a little bit closer. You see, I have a flat piece, and then I go down, a little flat piece over here, and then I'm going down. So this is what you need, and if everything is correctly, everything fits together. So we are going to get our bottom, the piece of 11 blocks. We are going to do some glue on the underside over here, and we're going to place this on top of here. We're going to give it a little bit of pressure, so we are sure that everything sticks together, and make sure that we have it in a straight line like this. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes to dry in, not long, only a couple of minutes. So we are going to place it sideways this way, and we're going to get one of our 8 blocks, and we will glue it over here. What we do some glue on this side and on the underside. Oh, I'm already sticking to all the blocks, and I'm going to place it over here, and make sure that we get it fitting on top of here, and give it a little bit of pressure. not too much. And we do here the same on this side. Again, we're going to do some glue on the underside. And we do enough because we don't want that our envelope is falling down. Again, place it over here and give it a little bit of pressure again. And we're going to give also a couple of minutes to dry in. So, and if you gave it a couple of minutes, you go very carefully, you go over here with your glue and on top of here and over here. And now we're going to place, of course, when you are sure that you have everything in the way you want to have it, that everything has a nice smoothing. Of course, sometimes it goes off a little bit, but that doesn't matter. We're going to place this on top of here very carefully, and we're going to give it a little bit of pressure, not too much, and we're going to flatten out the bottom because that's really important. And then we're going to turn it over and we're going to look for the tops if everything is also fitting over here and over here, because now you still can readjust it. So work a little bit with it and then let it dry. So of course I let it dry for now for a half hour, and I'm going to paint it in the creamy color. I use this chalk paint, but of course, like I always say, if you like a black, red, brown, it doesn't matter. I do it the neutral tone, but you can go all the way. I'm going to do the stand and of course the envelope separately, and then I'm going to glue them both together, and I both do them also in the creamy color because I like the neutral tone. And then we're going to glue both of the parts together. That's easier painting than if we do it differently, but you can also paint it glue it first and then paint it later, but I'm going to do it this way. So I'm going to paint this, and of course you see in a moment when he's totally painted. So you see here on the side, my envelope on his stand is drying. Of course he's not glued, don't worry. I'm going to take a little canvas, and of course you see, I think you can buy them anywhere. You also can use a simple piece of cardboard. This one, it was only 68 cents for this kind of little canvases. I'm going to go to my computer and I'm going to make a print out of it, and I'm going to use it this way, but you can do maybe 2 of them. You can do a tag on top of here in any color, and of course I'm not going to glue it. I'm just going to do some sticky gum on this side so I can change it up for any season. Now I'm going to do for post, but like I said, you can do it for the Easter. Maybe you can do some happy Easter on top of here. You can make it any way you like. So I'm going to my computer and I'm going to print it out. This is what I made. I just varied it, simple post here. And of course, I just did a little stamp on top of here. I'm going to cut it out. I always do 2 sizes, so I'm sure that everything will fit in on top of here. But I'm going to cut it out, Mod Podge it on top of here. So I have my little tag over here, and I'm going to move away the plastic of my little canvas. On this side, I'm going to get my Mod Podge, and I use a very simple brand, but if you can also use some school glue. So I'm going to Mod Podge the front of my little canvas like this, and so you can easily make your own little tags for on top of here. That's always so nice to make. If you want to use this tag, you can also find it in our free printable. So go ahead, we're going to place it on top, and I'm going to try not to make marks on the front of my stamp, because I don't like that it is double up. But if you like more like a shiny look, then it's okay to do a second layer over it, but I don't like that, so I'm going to keep it and let it dry. I have here my little tag, and of course my front of my envelope. I'm going to turn it over, and I would do some sticky gum, but it didn't work too much, so I'm going to do just a little piece over here of some tacky glue so I can easily get it out, or get it off. and I'm going to place it in the middle, just like this. And I'm going to let this dry in. You see also a little bit behind the scene because I was letting my top dry, but I had the second little picture, and I thought, what can I do with this? Because I found this one a little bit much too open and wide before I'm going to decorate it. So I just cut out the middle piece post here, and I'm going to Mod Podge it on top here on the point of my envelope. So very easy. I'm just going to do some Mod Podge over here, and I'm going to place it on the top of my little envelope. So very at the end as we can, like this. So I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure and make sure that we have it in a straight line. But you don't have to do it. It's just something which come up in my head. So, so I can even use the second picture. So I'm going to let this dry, and we're going to glue both of them together. I have all my tags on. I'm going to do some glue on a little bit on the inside of the feet of our stand. And like I said earlier, you don't have to do the stand. If you don't like it, it's also fine. You can just easily place it somewhere with some decor inside. So don't worry about it. I'm going to turn it over, get my little piece. Oh, you see already, he is falling totally inside of my, of my frame. So I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to turn it over, and I'm going to place it in the middle. I'm going to look for if I have it in the middle like this, and I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure, and I'm going to keep it in place for a couple of minutes. Here I show you a little bit what I have looked for in my stash. I just found some greenery, some yellow, a little bit of the blueberries, some piece of fern, 2 pieces of with some rabbit on top of it, of some bunny, just how you call it, some brown raffia, and of course some buxus. I have a lot of things, and I always have it in one big box because I collect them over the years. So what we're going to do, very easy and fast, we're going to make a little display for inside of our envelope. I showed you this way because everyone can make a nice display. It is so easy. I just have 2 pieces of fern, and they are already very old. They are from a plant from IKEA, so you can find them anywhere. Rip them apart, and you have many, many pieces of fern. I'm just going to place one on this side and this side. I just have a little piece of my banner, which is from boxes wood, and of course I cut off a piece, and I always use it as filling. So bend it over, just make a little bell like this, and squeeze it inside, and you already have such a nice filling. And just do a little piece over here. Now we're going to start with some yellow color, and you can choose any color you like. You don't have to do it the way I do. I'm just going to try to get it a little bit behind it, like this. And we're going to do one on the other side, on the back side. We try to squeeze it in, and the fern over here. And then we're going to do a little piece on the back side to give it also a little bit of the yellow color, and one on the front. Also over here, a little, try to squeeze it in, and now you already have a nice display, and you almost didn't do anything. It's so easy to make. What I'm going to do, I'm sorry for the noise, but I have to open it because, or else you don't see it. And you see, this is a little bit what I mean. You can buy it on, I buy this one on Aliexpress, but you can buy them anywhere. So just go ahead, find some, maybe Amazon or something else. I'm just going to rip a little bit apart, like this. And I'm just going to make a little, yeah, it's not really a nest, but I'm going to place it in the middle, like this. Now, of course, this one has to go down. I think he's a little bit too high, so a little bit down. Let some pieces come out everywhere, so it gives also a nice coloring. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get one of my bunnies, and this is from a banner. I glued a little pig on the back side, and I did a little bit of some boxes wood, the ending I did two-easy here because you always have a little round in it because it was a banner. So I'm going to squeeze it, this one in, and I get the other bunny, and I did the same with this one. And of course you see already I still have a little piece which is coming out from plastic, and I don't like it because it gives such a cheap feeling if you see still plastic. And just work your way inside and the bunny is sticking out. You can use some yellow little berries. I buy them in any color on Aliexpress and they are so cheap, and you throw them in a box and you have them for all year round. So don't make it yourself too hard. Of course I'm going to place one on this side and I'm going to do one on this side. Very easy, squeeze it in between and let it come out a little, and like this. And for me it's already almost done because I don't like it too full. So I have another little bit kind of a grass greenery, and I'm going to do some little pieces in between to fill up the space. And again, just do two pieces together like this and make a nice little bundle, and do it on this side the same over here. And I'm going to do on the front side again. Make a nice bundle, and it's always nice because it goes all around. It gives some structure to your piece and it comes a little bit more to life. And I'm going to work my way inside like this. Of course, so I'm going to let it go in, and of course you can do a piece of ribbon coming out. You can do anything you like, but how easy is it? You only have a couple of things and you can already make your own little display. You see in a moment how it really turned out, so I see you in a minute, at least a second. See already on the table are the things we need. We need, of course, our tumbler tile blocks, and I have the smaller blocks. Of course, we use some paint at your choice. Of course, I have here my little container with some colors, scissors, markers, brushes, everything I need for the most of my DIYs. Of course, I use my wood glue, but you can use, like I always say, the hot glue. But your DIY is not as sturdy as you think with at least with the wood glue. So be careful if you use the hot glue. Of course, I have here my saucer with my wet towel for wiping away our glue. What we're going to do, we are going to make something from Valentine. I know it is early, but I saw already so many things in the stores here, even here in the Netherlands already. So I'm really happy to make a first DIY for the Valentine. I hope you are also into it, and even when you're not, make it a little later. So we will see how this will turn out. So we are going to start with our bottom, and our bottom is 6 pieces. And of course I should have done already the lid off, but I didn't. So I'm going to do 5 blocks with glue, and of course number 6 will be the closure up. I always say, like this, 6 pieces, squeeze them together and make a straight line. And I always also say, if you have a metal hook which you like to place your blocks against, it's also fine too, but I always do it out of hand. Again, we're going to get 6 blocks again. We have here 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, I'm counting right. It's Monday, but sometimes the Mondays don't start as smooth as I hope always, but like this, number 5, and close you up and squeeze it, and make sure again that you have with your fingers a nice straight line again. We're going to go for number 3 of 6. We are almost there, don't worry. And this is already number 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5. And again, squeeze it, press it down, and make sure that you have it in a nice straight line. Of course, the last pieces of 6. And then we already have the start of the bottom, and a number 3, number 4, and a number 5. Again, place them together, squeeze it, and make sure that you wipe away the glue you don't need. Very easy. And again, if you have wiped it away, make sure that you have your blocks again in a nice straight line again, like this. And we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So all 4 of them are dried in a little bit. What we're going to do, be careful, place it on the side. And even when it falls apart, don't worry, because you only let it dry in a couple of minutes and you easily can place it together again. So don't worry about it. Squeeze them together this way. We're going to do this one also on the side. Do a little glue on each block. And this way, place it down and going to look for if everything is fitting together. And give it a little bit of pressure against each other side this way. You see already some blocks are a little bit crooked, but it doesn't matter. We're going to work with it. And we're going to give this also a couple of minutes. So I let them dry in a couple of minutes. Now what I'm going to do, I'm doing some glue on each block. Again, also like this. Over here, just make something, some pattern. It doesn't matter. What you can do, you can place this one the same on top, but I'm going to turn it over a little sideways, and I'm going to place this one on top, because if everything is correctly, you have the same measurements. So again, place it up, feel with your fingers that you have a straight line, because it is as best as you can, because you see already this block is also a little bit smaller, but when you paint it, you don't see it anymore. So we're going to give this also a couple of minutes rest. What we're going to do in the meantime, we're going to get 5 blocks and we're going to glue them also together, the same like we did with the 6 blocks. Only now we glue 4 and then squeeze them, make a straight line, and this is already number 1. And we're going to wipe away the glue, or else all our blocks will be under the glue, and that's not what you want, because it stains a little bit, the wood glue. And a number 3 and number 4 again. Squeeze them and make sure that you have them in the straight line again. And you see already they are not really totally fitting. I already see this is a bad package with some blocks. Again, number 3, and this is 2, 3, and number 4 again. And we're going to squeeze it and press it together. And the last of 5. Very easy. And we're going to give this one also a couple of minutes. Number 2, number 3, and number 4. So you have 4 pieces of 5 again. This one was 4 pieces of 6, and this is 4 pieces of 5. And again, wipe away the glue you don't need, and over here and this way. And again, make sure that you have a straight line. And we're going to give this some rest. So now we're going to place them on his side like this, and we're going to do some glue at the ending. A lot of you who are here already a long time know this way I'm going to make my squares. This is one. We do some glue on this side, and again place this against here. And the last will be the closure up. You do something on this side and on the inside. Over here. You should do it over here and something on the top. And you can easily place it in and you make it closed like this. And give it a little bit of pressure. And of course you have to work with it, that you have a nice square which is fitting very nicely like this, and give it then a couple of minutes rest. So we did let it dry in for a couple of minutes. We're going to turn it over very carefully. we're going to do some glue on the, a little bit kind of the inside, over here and over here, and we go this around and we go here around. Make sure that you all blocks have a little bit of glue, and we're going to very carefully lay it on the side again, and we're going to place it on top of this one. Of course, make sure that you have it in the middle as best as you can, and this, and I'm going to turn it to look for, and then we're going to give it some pressure from the top and this way, and we get a small brush. We have just a very small brush. It's an old one. I make it wet with my towel, and again like this, and we're going to go for the inside, because on the inside there is some glue, and you don't want to have lots of glue on the inside. Of course, if there's a little bit, it doesn't matter, but if there is too much, you just get it out with your brush, and this way, and wipe away the corners. And of course you do it on the outside the same if there are glue coming out, and of course I always go for certainty. I'm going to go around it, and now he is ready to dry. So we already have the start of our bottom. What we're going to do right now, we are going to make a kind of a tree. So we are going to get 8 blocks at least. I think go for 10, because you better have too much than too little. You get your block, you do 1, you get some pencil, and you get not totally the half, but a little bit less than the half. I think something like this. I can show it to you in a moment. So like this, just make a little mark, and then you're going to get your saw, and you go from the point to this point, so sideways. You make a little cut over here like this, and you do that with at least 10 blocks. They always have something laying around, so it's very easy. I'm going to go and make my mark so you can see what I mean, and you're going to cut off this line. So you have 10 pieces with a cutting over here, and I use my jigsaw, but of course you can use a hand saw, because these are little blocks and little small pieces you have to saw out. So, but you also can ask your husband or some friend. It doesn't matter, but I always recommend use your jigsaw, because you can do it very easy. I always tell, I buy my jigsaw with a needle, so it's very easy to work with, even for women, because we don't want to be independent of our husband. So we are going to cut off a little piece of this. And here you see already the pieces I just cut off like this. Very easy. And don't worry if you have it a little bit longer or maybe shorter. The most important is that you have just a block with a side piece, so you can glue a little bit the branches against the inside of the tree. So I did not make 10, I made 16. So I have already a little bit more to be sure. So if you want to be sure, also make 16, because I don't know how much I will use, but you will see that in a moment. What we're going to do, we're going to make the stand for the tree, at least the inside for the tree. We're going to glue 3 blocks together. Take 3 blocks, glue them together like this. Very easy, and I already made one. So 3 blocks like this, the same like here. You glue it together, lay it over here. Now we're going to make a square, and we're going to do it from loose blocks. So very easy. Do some glue on this side. We're going to place this one against it over here, and we're going to do this one on the side, and we're going to place this one on this side. And now we do the closure up is on this side and on the inside. A little glue. Very easy, and if everything is correctly, it fits nicely in each other this way. And just give it a little bit of pressure. Make sure that everything is in the shape you want it before you're letting it dry. And you see already you have to glue one on top of here, and then we're going to glue this one also on top of here. I am going to debating still if I need 4 or 5 high. I think at least I'm going to leave for 5 high. Then you have to make 5, but you see that in a moment. Yes, I figured it out because I always make my DIYs as I go. So I never know in front of it what I'm going to do. So someone asked me in a comment already a little while ago from how do I make my DIYs if I make them already in front, and then because I don't never speak, do a voice over, I always make it at the spot. So what you see is always, that's why I always say I make the mistakes and you can do it very easily. I have now 3 little squares because this is already glued together. We're going to have already 2 loose, but I'm going to go for 6 in total. So we have already 3, but I'm going to do 6 in total because I figured out, or else he is a little bit too low, and I don't want it that it is just a little kind of mini tree. So he has to look like a tree, but if you want to have it a little bit smaller, it's also fine. But you will see this is not really a big size yet. So I'm going to do some glue on the inside. And we're going to go very easy place this one together. So you see already how easy are making this kind of squares. And because I make them this way, because it's very sturdy when you are gluing the rest on top of each other. So you get this very sturdy tree. So I'm going to make, again, 2 extra, but I do it a little bit faster. So now we have our 6 pieces. You have them still loose from each other, but of course I have already one here. I'm going to lay one this way, and I'm going to lay the other one in the opposite direction. So here you have a smaller one, and you have here a smaller one. Then you have on this side a smaller one, and then you're going to turn it over, and you're going to do on this side a smaller one. And for this one, you do on the other side. And then you're going to glue your 6 together. I have 5, but you have 6. Do some glue on the inside, so it doesn't come off. And of course also over here. And you're going to place it against each other. You're going to do here the same. Do some glue on the inside. Place it. And of course also over here. And we're going to place this on top of each other. Very easy. And give it a little bit of pressure. And make a nice straight line like this. And let all 6 of them dry. So I placed my middle piece this way. Of course, I have now 5, but you will have 6. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get one of the pieces we just saw off, and we're going to make 4 of the same branches for the underside. For the first ring we will have, I will do 1 like this. Then I probably will do 1 glue together like this. And of course, this one will be under over here. This one will be a little bit sideways, and of course you can do it any way you like, which is you are liking the most. And I'm going to go 1 like this. So, and I will make 4 of them, but of course 2 of this one and 2 of, then they will be glued under here. This will be above, and this will be on top, and this will be under. So you have 2 of the same, but I'll show you that in a moment. So I made already 1 branch like this. It's very easy. You just have it sideways like this. So it's very easy to do. What I'm going to do, because I want to have 4 the same, I'm going to lay this on top as a kind of an example. I'm going to do 3 side blocks also over here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to double up the same like I did over here. Do them a little bit higher and a little bit of the line. Also over here. And also over here. Like this. And I'm going to look for, if I'm placing this on top of here, it will look the same. And it does. And of course this one over here. And this one over here. And of course it doesn't have to be exactly the same. So I'm going to do some glue on this side. And on this side. And we're going to place it on top of here. And we're going to give it a little bit of pressure. And we're going to do this also on this one. And then we know that the underside is almost the same. And this way, I have to place this one a little lower. And again, give it some pressure. And the glue which is coming out, you can easily remove with your pencil. Again, some glue on this side and on this side. And we're going to look for if I have it on the right spot. Of course, this way. And I'm going to give this one also a little bit of pressure. And I'm going to wait a couple of minutes and then we're going to do the next one. But the next one is very easy. You just do some glue on the underside, this way. And you're going to go very easy, double up the top. And this way. Give it some pressure. You do it with this one. A little glue on the inside. And going to place it over here. And we do the last one. And then we're going to give it a couple of minutes to rest. And then we're going to wipe away our glue. So you see already how easy was it just to double up 4 of the same piece. And if you do this, if you want to have the branches the same, then you do this way, just do 1, 1 and just place them in the same direction. You get the same branches. Of course, if you have some glue coming out, get your pencil or your brush and just wipe away the glue you don't need. Of course, maybe you don't even have glue which is coming out, is also fine too. So I'm going to give it a couple of minutes rest before we going to do glue it on top of here. Now I have my 4 branches, which I always like that the under 4 are always the same. So I'm going to get my middle piece. I'm going to glue some glue on the underside. And I'm going to, you have 6 of them and you're going to place it on your little 3 piece. Of course, I'm going to place it on top of here. But for you, it is the same. And give it a little bit of pressure. And make sure that you have a nice straight line. And give it some time to rest because it has to hold a couple of branches. So we must be sure that it is dried in very nicely. But this dries very fast. And then we get the hard part because we're going to try to get them glued together on here. And of course it's sideways, so it's always with your weight if it doesn't fall off. But we will see. So I give this one some time. What I'm going to do, I'm going to glue the first branch in between the first one and the second one because he has to fit inside. So don't do it too low because or else you don't get it in the container or little underpiece anymore. So what we're going to do, we're going to take this one, we do some glue on this line, very carefully over here. And this will be taking a little bit of your time because every branch you can't lay it down or something else because it doesn't work because everything is crooked. So we're going to place it halfway. So you take the half of this side block and you place it halfway on top and in the middle of your piece and give it a little bit of pressure. And of course, wait a couple of minutes. Of course, you have to wait with me because I can't come with my camera now. Right now. Don't worry, I will cut it off. Don't worry. So I will take this in place for a little moment until it is at least dried in a little. But be sure it is in the half and of course in the half of your block. So the 4 pieces are on top of our tree, but I have to tell you, this was really, really difficult to get them on. I almost would grab to my hot glue and just glue them on, but I want to be sure that my tree was steady. So I took my time for the 4 pieces. What we're going to do for the next one, we're going to get a side one again, and I'm going to place it normally this way. I already made an example like this. So we are going to do one on this one. We're going to get 2 loose blocks. We are going to do 1 on top of here, a little bit sideways, a little bit down. He really is hanging down, and this one will be halfway on top, really on this one. But first what we're going to do, we're going to let this hang down the same like we did with the other one. So I show you, do a little bit of glue and I'm going to make sure that he is hanging down and this way. and I give it a little bit of pressure, and I use this as an example. So I'm going to place it this way, and be sure that you have still the measurement of the one on top of here. So this way, I'm going to wipe away the glue I don't need. Of course, I have to get it a little bit higher, and you can change them up any way you like, because the branches are really a free option. Everything is a free option, of course. You can do anything you like, but if you want to make the same tree, the branches are always an option for you. So you don't have to. You see, now when we lay them together, they have the same measurement. And now we're going to do this block, and we're going to turn it over, do a little bit of glue on here, and we're going to place this one exactly on top of this one. So you have the sides equally, and just very close next to each other, and squeeze it until you have a straight line, and wipe away the glue again. I show you in a moment a little bit closer, so don't worry. I will let this dry in, and this is what I mean. I have it here is the side piece, and you just glue this together. It is very easy, but if you are a little bit offline or another line, it doesn't matter, because this one down, one under it, but in the same direction equally like this one. So you see, this one is the same. And I'm going to make two other pieces. This one will be over here. I would almost say I have the second row on it. I would always say all as well, but don't be surprised if one of the pieces is falling off. What we're going to do, we go for the third row, and we're going to get one block, and of course you will have it normally hanging down like this, and I'm going to place it down this way, and I'm going to do this one only a little up. So very easy. We're just going to do this one up. So just do some glue on the top and glue this one this way, and just squeeze it and make sure that it's this way. And now we're going to make 4 of the same pieces like this. Very easy. This is the tree, and you place it over here, and then you have it a little direction to the 2 o'clock. That's that's maybe the better to say. So, and I'm going to do the rest. So we have our 4 pieces with only 2 blocks on it. We do some glue, very easy, and we're going to place this one a little bit higher. I think it between the topper and the second one from above. So very easy, and we did this one on the outside, so we do this on the inside over here. So very easy. Glue it over this way, and I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure, and I have to look if I don't find it too high. Of course, I'm looking a little, I think he's a little bit too high, so I'm going to go in between the second one. So be sure that you do a little bit of glue. It's just what you prefer, where you want to have your, maybe you want to have 4 in between. Maybe I have now number 3, but maybe you want to have 4. So choose your own number of branches you want to have, because we need also a little bit of opening, because we want to hang something inside on the branches. So make sure what you want to have. So I'm going to go a little bit from off the line of the second one, from the top. So I'm going to hang all of them. So now I have 3 rows, one with 4 blocks. At least I count the one with the cutting off also with as a block. 4, 3, 2, and now I'm going to end with a half block like this. I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do this one in the middle. So exactly in the middle, just the way we started, we're going to end with the middle. So we do some glue on this one, and we're going to place this one exactly in the middle over here until the ending, and we're going to squeeze it and we're going to let it rest. So you see already on my table 2 big bags from IKEA. I always collect through the years wooden pieces, and I buy them most of the time with Aliexpress. You get 50 or 60 in a package, and this is also wooden pieces. I have here a kind of a tree. I have here some little fences. I have some wheels, some mushrooms, some puzzles. I have really over the years I collected so many pieces. And see here I have some leaves, and I have them in different shapes. So I'm going to find a couple of them for on our tree, and you can buy them really anywhere. Even Amazon will have them, maybe Dollar Tree, Dollarama, it doesn't matter. And most of the time, especially in the fall season, it's maybe there is something in the store here still. But if there's not, next year, make sure that you collect this kind of wooden pieces. And of course, I have a big bag also with bigger wooden pieces. And I'm going to use this one. Is also from a Christmas scenery. It supposed to be a Christmas tree, but I'm going to use it as the topper on top of me on my a tree. So I will use this one also, and I'm going to find some couple of the different leaves. But I hope you do just like me, just collect a couple of wooden pieces through the year, which you can sometimes with sceneries you get pieces. So always don't throw it away, always keep it in this kind of bags, and you always have something for the whole year around. So I'm going to find this one, and then we're going to glue them together. So I found my leaves, which one I will use, of course, not this two. And of course, like I said, the middle piece. And now we're going to do, because this needs to dry, we're going to glue 3 blocks together, because we will make 4 little hearts. But I need to glue them first, and I want to make them from my tumbling tile blocks. Of course, I always try to make everything from our blocks so everyone can make it. And number 2 and number 3 is the closure up again. Squeeze it, press it down like this, and the third one. And then we're going to give it at least an hour to dry, because if you go to work with your jigsaw, then your piece will fall apart. So it needs to dry very nicely. So again, this is number 1 and number 2. And squeeze them together this way. And again, like I said, give them at least an hour. So I have here my leaves. I have from one shape, I have 8. So I will use on each side of my tree 2 pieces. So 2, 2, 2, and I have even 2 left over. I have here 4, and I have 4 of this one, of course, also 1 over. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start with the one with 8. I'm going to start on the top, and I'm going to do some wood glue on the back side. I show you in a moment how I'm going to glue it. So this way, and I'm going to, of course, you can glue it any way you like, because this is just, like I always say, an inspiration. You don't have to do the way I do it. So this is how he's looking like, because you don't see it. And so I work my way down. But first I'm going to do all of them on the top, like this. But I did already on the other one too much glue. I only need to do glue on the underside and not on the whole piece. But I was already forgotten that, so I already did too much glue. I glue this one. I'm going to do also on the underside over here, and I have to do it this way, then you can see it a little bit better. Then I'm going to glue this one over here, and again squeeze it, and make sure that you have a kind of a shape inside. And now we're going to do this one, but every leaf you buy is different than mine, so go ahead, do whatever you think it's right. Of course, I'm going to do it this way and give it a little bit of pressure. And so I'm going to work my way down, and you do it just the way you think you like it, because everyone has a different taste. And even when you are someone who likes more like gold or silver, you can spray paint it and you can give it any color you like. So this is not only for everyone who only like to paint to wax. If you like more like a glam lady or glam gentleman, you can just spray paint it. So I have all the leaves on it, and now I'm going to place my topper on the top of our stand, and of course I do it a little bit wider, and then I'm going to place it on the top and just let it dry in the middle. So, and now I'm going to get my paint and I'm going to paint my tree, and then later we're going to glue it inside of our box, because the box will be in another color. I will do this a little bit in a darker brown color, and this will be in the creamy white. So I'm going to place my little tree aside, and I'm going to start with my bottom of my tree, because he needs a nice stand to stand on. I'm going to use my brown color. I hope you can see it. It's a little bit of a mess inside, but don't worry, old paint is always very nice to work with. So we're going to give it the inside and the outside. Of course, I'm going to give a color. So I'm going to do it a little bit faster. You see, I have here the tree. It's a little bit difficult for you to see, and of course I use the creamy color, a little bit of a white, and I'm going to do it very carefully, because I don't want to break anything, because the little wooden pieces are not the most thickest wood, because they break very easy. So we're going to start from the top, and we're going to work very easy our way down. So I don't let you wait for it. So I take my time. I hope you also take your time for it. So you see already he's a little bit in a creamy color. So our tree and our little basket under it is drying. What we're going to do, we're going to get our 4 pieces of 3. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to get my marker, my pencil, and I'm going to make a heart of here. Of course, I'm going to go this way, and until the middle over here. And of course, we start a little over here. And then we're going to make a very easy, a little bit sideways, our little heart. I try to use as much as I can from my block. Of course, you can also use a silhouette for your heart, but I try to do it this way. Over here. And I think everyone can make a very easy heart. And everyone makes the heart the different way. So it doesn't matter. Just make it the way you want to make it. You see, I already have 1. I will make 4 of them, and I will cut them out, and then we're going to give them a paint color. And you see how my 4 hearts turned out, and it is so easy to do just out of hand. Of course, I'm going to get my jigsaw, I'm going to saw them out, and we're going to give them a place, of course, also on our tree, and we're going to glue the tree inside. And here you see my 4, whoa, my 4 hearts. And of course, you can paint it in the red, the pink, any color you like, maybe white. Do whatever you think you like. I'm still debating what color I will do, because I'm not a person who has a lot of red or pink in my decor. So I will have to think what color I will use. But if you really go for the Valentine all the way, then of course I should give it a red or a pink color, but I will have to see. So, and you see already I did choose for a little bit of the brighter red. Of course, it is a little bit red, pink, dark pink. I don't know if the camera picks it out right, but you see already still the wood is still coming through. It's very lightly. What I'm going to do, because I don't want to have it on my tree, so I'm going to glue the hearts on my little container or basket, box, how you call it. I'm going to glue them on each side once, so I can leave the tree a little bit neutral. But of course, you can glue it on the pieces of the tree. So I'm going to glue on the side. It's very easy, of course. Everyone can do it. I just do a little bit of a wood glue, place it in the middle and this way, and give it a little bit of pressure. And this I'm going around the whole box. So now I have the hearts on top of here. I'm going to glue. Now the only thing is, of course, I'm going to turn it over. I hope I can show it to you on camera. I'm just doing some glue in the middle. You see here. And we're going to place it in between our box. And of course, we're going to try to get it in the middle. And this way, we're going to let it settle. And we're going to look for the middle. Of course, he has to go a little bit to this way, over here. And we're going to go for this one. And we're going to let this dry. And you see in a moment, of course, the quick impression. And of course, I told you, you see the quick impression, and you will in a moment, but I almost forgot to tell you that on each side of the heart, I'm going to do an X and an O for, of course, the Valentine. And I leave my tree this way. I'm going to do only some greenery on the underside because I like greenery. But you can do maybe some faux grass inside, or maybe a color, some raffia. You can do anything inside, and you can decorate it also the way you like it. And now you really see in a moment the quick impression. DIY, we need, of course, our tumbling tile blocks, and I'm going to use the smaller blocks you can buy at Dollar Tree, and here in the Netherlands you can buy them also in any store, and of course around the world you can buy them in any store, because it's just a simple Jenga game. So the smaller blocks, I have here my little container with my cutting tool, of course, some markers, some brushes, some wire, some scissors, everything I need all the time. Of course, you can choose some paint at your choice, and of course I use my wood glue, but you can use, of course, your hot glue, but be careful that your DIY is not falling apart. But most of the time wood glue is a little bit better, but you also have hot glue, which is having some wood glue inside. So if you have that, it's also fine too. So these are the main pieces what we will need. We are going to make our own decor lamp, but we will see how this will turn out. Of course, we give our own twist on it. So we are going to start with 8 blocks. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Of course, we are going to roll them together. Very easy. Just do a little line over here. Most of the time I use already a little too much glue and I have the little opening already very small. So try, if you can cut your opening yourself, try to do it as small as you can. And number 7 and number 8 is always the closure up. So make a nice straight line, of course, lay down over here, and we're going to make another row of 8. Of course, we have our old piece of kitchen towel with its wet. So we're going to go further. 5, 6, 7, and 8. And of course, this will be the bottom. And we're going to do 2. I'll do it as fast as I can. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And we're going to roll them together this way, squeeze it and give it a little bit like this in a straight line. Of course, you can use your metal hook if you like that a little bit better. Most of the time I do it just by looking at it, but you don't have to do it. You can make it the way you want to. I like it always a little bit better like this. I'm going to go again for 8 blocks because I like to give it a nice underpiece, a double piece, which is looking like a double piece. So we are going to make 2 pieces of 2, and this is number 1, and glue them together and this way. We're going to do here the same, and we're going to squeeze them together this way and this way. Then we're going to make, if I am correctly, I hope I am correctly, we're going to do 3, but I'm not sure. But that's also DIY. I make the mistakes for you and I count for you, but sometimes it's in my head, but it is not always the same like what I do. Because sometimes I have to figure out what it is in English. So I'm going to let these pieces dry. So we are going to carefully place it on the side, the one of the 8 blocks, and we're going to do some glue on the line over here. Make sure that every block has a little bit of glue. Place it down, and don't worry if your piece is falling apart when it's not totally dried up, because it doesn't matter. With wood glue you can easily redo it and make it again, because it is still not dried up. So we're going to let this place over here. We do 2 over here, and we're going to place this 2 inside here. So what we're going to do, we do some glue on the tops and on this top. Place it down. We do it on this top and on this top. And we're going to place it down. We're going to do this one over here, this one over here, and this one over here. And we're going to give it a little bit of pressure also over here and over here. And make the shape you want, because you want to have a straight line. And I have to redo this one a little bit, and now I'm going to let it rest. And if we're going to glue this one on top, and then it looks, if we turn it over, it looks like it has a double layer, but it doesn't cost you all the blocks if you want to make another one. If you don't mind using a lot of blocks, then you can use, of course, 2 times this plank, but I always go for a little bit on the cheap side, so I go for this one. So I'm going to let this dry in. In the meantime, while these 2 are drying, we are going to get 3 blocks, and we're going to glue them on top of each other. So on the sides again, and number 2, and we're going to place them together, squeeze it and press it down, and we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need this way, and make sure that you have a nice cute little square. And I'm going to make another one of 3, a little glue and of a little line over here, and squeeze it and press it together. You do again 3 blocks and a number 2, and again squeeze them, roll them together, and make sure that you have a straight line. We do another 3, and you think, when she's going to stop with 3? I will, but we need 8 of them. I did 4 together with you, and I make the other 4 a little bit faster. So we have our 8 pieces of 3. What we're going to do, first we're going to glue this one on top of here. What we're going to do, we're going to make a thin line over here and around here, and of course over here. And we're going to place carefully, if everything will come off the table, we're going to place this on top of here, and if everything is correct, it is fitting on top of here, and give it a little bit of pressure, and then again redo it and make sure that you have it as much as you can in a straight line like this. And we're going to give it a little drying of a couple of minutes, maybe 10. Of course, with this kind of DIYs with wood glue, especially in the winter season, you have to take your time for it. So we're going to give it some rest and place it over here. So now we did glue this on top of here, and now I'm looking to my blocks and I was thinking, this is not okay. This is not okay. So you don't must not make 3 of this one. You just need to make 3 on top of each other. So very easy. Some glue over here, and this one on top of here, and of course this one on top of here. and then place them aside, make a straight line, squeeze them and place them straight up, because you don't need them flat, you need them like a block like this. So thankfully I always, when I use wood glue, it's so easy to redo it, and you see already how important it is to redo it. But you of course don't have to worry about it, because you already can make the DIY already with the blocks flat on top of each other. So I have to redo them, so don't make the mistake like I do, but I still, every time I have to think, what is the next one? And if it is something new, I always have to think, because I always start and I never have any idea where it will end. So that's why I love DIYing, especially when you don't know how it will turn out. Of course, we have to make sure like this. So it is a little bit of work, but at the end we will get there. We will, and you'll see in a moment what I mean, why I need it this way, or else it doesn't fit. So squeeze them like this, and a lot of you already laughing what you're doing right now. But of course I will do the rest, and then we do the next step. So now we're going to get our blocks. You see already, I'm going to place them this way down. So you have the full block over here. And we're going to do one again. So we're going to glue them together this way and squeeze it and make sure that they are fitting together. We're going to do this one the same. Also a little glue in the middle. Squeeze it and press them down. You can also lay them down. It's also maybe a little bit easier to glue them. And then we can later place them up again. Again, this way, squeeze it. And the last one. And that's why I always show you also the mistakes which can go wrong. Everyone has mistakes. Most of the time, a lot of DIYs are shown the way that everything goes perfect, but in DIY, nothing goes perfect, at least not in my DIYing. Maybe there are people who can really do it in one piece and don't make any mistakes. So maybe I'm just someone who makes a lot of mistakes. I don't know. But I'm going to let this rest for a couple of minutes, and then we're going to make a nice shape in it. So we have our 4 pieces. We are going to lay 2 of them this way. And this way we do the same like we did with the bottom, only a little higher. So we do some glue on this side and a little on this side. And again, be careful because it still can fall apart. And on this side. And we're going to place this one against here, this one against here. And we're going to place this one over here. And we make a nice shape inside of this, and we have to give it a little bit of pressure, and this way, and also on this side. And we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes again. So we are going to turn this one over because this will be the bottom. So now we have a flat top. What we're going to do, we're going to get our glue again, and we're going to go a little line over here, over here and over here. And now we're going to do carefully, get the sides and place it on top of here like this. Let it fall down and make sure that you have it as straight as you can have it, and then give it a little bit of pressure from the top. And then you get, now it looks a little bit like a little basket, so give it a little bit of pressure this way. And now he's looking like this, you see, and this is the underside and this is the inside. So now we're going to do the next step because we're going to make the base of our lamp. So now we're going to make the feet of course we did already the feet. Now we're going to make the middle piece. we are going to make 4 blocks together. So very easy, a thin line, and number 2, and number 3, and number 4 is of course the closure up. Squeeze it like this. We're going to do another one of 4, and this is 1, number 2, and number 3. Squeeze it, press it together, and make a nice straight line. And now we're going to make 2 pieces of 2. So very easy. This is 1 and number 2. Again, squeeze them, make a straight line, squeeze and a straight line. And of course we are going to remove the glue we don't need over here. And now we're going to let it rest for a couple of minutes. So now I'm going to take the pieces and place them straight up and this way. And now I'm going to do some glue on this side, in the length over here, and on this side. Place it straight up, and I'm going to do here the same on the sides over here. And I'm going to place them. It will be very small, so be careful. And this way. And now we're going to give it a little bit of pressure and make sure that we have a straight line. And every time we do it again in the shape you want to have it, because it needs to close up together very nicely. And I'm going to let this dry. In the meantime, while this one is drying, we are going to make, of course, a second one, because we want to have it a little higher before we're going to do a stage in between. So again, 4 blocks together, squeeze it, press it down, and another 4. And this is so easy to do. Number 2, number 3, and number 4 is again the closure up, and we only need 2 pieces of 2. And then we already can wait and let it dry in. And we're going to repeat the same like we did with the other one. Squeeze it, and again squeeze and squeeze. And we're going to let this dry. So we're going to do the same. We're going to do some glue on the inside, a little line over here, a little line over here. And we're going to do here the same, a little line, and here a little line. And now we're going to glue them the same like we did with the other one against each other, this way. We're going to give it a little bit of space, squeeze it a little, and make sure that everything stays in place. And we do it, and then we're going to give it some time to rest. See already I made 1 extra, so I now have 3. I don't know if I'm going to use it, but I made already 1 extra. You could see later if we need it or not, but you don't have to make it extra because I already did it for you. So what we're going to do, we're going to glue 6 blocks together, very easy. And number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5. And again, squeeze it and make a nice straight line again. We're going to do the same 3, 4, 5, 6, and we're going to do the same. And again, number 2. And every time lay them already against each other so your glue does not run down too much. Again, squeeze it and make a nice straight line, and go to give this also a couple of minutes to rest in. So like this, and then we're going to go further. So we gave this 2 pieces of 6 a little moment to rest, and now we're going to do some glue over here, and we're going to place them on top of each other, very easy, this way. And make sure that you have it again in a straight line. I sound like a racket sometimes, but I only have the best that you have, the best for you, so you can make your own DIY very easy and fast. And again, we're going to lay this aside. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get one of the pieces. I'm doing some glue on the inside over here, around, and I'm going to place this one on top. So very easy. And make sure that you have a straight line and give it a little bit of pressure. And again, feel with your fingers so everything is fitting very nicely. And we're going to let this dry in also again a couple of minutes. And I go first for 2. I think I measured out a little bit. I think I'm going to need this one for the layer on top. So I need 1 extra of this one. So we need 2 of this one and again also 2 of here. So I have to make one other one to make for on top of here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to, like I said, give it a couple of minutes. Then I'm going to turn around and I'm going to glue this on top of here. So in the meantime, while this is drying, I'm going to make 1 extra for this one. So it's very easy again. We just do 4 pieces. We just do 4 pieces. And we do 2 pieces. And again, another 2 pieces. So I'm going to do them a little bit faster. So I have also my second one for this one. So I'm going to do some glue on the inside, also on this one over here. Go around so we can easily, very nicely fitting this one also on top of each other. Make sure that you have a straight line again. Give it a little bit of pressure. And again, we're going to let this dry in also a couple of minutes. I think go for, because it will be getting a lot of pressure, so go for at least a half hour. We already made 2 pieces of 6 on top of each other, so this is already 1 in between stage. But of course, we need also a top stage, so we're going to get again 6 blocks like this, and again also 6 over here. And we do the same. We're going to glue them in 1 piece together. And then we almost have the stamp of our, I don't know if you call it a stamp, lamp feet or something else. I always think the feet is the place you, like this one, the down piece of the bottom piece. I think that's the feet of the lamp, at least I hope. But maybe the feet of the lamp is also in the whole piece. But of course we call it a lampenvoet of, yeah, I don't know. At least we call it different. I can do 2 things together. This is one big chaos. I have to concentrate on this. And then I tell you, the rest. Because I'm already making mistakes. We have 2 pieces of 6 like this. And we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So, of course, it dried in for a couple of minutes. And of course, I was telling you, in the Netherlands, we call it lampenvoet or maybe a lampenpoot. But I don't know, I was debating if I could say it on camera or not, lampenpoot. So I don't know. That's why I have to figure out if I could say it or not. So, of course, we call it lampenpoot or lampenvoet. But you call it, I think... you call the top, you call a lamp shade, and of course you call the base, you call the lamp feet, if I'm correctly. But you will probably leave a comment down below if I am wrong. So at least it will be the base of the lamp. Let's keep it at that. I'm going to place this one on top and again make a nice top over here and a straight line like this. And we're going to let this rest. So now we have our 2 pieces of the pieces of 6 and we have our 2 boxes. What we're going to do, we're going to turn around one of them and we're going to do some glue on the underside like this. And we're going to place it exactly in the middle over here. Give it a little bit of pressure and make sure, if look at all sides, if you have it in the middle, and then give it also from the top some pressure. And again, look for, and if you want to wipe away the glue, you don't need, just get a nice small pencil or brush, and I'm going to go around and remove the glue we don't need like this. And so you get always a nice DIY. So this is already one, and I'm going to let this dry because in a moment I'm going to do some glue over here, and I'm going to place this one on top of here. I'm going to do some glue on the inside over here. And then we're going to turn it over, and it's better to do it this way. Then you can really see where you're going to glue it in the middle, because you want to have it, of course, in the middle. And we're going to do it again over here. Make sure that you have a little bit of pressure. And look on all sides if you have it again in the middle. And give it also from the top a little bit of pressure again. And we're going to let this dry also. So now we have already this glue together, and it's not totally dry yet, but we're going to get this one off this side. I already would turn it over, but of course we're going to do some glue on this one. And now we have turned this one also upside down, and we're going to place this one exactly in the middle of this one. And so we can easily see where we are gluing, because if you do it already on top of each other, then you can't see where the middle is. At least I can see where the middle is. Maybe you can, but I can't. So I'm going to give this one also some pressure, and now I'm going to let this dry a little moment, because we're going to get our bottom, and we're going to do some glue over here. I'm going to turn it over and place it inside of here, and then already our lamp feet is already finished almost. So I'm doing some glue on the top of here, over here, a little line, and over here. And of course be sure that you have enough glue, because this will be glued to the bottom, so you have to be sure that everything sticks together. So of course it's not totally dry yet, so be careful if you turn it over and place it in the middle. So of course I have to look for if I have it really in the middle, and it's very easy to see, because here you have two blocks and here is one line in the middle, so you can easily get the middle over here. So this is very easy to do. And over here, and then we're going to give it a little bit of pressure again. And now we already have our feet of our lamp, and now we're going to make the top. Now we're going to start with the lampshade, and of course I'm going to start with 5 blocks. That's at least where I'm going to start. It can be that I do later 6 high, but first I'm going to look for, and I'm going to look for 5 high. If that's enough. If it's not enough, I always can do 1 block extra, but getting it off later is always a little bit more difficult. So 3, 4, and a number 5 is the closure up. So squeeze them and make sure with this one that you have all the blocks, and you see already this block is smaller than the other one, so I have to pick it out, because or else my lampshade will look very strange, and that's not what we want. You can use the blocks which has a different measurement somewhere else, but not in this DIY. So again, 5 blocks high, and we are going to, of course, we're going to place it aside. We're going to wipe away. And we're going to do again another 5, and we're still going to look for if all of them have the same size, and it looks like it does. So again 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4, and number 5 is again the closure up. Squeeze it, and we are going to repeat this one 10 times, because we need 10 of pieces of 5. I did measure out a little bit. I did 2 together like this, and I looked on the side of my lamp, and I didn't like it, so I'm going to go for 1 extra on each piece. So I have now 10 pieces of 6, so you can make very easy just 10 pieces. And of course I'm going to glue 1 extra on top of here, because I don't like the 5. I go for a little bit higher lampshade, and we're going to go for this one. We have to go an extra over here, and we do sew every one of them one extra. So I will take my time for it, so you don't have to wait for it. Now I have my 10 pieces of 6. What I'm going to do, very easy, I'm going to place one on the side. I'm going to do some glue over here, place it down and do it together. I'm going to do with this one the same over here and place this one together. That is already one side of my lamp shade. Of course, make sure that you have a straight line. Take your time for it because it has to fit very nicely all together. We're going to do again on this one also a little bit of glue, place it down, and we do here the same. A little bit of glue, place it down, and again make sure that you get a nice straight line and a straight piece like this. We're going to do over here on 2 pieces, and we're going to place this one down and squeeze them together and feel with your fingers that the lines are very smooth. And we're going to do here the same. Do some glue on the side, and we're going to place this one also against each other, and this way feel with your fingers that you have a nice smooth line, and again press them together, and we're going to let this dry in. So I let these pieces dry. I'm going to place them aside. I have a nice space again. What I'm going to do, because I want to decorate the lampshade a little bit so it doesn't look really like a boring lampshade. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to glue on this one. I'm gluing this one together. I'm doing some on the top of this one, and I'm going to place this one over here. And for this one I will do one on the top and on the side, and I'm going to place this one inside of here, and you get a nice square. And I'm going to do this one again because we need 2. We have 2 smaller sides, so we need 2 of this kind of squares. This is already number 1. This is number 3, and the last will be again on the top and on the side a little dot. So over here, place it in between, and you get again a nice square. Make sure that you make a nice shape out of it and let it dry in. This way and this way. Of course, remove the glue because I used already a little bit too much glue. You see it already. It is 1 glue. So I'm going to let this dry in, and then we're going to make 2 for the other side. Now we're going to make 2 for the little bit of the wider side. So we're going to glue 2 together this way, squeeze them, press them together, and we do another piece of 2. Place them together and press them together. We do again another one of 2, and again squeeze it together, and the last of 2 pieces together this way is over here, and then glue them together again. Let this give this a couple of minutes. So you see already I made already 1. Of course, we are going to do this one. We're going to get a loose block. We are going to do some glue. We are going to place it against this one. We're going to get this one. We do some glue on the top. Very easy. Place this one over here, squeeze it. We're going to get a loose block again, and we do some on the top and on the inside, and we're going to place it over here, and we're going to get another one like I already made. Of course, I have to make a little shape inside of it. So, and this one goes a little bit out, and this. And now I'm going to let this dry also. So we have our pieces of our lampshade, and we have of course our little decorative lining around it. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get 1 piece of this one, get it on my hand, and I'm going to do some glue, just very simple in the middle. like this, and I'm going to place this one also in the middle of the wider one. So like this. I'm going to place it over here. I'm going to very carefully, because not everything is totally dried. Later I'm going to give it a long time drying. I'm going to turn it over very carefully and again place it in the middle. We're going to lay this one aside. Of course I have to look if I have this one also in the middle and this way. And now we're going to get the smaller parts, and that will be of course this one. Do also a line in the middle over here, and we're going to place this one also in the middle. Give it a little bit of pressure, and we're going to do for this one the same also over here. And of course you don't have to do this if you don't like the way I made this. It's totally fine. You can do maybe some other different decoration on top of it. But I always love to show you how everything you can make with the blocks. So I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure on all of them. Make sure that we have it in the middle and we let it dry. So our pieces are drying, and the only last step we are going to do probably for gluing is, of course, we are going to glue 9 blocks together, 3, and this will be in number 9. So again, because we need a middle piece for the lampshade to rest on top of here. So of course it sounds strange, but I hope when I have it together that it will work. But I hope that with every DIY, so most of the time it does. But and you see already 9 pieces glued together until one big piece, and we're going to give it a nice straight line like this. So I have here my pieces of 9, which we're going to use inside of the lampshade. What I'm going to do, because I have here my battery operated lights, but I want to work away my little box. I don't know if this will work or not. I have really no idea. So I hope you come along with me and we will see if this will work or not. We're going to do 2 blocks together like this. And again, 2 together, squeeze them and make a straight line. Squeeze and make a straight line. We're going to lay this 2 apart, and we're going to make 1 row of 6 blocks again. And we're going to do this one, and number 2, and a number 3, and number 4, and number 5, because I don't like the plastic boxes which are coming with the battery operated lights. Now there are already lights which have a little smaller box like I have. I have already one of the bigger box, but I like the color of the lighting of this one. So again, squeeze it, then we're going to wipe away the glue this way. We're going to give it a couple of minutes to rest, and then we're going to build it together. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get the 2 blocks, I'm doing some glue on this side, and I'm going to place it against the line of the second block over here. So you get 5 full blocks open, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and here we're going to go at the ending of the second block. We are going to do this one, again do some glue. And we're going to place this one, of course, at the ending of the second block. We're going to squeeze it and press it together. Of course, we do now some glue on this side and on this side. And we're going to place this on top. And we're going to make sure that everything is fitting very nicely together this way until like kind of a box. So we get our battery operated lights just in between. So we are going to get the pieces together. We are going to place this one over here. We are going to make sure that we have 1, and we're going to do some glue on this side over here. And I have to glue it on top of here. I had to think a moment. You saw me thinking, do I do it right or not? So we are going to place this one over here. Of course, I have to use a little block under it, because or else I can't give it any pressure. And this way we're going to make sure that we have it in a straight line. Oh, like this. It's a little bit of work, and take your time for it because time is everything. So again, give it some pressure, and especially make sure that you have it in a straight line like this, and give it a couple of minutes to dry. And then we're going to do the other side. So I let this dry in the one side. Now I'm going to do the other side. So I'm going to do some glue on this side, also on the longer piece, and I'm going to place this one also against this one on top of here, on top of the middle one, the same like we did with the other one. And again, give it a little bit of pressure and turn it around so you can see it a little bit better. And this way, and make sure that you have it in a straight line like this. And again, wipe away the glue you don't need, especially on the outside. So we're going to go, I have to squeeze it a little bit out. And this way. And now we're going to give this a couple of minutes rest, not too long because or else it dries too much in. So, and now we're going to go, in a moment we're going to take this piece and we're going to glue this in the middle over here, only on this little line. We're going to get two loose blocks, and we do this one and this one on top of each other. And I do it with some glue because this one will be a kind of a stand for this one, so you can rest on it, or else you can't glue it because it's a very small line you have to glue in. So just glue this one together, so like this. This is just a kind of a stand you place inside here. You just don't do anything with it. It's only a resting place. You just place it over here, and then you do some glue on the underside, on the smaller side of this one over here. And we're going to place it on the second, from the underside, the second one, you place it on the ending of the line, like this, over here. And we're just going to let it rest and make sure that you have it in a straight line. And of course, I almost forgot. Of course, my battery pack needs already to be inside, and I didn't do that, so I'm going to do that first. Yes, we have a little change of plans because I was having it really nicely together. I thought very nicely, and my battery pack is just very nicely fitting inside. This works very nice. But of course, if I place it inside of here, I never come to my battery pack again. So what did I do? I broke off the top of the piece we made. So I show it to you. We made this, of course, but you don't have to. You make the whole piece, but you don't have to glue this on top because we have to use it as kind of a lid. So you only make this like this. And then you're going to place this later when you have your battery pack, or else you never can change up your batteries again. And that's not what we want. So this is better. We just use it as a lid. So you only make 9 blocks, and you do 2 pieces of 2 on top of here, and you place them in the ending of the second one and this one. And you're just going to fit with this one is 6 pieces. And you just use it as a lid on top. So it always stays this way because it doesn't matter. So like this. Of course, this was a little bit of a kind of a struggle to get it fitting. Now I'm going to do really some glue on the end, on the side. And I'm going to place it. And we still use our stand. You see, this is the stand we made. And I'm going to place it on the second of our line. Over here, and give it a little bit of pressure so it gets steady like this. And we're going to let this dry in a moment. I showed you a little bit more. So what I'm going to do, I let this rest for a little moment. I'm going to do some glue over here and some glue on this top, and then I hope the lampshade is really the way I want to have him. So we will see. But it was a little of a struggle. But of course, I'm so happy you are doing this together with me, I hope. And you don't have to make the mistakes anymore because I already made them for you. That's already a nice thing. And I'm going to place it on top. Make sure give it a little bit of pressure over here and get it as nicely fitting as you can. And this way over here, and we're going to give it a little bit of over. Maybe also what you can do, give it more pressure, just do a paint can on top of here, and then you can nicely dry in. But be sure that you have it in the right shape or else you will be sorry. And of course I'm going to let this dry in. So, and if everything correctly, you have of course the base of your lamp, and you have your lamp shade of course with the loose lid of course for your battery operated pack you can lay under here. So, and you get a nice view inside of your lamp. What I'm going to do, I'm going to give this one a paint color, I think with dark gray, and I'm going to give this one off-white, so it is contrasting to each other. But you can choose any color you like. So I do this gray and I do this in the creamy color. Already this one is almost black, but it is dark gray, and of course the lampshade is a little bit creamy white. What we're going to do right now, we're going to glue them together. Of course I'm going to place the lampshade on upside down this way, and I'm going to glue this one on top of here. So I'm doing some glue on the top of our frame this way and over here, and we're going to go in the middle, and we're going to turn it upside down, and we're going to place it exactly in the middle. Of course I have to look for where the middle's exactly, because I have to be aware that I have it in the middle. I think I have it almost in the middle. I let this dry in now. So now I also painted the underside because I didn't like it that it was just a wood color. So I also painted the underside and did some fills under it. Now I'm going to let this dry in for at least an hour. And then we're going to turn it over and we are going to do some greenery in his feet. And then we have our own, and we, of course, our light. And then we have our own blooming lamp. So we will see how this will turn out. But in a moment, you see the quick impression. And yes, I told you, you see in a moment the quick impression. But I couldn't help myself just also show you a little bit behind the scenes. I'm going to decorate, like you know, the little inside of our blooming lamp, because this gives a little bit more character to the lamp, and it is a decorative lamp, so you can do anything with it. Of course, you can decorate it before the Easter season. You can do some hay and some bunnies and some carrots inside, or maybe for Valentine's some hearts, some red colors. You can do maybe for the 4th of July. For any season you can use this lamp. Of course, I'm going to give it a little bit of the Christmas season, because it is still a little bit of the Christmas season, and because I am an all about Christmas channel, you will find Christmas. But of course, don't forget, I also have on my channel everyday decor and of course seasonal decor for all the seasons. So you will find here everything. So I will go to decorate it and you see what I made of it.
With these tiny tumbling tower blocks. We have new ones for the ones who did miss it. Normally we had larger ones, but they're not available here in the Netherlands anymore. So Jenny and I now use these smaller ones. How long are they? 5 centimeters. I have no idea how long that is in inches. Is it upon the box? No. But they come in packages of 45 pieces. The previous ones were 60 pieces and both of the packages costed €3. So yeah, the previous ones are cheaper, even compared to how many you have in a package. But these ones are tinier, so it's easier to build with them. And that's exactly what we're going to do today, because I want to make something for the spring season. Now what I want to do is lay them down in a heart shape. And I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it. I think we need to do something like this. Let's stack them up. Something like that would be cool. Then it's the question, how do we want them to have them attached? And how long do they need to be on the stacked on top of each other? Because a square would be nice. And you get something like this, I suppose. And putting it back. And then you go, let's say around here. You're just building them loose. Then something like this would happen. Maybe even around the corner, like so, but we still need to go back here somehow. Does this look like a heart? Just rearrange until you're satisfied with how it looks. Everything is straight. I now realize that. But that is fixable. This one up here, this one up there. I think it needs to go a little bit more straight upward. Now we're going to build around the corners, but I'm not happy with it. Need to be sharper edge here. But then you have the corner here, which is quite hard to make. So we really gotta let it go like that. Maybe we gotta make this a little less sharp then. Maybe a little bit softer at the edges. Somehow like this. And I also want to know how many blocks I need. So just going to form them a little bit and how I think it is good. Almost there, I think. And this one comes around here. And then, of course, they're not going to grab to each other. What can we do with this? This won't fit. Let's form them a little bit wider then. Now this might be it, almost, or this is it. We got to end like this again. Maybe that's easier if you just take the center part and then build around, like so. Okay, now let me take a look from above. I think I'm pretty happy with how it looks, actually. And it doesn't have to be perfect, you know? Oh, pretty cool. Okay, I think this is going to be it. That took me some time, I realized that. And what I want to do next is add a new layer of blocks to just give them strength and outline them with the one you saw at the bottom. Oops. So like so, up here, and then one up here again. I think we're going to make something like this. That looks cool, and I'm pretty sure it's also strong if you use wood glue. Therefore, Jenny and I, or at least I, like to use this one. Also comes from Action, just like, oh no, not like the blocks anymore. The blocks used to come from Action, the bigger ones, the small ones are from the internet. Anyway, this stuff is cheap and is super strong. Carefully going to reattach this and outline everything perfect, and then we can start gluing. I think for now this is it. I just took the top layer off, open up the wood glue, and I think I'll need a needle to open the nozzle. Yeah, this one here is stuck with glue, so I'm going to get something sharp and then I can get the glue out. Okay, I think we're good to go. Let's pick up a piece, add glue, if the glue wants to cooperate, which it doesn't. Oh, there it is. Only glue at the edges, like so. Try to leave the glue laying down. Will that work? A little bit. Oh no, it started to drip anyway. Let's put it back. Now just place the block where you want to have it. And that's the good thing about wood glue. You can still outline everything. I'm going to stand so I can see a little bit better what's going on from the top. Let's add some more. And then move over to the next block. Oops. There. Just continue with the rest, and then also add the other layer on top, and then you need to let it dry really well. Has been glued, but the glue is still flexible, fluid. If you want to know sure if you outline the bottom and the top block, I suggest taking two, put them in the middle, press against each other, so now you know that they're in the exact same line on top of each other. Just simply press. Look, and now you see the difference. It looks a little bit sharper, more high-end to me. And then patience is all around, because we need to wait until the glue is dry. I think that will take about an hour, something like that. Did I do this one? Yeah. So we'll wait, and maybe in the meantime I'm going to make a little bit more decoration, because I want to have some sort of sign here. I think I'm going to make that also, because it also needs to dry, of course. Okay, the sign is there, but you might see there are here and there some pieces of glue popping up. Therefore, I just use these flaps here. You can just tear them off. And then I suggest using this side as some sort of scraper. If you're wearing headphones, beware, this is a nasty sound. You can just gently pull this over. It doesn't make that much of a noise as I had expected. Sometimes it was not so good to listen to. Also drop to the counter side, and then you can let this dry. We have the sign and the heart. Okay, both of the items are dry. Here will be the sign. I'm laying that apart. And this here is the heart. I think it looks pretty cool. Now, I want to paint the heart, and therefore I have a big can of just white paint from the construction store. And I use a brush. I try to use a tiny brush so I can get here in between here in these holes, because you're going to see it, of course, and you need to paint everything. Or what you can also do, but that's a little bit harder, and if you wanted to do that, I suggest you did that before gluing, is only paint the top sections. You know, the flat sides here. That also gives really a cool look, but I think I'm going to do everything white, since that is pretty hard to do even when you need to paint underneath here. The heart has been painted. I'm carefully moving it aside. Just lay it in this corner. And now I want to do the part where the sign comes. And therefore I'm going to grab some other color of paint. For the sign, I'll be using just a small brush. And I have some chalk paint in a really sheer brown color. And yet I can do things with adding a cup and pouring the paint on the cup. But since this paint is so thin, I just prefer applying it directly to the wood. I think it lets peek through the structure of the wood pretty much. I hope you can see it. But that's okay for me. I don't mind if you see that. You can also just directly pour it upon here. And then just wipe the sides first, and as the last part you can wipe the top section. Now it really gives me sort of varnish stain idea, however this is really just chalk paint, but I like that effect. But of course you can pick any color you like. Paint jobs are done. I painted everything twice and the heart looks cool. It's dry, and I'm laying it aside because I wanted to continue with the sign. I collected some wooden letters that I want to glue upon this plaque here, and therefore I have my glue gun ready, and of course, oops, an extra glue stick if necessary. I'm going to glue this to the plaque here. Now what I want to do is try to outline everything as, you know, as clean as possible. But that's pretty hard if you're working with this kind of glue. However, I'm just going to give it a try. I think that now everything is in the right position. I'm starting always when I glue words with the letters here on the inside, because then I just know where I need to place them. So get some fresh glue, glue your letter, and then avoid spider webs and quickly press it in the right position. So just like this. And then let it fall where it needs to fall. Gently press and continue with the rest of the letters as well. This one is a little bit too high. Yeah, now it's okay. And that works best for me. I don't have a circuit machine or anything like that. Can't find them at the Netherlands as well. So I'll just do it my way. The P and then the S, and that's it then for the sign. These wooden letters, by the way, come from Action. I had them for several years. discovered them several years ago. That's what I wanted to say. And I have them in black, in white, and also in a neutral wooden color. So I have bags. Ooh, I glued it to my finger. So I have bags with letters and also numbers that might come to use for DIYing. Okay, now let me turn off the glue gun and just rub, because then you can collect the glue that needs to come off. And then it's easier to get it off. There are some sort of tiny little knots. And then you can easily wipe it off. That's it. Now, I'm going to grab this one back. Put this away, because I want to... Oh, still some spiderwebs here. I want to put it here. Can do it straight or a little bit playful, just like this. And I think I'm going to do it like that. So I grab my wood glue, because then I know that everything will be secure. And I'm going to put some glue here on the back. That's why I didn't paint this, because unpainted with this kind of top paint. On this type of paint, the glue works well for me, but not on this kind of the brown paint. So just leave that blank. And I'm going to glue here on the back, not here, because if I place some the sign over it and some parts are still visible with glue, that's not what you want. So I'm just going to glue here and here, put that upon the heart, and then we leave that to dry for, I think, 30 minutes. Okay, it is dry, and this is how it looks right now. I want to add some greenery, and therefore I have bunches of this stuff here. This is one branch, and you can easily just pull. Oh wait, I have to do it from the top. Pull, and then this is what you get. I think it will look perfect. You can put it here behind, or also in those holes that we made, to give it a more romantic but yet such a springy look. I have my glue gun ready, and I think the easiest way is just glue here and then stick it in the place where you want to have it. For example, here, then I have to glue the top and then push it here carefully behind. Just hold for a few seconds, and then it's there. Now you can add as much or less as you want. If it is helpful, I suggest using scissors, because that works easier. You can also just cut off some parts of green, and then when you want to glue, well, let's say, where do we want to have it? Here, for example, is this good looking? Or do we want to have it up way? I think upwards is better. Then just add glue. You can press with the scissors here underneath. Hold. And then there it is. Now you might want to fixate here and there a little bit of green. For example, the good idea is just use the back part of the leaf. Tiny little drop of glue. And then twist and push the scissors so that the glue and the leaf set in to the block. And then it's a little bit more stronger, and you can also modulate it a little bit better. And I think everything comes much more to life if you do it like that. Okay, I'm going to continue and add some parts of green here and there. I'm busy for a while and I want to explain some things, what I'm doing. This is how the heart looks right now. I only need to decorate the top, I think. I tried, you can see it here, to layer it up, because I noticed that the whole branch, if you gotta put it on the heart, that is a little bit much. Now what I'm doing then is cut it off, well, let's say right here, halfway. This is the part that I'm using for decoration, but then this is your trash. Now, it's not trash, you just cut off the leaves. And the stick, you can throw that away, but the leaves are ideal to, well, let's say place here behind, because now it looks like a much more fuller piece of green that comes out there. Just have to glue the back, lift this up, place it there, and then you can place your greenery back, and if necessary you can add a little bit more glue and lay down the top part of green just upon the glue. Look, and now this is not from the same branch, but it doesn't look like that. And by doing this, you can use all of your greenery by just using it smart and building up more life. Now it really gets a 3D effect that I love. And you can also just pieces here and there, or actually wherever you want to have them. For example, here too. Because sometimes with those blocks, it can be hard to position everything right. Oh, I have to turn it around. I'll glue it on the other side. Just lay it in place. If you want to, you can press the top section, and then you have a new piece of green. I'm going to continue doing this, and then we'll see how it looks. Okay, I added quite a lot of greenery, and I think it's ready. Let's take a closer look.
On the table are my tumbling tile blocks, the smaller box, the smaller blocks again. And of course we need some glue. I use my wood glue, but you can use some hot glue. You can use hot glue with some wood glue inside of it. Use any glue you like. Maybe you like tacky glue better. It's also fine too. Of course, I am going to have my container with my scissors, cutters, brushes, markers, and everything I need. I have it always on my table. I have here now some twine, but maybe I will use it instead. Maybe I use some ribbon, so I will see what, but you can choose some twine, some ribbon, just what you like. And of course some paint at your choice. I probably don't use the black paint. Maybe I will use some cream and a little bit of the brown, but we will see that in a moment. But like I always say, you can choose any color you like, because everyone has a different decor and likes different taste. So this is what we need. And of course, before I forget, we need of course our saucer with some old piece of kitchen towel which is wet, so we can wipe away very easy the wood, the glue from our tumbling tile blocks. These are the main pieces what we need. And what we're going to do, yes, it is already time for a little early Easter DIY. So we are going to make a bunny, but we are going to make a bunny on our own way. So we will see how this will turn out. So we are going to start with the stand of the bunny. So we are going to get 3 blocks, and very easy. You are going to do on the side. Oh, he's running very fast. I think he was standing on top of my heater. So I think he's running a little bit too fast. But we have to work with it. Of course, just a tip, don't place your wood glue against your heater in your home, because that doesn't work. You see already, it's one big mess. We are going to do another one of 3. I have to do it a little bit more careful. And like this. And number 3 is the close you up again. Squeeze it, press it together like this. and again make a straight line. And I know some people use some metal hook to measure out all the sizes, but of course I'm always a little bit here in the Netherlands we say eigenwijs, so I'm always a little bit on patience, so I always do it out of my head. But of course, if you like more someone who likes to use your metal hook just to make the shape very nicely, just go ahead. We're going to give it this one. We have 3 pieces of 3. Now we're going to do on the tops some glue, a little over here. This is 1 and a number 2, and again, oop, you see already, glue them together, and this way squeeze it, wipe away the glue like this, and this is already number 1, and we go for number 2. And we do some glue on the tops and over here on the tops. And you see already, we just started after the New Year's. This is my first DIY after the New Year's, and it's already one big chaos because it's always something with me. So we have 2 pieces of 3 and 3 pieces of 3 also, but in a different way glued. So we're going to give it a couple of minutes and then we're going to glue them together. Now we gave it a couple of minutes, and of course it's not totally dry, especially when you use your wood glue. It is not drying very fast, but you can work with it. And again, squeeze this 3 together, make a nice straight line. And again, give this one also a couple of minutes again. You see, now we have our piece of 3, and what we're going to do on the ending, very easy, some glue, a little line over here, and we do it on this side the same. And again, a little line over here, and this way we are going to place it on top of here, a little bit over the middle, and again over here, and also again a little over the middle. So you have the same size, and of course over here, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes. So in the meantime, while this is drying, we are going to make a piece of 8 blocks. This is 5, 6, 7 and 8. And of course we are going to do some glue on the side. And in the meantime, while I'm gluing this, I just want to say I am so happy that everyone is here again. And I hope that everyone has a nice 2024. And of course, especially in luck, but also in health, I wish you all the best there is. And of course, we hope to make a nice 2024 out of it. And I hope to see you all, of course, in 24 as much as you can, because I always love to show you. Like I said always, I am an amateur, but I'm just enjoying to show you what I like, at least how I DIY it. And of course it's not everyone's cup of tea, but it doesn't matter as long as a lot of you enjoy it. So I just wish you all an amazing 24. So, and thank you for being here like you always have. So again, and if you're new here, of course you're also very welcome. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and again we make a nice row of 8 again, number 2, and this is number 3, oh, a little bit more, number 4, number 5, number 6, and a number 7, and number 8 is of course the closure up again. You squeeze it, press it together like this, and we're going to place it aside, and of course go over it with your kitchen towel and redo it and make a nice straight line. And we go for the last of 3 of us 8. I would almost say 3. Of course we have 3 rows, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and a number 8. And maybe I do even a row number 4, because I like that my bunny is a little bit bigger. So I think I'm going to go for 4 rows of 8. So he will be a little bit bigger. But if you want to have it a little bit smaller size, then you can of course downsize it to 3. But I think I'm going to go for 4 pieces of 8. So this is number 1. number 2, we place number 3 over here. Make sure that you still have it in a straight line because that's really important. And again, 8 blocks, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. And again, we're going to glue it together. And a number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6 and 7. And the last, squeeze it. And we're going to give this 4 rows of 8 a couple of minutes to dry in. And like this. So give it a couple of minutes. So we have our 4 pieces of 8, and of course we are going to place this on the side, this one on the side, and this one. And we're going to do some glue on the side of the block, and we're going to glue them together. Look for which are fitting the best together, because sometimes it is a little puzzling from which is fitting the best, because not all the blocks are the same size, at least not mine. You can have luck that is a nice package and you have a luck that everything fits together, but not all the time. Over here, a little line, and we're going to glue this one also together like this. We're going to get our towel, we wipe away the glue, very easy, and get a nice workspace. And of course what we're going to do, we're going to place this aside, wipe away the glue, and we are going to get 2 blocks like this, and we're going to glue them together. And this way, squeeze them and give them a couple of minutes. We gave it a couple of minutes. We're going to take our 4 piece of 8 and we're going to place this side. We're going to do some glue on here, over here, and we're going to place it down. And we're going to place it on top of here. And if you look for it, you don't see a bunny in it. I don't either, so don't worry about it. We hope that at the end it will look like a bunny, but we will see. And we're going to squeeze it, and we're going to place this aside. What we're going to do, we're going to get 7 blocks, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we're going to glue them together. Also, like this on the longest side of your block. And number 4, number 5, and number 6, and this time number 7 is the closure up. Squeeze it, press it together like this. Get your wet towel, wipe your glue away, and again make a nice straight line. So even when you don't have your metal hook, you easily can make this DIY, because this one is so simple. And we have number 4 and number 7, number 4 and number 7, number 1, 2 again, 3 again, and place them immediately against each other so the glue doesn't run down too much. And number 6 and 7 is the closure up. Squeeze it. And now we already onto the last of 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And again, the last. And then we going to go to the top of the bunny, which at least will look like a bunny, I hope. So like this. And squeeze it. And give it a couple of minutes when all 3 of the 7 blocks are finished to get a little bit that the glue is getting a little bit attached to your wood. Like this. If you use your hot glue, you don't have to wait, because hot glue is immediately dry. The only thing why I'm always a little bit scared of the hot glue, normally it breaks very easy apart, and that's not what you want, because this one you can use also for the fall season, because a bunny you can also use for the fall season and maybe even for another season. So we keep it neutral and you can decorate it for any season. So we do it now for the Easter, but of course you can do it for lots and lots of more seasons. So and now we're going to place this one aside, do some glue on top of here like this, and we do here the same, some glue, and we're going to place them down and we're going to glue them together. Very easy, just the same like we did over here. And again, work with it so you get a nice shape on the head of the bunny, because this will be the head. You wouldn't tell if you see it right now, but but trust me, I hope at the end we will say together it is a bunny, at least a look-alike, like a bunny. So we are going to give this also a couple of minutes. In the meantime, we're going to get 3 blocks like this, and we're going to glue them also together. So this is 1 and number 2, and again we're going to squeeze it, and this is 1. We're going to get another one of 3, and this is number 1 and number 2, and again squeeze them together, and we're going to get another one. This is 1, number 2, and also again together. And the last, we need 4 pieces of 3, and again squeeze it and make a nice straight line. Let's squeeze, make a nice straight line, squeeze it, and again, and also this one, squeeze it. And we're going to work away, of course, the glue we don't need, over here and over here. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes drying. So we gave our 4 pieces of 3 a couple of minutes. We do some glue on the side over here, place this one together, and over here we do also some glue, and we're going to place this one also together, because we are going to use these pieces to use as our ears. And of course we have to work with it, don't worry, but we let it dry very nicely, because if we're going to use the jigsaw too fast, everything will break apart, because this needs a little bit more drying time before you can use your jigsaw. And I had someone who asked me, I think it was Linda, you asked me from how do I cut my pieces, and of course I did in the comments some answer, but for everyone I always cut my pieces. If you are not familiar with my jigsaw, and with my jigsaw I have a really handy one, and he is from the Lidl, and he's very lightweight, and he only cost I think 39. I did buy it, but of course I don't know what the price is now. I think they are also again around the $40, so it's a very reasonable price, and you can work so nicely with it. He's so easy in your hands, and especially for someone like me, because I have arthritis. I hope I say it right, at least in my hands, so I can easily work with it. So if you are also just like me and you like something to cut off and you don't want to do it with hands, of course use it. It's the park side of the Lidl, and Lidl is somewhere almost in every country. So I hope I make sense what I'm saying, because it's Monday and sometimes everything I'm babbling, but at least I use the jigsaw from the Lidl, and he is very inexpensive. So I'm going to let this dry for a couple of, at least a couple of hours. So because this needs a drying time from a couple of hours, we're going to lay it over here. We're going to get the head, we have the body, and we're going to glue this one together. So we make sure that we have it in the middle. Look if this one is better, or maybe if you turn it this way, it is better. You can do anything you like. I think this one is fitting even better. So I'm going to place it aside. I'm going to do some glue on this side, and we're going to place it down, and we're going to make sure that we have it in the middle, and we're going to squeeze it. We wipe away the glue, and again give it a little bit of pressure, and also this needs to dry in at least an hour. We are going to work with the front, because we're going to make a little little basket for on top of the bunny on the front. So for the little pockets we are going to use for the front of the bunny, we're going to use 7 blocks, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we're going to glue them together. Very easy. So number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6, and this is number 7 again. Squeeze it. And one is already wanting to pop out, but we're going to place it down like this, and we're going to get another piece of 7, because we want to have it a little bit higher, because you want to do something inside. You don't have to do a lot inside, but it's always funny to have a little piece where you can place something inside. If you use it in your kitchen, maybe some kitchen spoons or something else, or maybe some Easter eggs, or you can place anything inside. You can even do some neutral like I do, maybe with some boxes greenery. So you can do anything with it. And if you have the 4th of July, you can do some flags inside. And maybe for the fall, you can do some pumpkins. You can do anything. And again, we're going to place this aside over here, and we're going to get our towel. We wipe away the glue, and also over here. And again, make sure that you have a straight line over here. And then we're going to do 3 pieces of 2. And like this, and we're going to glue the tops over here. We're going to do the over here and 1 over here, and then we're going to squeeze them together. You see already, and like this. And we're going to wipe also here the glue away, and make sure that you have the blocks in a straight line, because or else it doesn't fit with your basket on the front. Again, we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. And of course, I gave it a couple of minutes. I'm going to do some glue on the piece of the 7 blocks, place it down, and we're going to glue this two also very nicely together, and give it a couple of minutes again. So we gave it a couple of minutes again, and now we're going to get our 3 pieces of 2. We're going to do some glue on one of them, and we're going to place it in the middle under here. And you see already he has a little bit space over for the other 2. So again, maybe I can show it to you a little bit better. This is how he's glued this way. And of course, we are going to remove the glue later. So at the ending of this block, and now we're going to do some on this block, very gently. And we're going to place it over here gently. And we're going to do here the same. Also at the ending, a little glue. And we're going to place it over here. And very carefully, and we're going to give it a little bit of pressure, and this way, and we move it against each other, and this way. And if you have to, if everything, and you have a little bit the same blocks like I have, then the sides will be laid over a little bit, because the sizes are not really totally fitting, but he is close. So place it a little over, and then you will be fine. So I'm going to give this one also a couple of minutes. And you see already I have a lot of glue on the inside of my little basket of pocket. I'm going to get a small brush like this, and I'm just going to go around it and around the lines on the inside, and of course on the outside, because you see already on this side also some glue is coming out like this. And if I'm going to paint it, but if you are going to wax it, if you like more like a brown bunny, then I recommend sand your piece before you're going to do it in some wax. If you paint it, it doesn't matter, but if you are going to wax it, you see every piece where you have some wood glue. So give it a little bit of sanding and then do it some wax inside. Then you get a nice ending of your piece, but or else you get all the spots of your glue, and you don't want to see that, because it's not a really nice side to see. So if you're going to wax it, stain it or something else, just give it a little sanding before you do it. So our little pocket has dried. What I'm going to do, I'm going to place my bunny this way, at least it will look like a bunny. We're going to do some glue on this side. So we make a nice piece and do it a little bit on the inside. Then when your glue is popping out, and don't do it the way I do, because I'm already a little bit too much on the outside, just do it on the inside. We're going to place it a little bit under, because you need to have the space to fill it in later. So I'm going to do it this way, and I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure like this. And again, here we do the same. If the glue is popping out, get your brush and go around it and make everything nice and clean, like this, over here. And of course you can look to the inside. If there's not too much glue popping out, you can go over it this way. And we're going to give this also again a couple of minutes again. So our pocket is glued up. We're going to place it aside over here. We're going to get our stand. We're going to turn it over this way because this will be the top of the stand. So you have it, if everything is correct, you have it this way. I'm going to place it down. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get 3 blocks like this, and I'm going to glue them together. And number 2, and again, squeeze them, press it, and wipe away again the glue like this. And we're going to give this also a couple of minutes again. So again, I gave it a couple of minutes. I'm going to glue the middle blocks over here like this. Very easy. You see, this is just what I did. Some glue in the middle. Place this one and also in the middle on top. Squeeze it and press it and make sure that you have a straight line like this. So you get a little bit like a piece which is a little bit higher up. And we're going to give this also at least an hour. I think let it dry a little bit longer because it needs to hold the bunny later. So now we have our bunny, we have our stand over here. What we're going to do, we're going to get the 2 pieces of 3 we glue together, which we're going to use as ears. What I'm going to do, because I want to give them a little bit of a rounding, but not totally a round or in a point, I'm just going to get a little bit of an how you call a spool, I think you call it a spool, with thread, and I'm going to place it on top of here, and I'm going to look that I have it on the ending and here in the middle. So very easy, and I'm just going to go around it with my pencil. So very easy, just a little piece of the blocks, not too much. I will show you. This is what I'm going to try, and I'm going to cut it off with my jigsaw, and if I see it's not too much, I always can change it. And I'm going to do with this one the same again. Over here, make sure that you have a straight line, and again over here. And I have to do it a little bit thicker because I am an old lady, so or else I can't see where I need to cut it. But if you have great eyes, you don't have to do it as thick as I do it. So now I can see it very easy, and everything is correctly. I hope I have 2 ears. And you see, this is how the ears turned out. And of course, you can change them up any way you like. Like I always say, it's just an inspiration. You can do anything you like. I'm going to place mine, one on this side and one on this side. And of course, maybe I can change it up like this. And now he's fitting a little bit better. So I'm going to get my wood glue and do some glue on the underside and place it over here. This is already number 1. And make sure that he is in a straight line. And we're going to do with this one the same. And we're going to place it. I have to look if I have now the correct size, or else I have him in the wrong place again. We're going to wipe away the glue, and we're going to give this a couple of at least a half hour, and then we're going to paint. I'm going to paint this one a little bit in the brown color, and this one will be in the a little bit of white, because then I can do it in any season I like. So I'm going to keep it in the neutral way. So like I told you, I do the feet of the stand with a little bit of brown. It looks really awful. But it is such a great paint. And it covers so well. So I'm going to give this one coat is more than enough. So I'm going to paint this, and of course I won't bother you with that. So I'm going to do it a little bit faster. So, and for the bunny, I will use a little bit of the off-white. You see already a little bit creamy. And I'm going to use, this is also a little bit of the thicker piece of at least some paint. It is a little bit, that's why you only need 1 layer, because it's very thick. and I am really loving it. And so you also can fill up a little bit of the gaps if you have gaps, and if you don't like the gaps, because here you have one, here you have one, and if you don't get it with paint inside, then maybe you can use some spackle and you just fill it up and make it a nice smooth surface again. But I don't mind, but if you do, you have to fill it up. So it's very easy to fill it up, because that's spackle you can buy anywhere, and it's only a very inexpensive, if I am correctly. So at least here in the Netherlands it is very cheap. So I hope it also is where you are living is also very cheap. So I'm going to do this a little bit faster. And here you see the base parts of our bunny. Of course, this is the top part, and of course our stand. We are going to glue it later on top of here, but first what I'm going to do, because now it looks, yeah, I don't know how it looks like, but at least we want to give it now a look as a bunny. Where I'm going to do, because I'm not going to make a complete face, I'm not sure what I will do, but first I want to have a little bit of an idea where my I think I'm going to use some ribbon will be. I will do some ribbon over here, and I think I make a little bow over here. So then I can measure out a little bit more where I want to have the nose or maybe the eyes, but then I can measure out a little bit better than if I'm now going to measure it out and later maybe the bow is a little bit too high or too low, because I'm not a person who is great in making faces, so I'm doing my best. So first I'm going to do a bow around the middle over here. So I'm going to take this ribbon. It's a little bit like a burlap ribbon, if I'm correctly, burlap or jute, just how you call it. And I'm going to do one on the back side, and I'm just going to go to the front side, and I'm going to work my way inside of the sides over here. Very easy. And of course you take your time for it, like this, and I'm just going to cut off a little piece like this, and I'm just going to glue them together. So I'm going to cut off this piece, and I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to cut off a little piece over here, like this. And then later I'm going to make the bow bit, because I think that will look a little bit better. So I'm going to work a little bit with it, and I'm going to glue this one just on top of here. I'm going to get my glue gun, and I'm just going to do some glue on top of here. And I'm going to place my ribbon inside of here, just squeeze it, and because it is a little bit like an open structure, the glue is very easy coming on top of here. And again, we're doing some glue on top of here, and we're going to work this side in between, and very easy also again, lay it in between, squeeze it and keep it in place for a little moment. And maybe you have to do some extra glue over here and just place it down so everything is smooth and flat. I hope I say it right, flat, at least that everything is straight line, like this. So, and now it looks a little strange, but now we will get our bow on top, and that's for me a little bit working better than that I'm going to do it in one piece. But of course, if you do it in one piece, it's totally fine. Do whatever you think it's right. And now I'm going to make very easy my own bow, and you can make it any way. You just can make just a loop like this and just make a little knot the way you tie your shoe. So everyone can do it their own way. And this one is very easy. It is a little bit of a harsh piece of ribbon, but it works very nice, and it doesn't even has wires in it, so it is a little bit working with it. So of course I will do it a little bit better, but you see already this is a little bit kind of a bow. So this is how my little bow turned out, and of course I made some little fishtails out of it, and it's so easy. Just double it up, cut it open, and you see already, and you also can just cut a little piece halfway here and a little halfway over here, then you have the same. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do some glue over here, over the middle of our little bunny, and we're going to place it inside, and we're going to give it a little bit of pressure, just like this. So again, attached to our board. And I'm going to make a little bow tie, but I'm going to do it for the top. So I have the bow on top of here, and we're going to work with it later because we're going to do a little attachment. And I made a second bow for maybe in the middle or maybe on the side, but I'm not sure yet. So I'm not going to glue it on top of here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get my bag with my wooden pieces. I always have a big bag with wooden pieces. I can show it to you a little bit. And I collect them already for years, and I took out some little flowers, and I want to do on front, I want to do a couple of the flowers, and I use one of the flowers for on top of my little bow over here. I'm going to get my black marker because I'm going to make them in the black color. See here, I have my little flowers in the black color, very simple with some marker. Now I'm going to do a little bit of wood glue on the back side. So over here, but I do some flowers, but you can also do it with some sticky gum. And if you're going to do some fall leaves on top of here, you can make it any way you like. Of course, I'm doing it for this way, at least a little bit for the early Easter, but you can do anything you like. So, and you can do maybe some little hedgehogs on top of here. You can decorate it any way you want and with this fitting for your decor. Of course, this one I will do with some glue for my glue gun, because or else it doesn't stick with wood glues. So we can do it a little bit better with our glue gun. Of course, I have to get the glue out because on the other side is all is glue, because this glue gun is a little bit old and he's not really fond of gluing anymore. So, but the other one is on the, and I'm going to place it over here, and I'm going to let it dry in for a little moment until he's really settled on top of here. But this is just an inspiration for decorating, so I'm going to do it here. And now I'm going to look for where I want to have my eyes and the nose. So, and you see already I made the eyes and the nose, and of course everyone makes them their own way. I'm going to get my black chalkboard paint and I'm going to make the rounds. And then we'll see if I like it or not, but we are going to do our best. So I have now my eyes and my nose, and I'm going to leave it this way because like I told you, I'm not really great in making eyes and nose, but of course, if you are someone who does it really nice, so then go ahead and make it as big as you like, but I keep it very simple. What I still want to do, because I like this color and I like a little bit of distressing around the bunny, but of course you don't have to do it. If you don't like distressing, just don't do it. This is just something I like. So I'm going to get a little bit of this color. I'm going to go over here. I dab it inside. I take a piece of kitchen towel and I dab it off. So the most of the pieces are off my brush. So, and I'm going only around the sides of the bunny. So I'm going to keep it this way, and I'm going to start. Before I'm going to glue another one on top of here, I'm going to go just around the corners. I hope you can see it. Just very easy, a little bit around the bunny to give it a little bit of distressed look. But I'm just doing it the same color like I did my stand, so everything is coming together better. So I'm going to go totally around, and then we're going to glue as last thing we're going to do a little bow and of course our stand, and then you see the quick impression. But I'm going to do this first. So you see I gave it a little bit of distressing on the sides and a little on the inside of the ears. What I'm going to do, I'm going to glue my bow over here. So I'm going to do some glue on the back side over here, and I'm going to glue it sideways on the bunny ear over here, and I'm going to squeeze it. And now the only thing what we need to do, we're going to glue it on top of our stand. So we are going to turn over our bunny, and we're going to do on the underside, we're going to do our glue like this. I hope you can see it, because this is a little bit of a task to do. We're going to place our stand, and we're going to place it on top of here. I have to look for that I have it on the place I need to have it over here, and I'm going to press it down and keep it in place at least for a couple of minutes. See already our bunny is drying right now. The only thing what we need to do is some little things inside of the bucket. So we will see what I come up with, but of course you can change it up any way you like. You see in a moment the quick impression. What we will use for this DIY, we need of course our tumbling tower blocks, and I'm using again the smaller blocks. Of course I use a roll of tape. This will be an experiment because I need to make a round. So normally I use a ribbon and some glue, but I'm going to try to use some, here we call it duct tape. So I don't know how you call it, adhesive tape, if I could, maybe in English. At least I use the tape. Some paint at your choice. I use my wood glue. Of course I have my little container with some scissors, some markers, some brushes, some pencils, everything I need, and some styrofoam balls, but you can use some wooden beads. It doesn't matter because we need a head. We are going to try to make a kind of a family, but a family you can use all year round. You can use it for the Valentine, you can use it for the Easter season, you can use it for anything. So we will see how this will turn out. I have no idea, I never made this kind of family, so we will see. I hope you are taking your tumbling tower blocks too and do this together with me. So we are going to start with the round of the bodies, of course. I almost forgot to tell you, I also have an old piece of kitchen towel which is wet to wipe away our glue. What we're going to do, we are going to start with 3 blocks and we're going to glue them on the top like this. And very easy, squeeze together, squeeze this one together, and make sure that everything is in a straight line, like I always say. And this is one, and we're going to get another of 3, very easy. And this one, and again roll them together in a straight line again, and also press them down so you are not having a kind of how you call, oh, you see, whoa, you see already, he was already gone. He was stuck to my to my towel. And you see, this is also DIYing. So again, wipe away, and of course I sit, oh, you see already. What is this? And you see, we're going to do again a little glue, and now we hope that he will stick together this way. Press it together, and now we're going to make sure that we don't stick, and we're going to place it over here, and we're going to get another of 3. So that's the great thing about wood glue, you so easy can redo it again and it doesn't matter. And this way again, squeeze it, press it down. I'm going to make 10 pieces of 3, but I will do it a little bit faster. So I gave them a couple of minutes to dry in. I'm going to roll them this way together. I'm going to turn them over like this. And I'm going to make them in a straight line. Of course, you can use some metal hook for it, so you don't have to do it as difficult as I do. So, but I like it always this way. I'm just a little bit stubborn, so don't worry about it. Do whatever you think is right. Of course, we're going to make sure that at least the underside is kind of fitting. You see, this one is a little bit longer than the other ones. So I give it a little bit like this, and of course we are not going to glue it, we're just going to place it against each other. And now I'm going to get my block, I'm going to make a little bit of a straight line like this. Of course, take your time for it. If you also don't have a metal hook, oh, you see already this one is already falling down. He is not into it today. Some blocks are, I don't know if the weather it is maybe too rainy. but my wood glue has difficulties readjusting to what I want. He doesn't want to do what I want to do. So I really have no idea. So I'm going to get my tape. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to make layers of tape over here instead of a ribbon. Normally you see a lot of DIYs also do ribbon. I did it also in a couple of DIYs, but I thought maybe it also can be done with tape if you don't have a ribbon laying around for everyone. So I'm going to, very easy, I'm sorry for the noise, I'm going to measure out a little bit where I want to have my, I think over here. So, and I'm going to look for, if I don't have it too long, because you don't want to have it too long. So I'm going to start here under, over here, place it up, and very carefully just place it over here. This is already one. What we're going to do with the second layer, of course, we're going to make an overlay, because we don't want that it is not sticking to each other. So we go for a small piece of overlay, not too much, but a small piece, like this. And it doesn't matter that this is a little bit shorter, so don't worry about it. I'm going to get my, I think, over here. And now I have to look if I am correctly, or that I need to cut off a little piece. So all again, a little bit of overlay over here, like this. So, and I'm going to press everything down very easy, and just make sure that if you do it with the warm hands, your glue on the back side of the sticky side of the back side of the tape will will stick better to your blocks. But I have really no idea if this will work or not. So, but sometimes you have to try things. So, and this is easy because everyone has tape laying around. And even when you don't have it, it's very cheap to buy. And ribbon is also, again, a little bit expensive. And you also need, again, extra glue. So we're going to go over it and give it a little bit of time to readjust to the wood. So I gave it a little bit time to, because he was out of my garage. So he was so cold. So I did let it readjust a little, so the sticky side can get warm up. What we're going to do, we're going to place it this way. And now we're going to look if we can make a round out of it. Oh, this is very easy. This is so much easier than the ribbon I used. So now I can very easily make a nice round. You see, I hope I can show it to you this way. Of course, this one also needs a little drying. So, like this. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a little square so he can stand on a stand. So I am really happy how the size is already. Like this. So, but before we're going to make the little stand where I can stand on, I have to make, of course, it is a family, we have to make more. So I'm going to start with 4 pieces of blocks together, like this. So we do, again, one on the top, and on this side, row them together, and this one. And squeeze it and press it this way. Make sure also with, especially with 4 blocks, that you press them down, because you don't want to have that he is setting here in the Netherlands we say ball, but I don't know how you call it in the English, but I will look it up. And again, we're going to get 4 blocks, and we do it the same way again, like we did with the other one. We're going to some glue on this one, roll it together, and the third one, and of course number 4 is the closure up again. Squeeze it, press it, and wipe it. We can just sing it together. It's almost a song. So many times I sing it. So I'm going to do the rest a little bit faster, and we need 10 pieces again, also of 4. So again, we have our 10 rows of 4 and we're going to row them together this way. We're going to turn them around and we're going to make the same, make a nice straight line like this, and so we can work our tape again. So very careful because it is not totally dry yet, so be careful that you don't, and of course take your time for it, and maybe sometimes you can turn blocks around. So maybe this one is not totally the greatest, so maybe if I turn it this way, maybe here is fitting a little bit better, like this, and of course also make sure, and this way, and this. And now I'm going to get my tape again, and very easy, we are going to do the same way we did with the other one. Again, we're going to measure out on the eye where I need to have it. I think over here. It needs a little bit longer than normal, because this is for, no, that's not true. Of course, this is also 10 rows. I just thought it would be longer, but he's of course longer in the height and not in the vertical way, horizontal way. I make it very difficult for you. Don't worry, don't mind me. You just have 10 rows of 4. I just make it difficult. I'm going to go for this one. And again, we're going to place over a little piece. And this way. And we have a little, you see, a little small overlay, not too much. And this way. And we're going to do for the third row, I think we need 4. I hope I have it not too long. We will see. And again, a little overlay. Like this. And very carefully place it on top of here. Because the inside you won't see anymore later. So don't worry about it. And the last one. And this way. And we're going to place it also over here. And again, make sure with warm hands that you warm it up, and so the stickiness glues very nicely on top of your wood. So this way, and of course I give it this one also a little time and rubbing that everything sticks very nicely together. And especially because the glue of our wood glue is not totally dry yet. So I'm going to take it up and we're going to look if all the pieces are bending, because you need to bend everything in a round. And this way, and you see already how nice is he. He's so easy to work with. So we already have a big one, we have a smaller one, and now we only need a very small one. So this is very easy. We only need 2 blocks. So we're going to do 2 blocks together. A very easy. And of course, always the DIY is very easy. I make these mistakes for you, and you can easily make it in a better version than I have. And always give your own twist on it. That's always the greatest thing. And the last period we get so many beautiful pictures of DIYs. So, and we are so happy about it, because it's so nice to see that people get inspired to making cute little DIYs for themselves, for in their homes. That is so great to see, because that's why you do it. You do it for that everyone enjoys seeing it and making it with their own twist on it for in their own home. So that's always the greatest thing. So if you are liking it, you can send us a mail with your picture, because we would love it to see, because you make the better version than what we are making. So we just give the inspiration, and it is so nice to see that a lot of our friends are getting inspired. But of course, everyone who only love to watch, it's also fun and to have you here, because we are having, and we are so blessed with our friends, because I hear also a lot of people who are a little bit disappointed because sometimes people are not always very nice on YouTube. They get yeah, not very nice comments, and besides that people are commenting on my English, we have beautiful friends and always saying the most beautiful and kind things, so we are very blessed with that. So everyone who is here and sees this later or now, thank you for that, because you are really a true friend. Of course, everyone can have their opinion, but why do you have to be so rude on people when they are just showing you what they love? I don't understand why people are so rude on YouTube. I really don't understand it. I only need one of two, and then we already have our 10 pieces of 2. And this is already the last one, so we have again a row of 10. We are going to let it dry in for a little moment. So we are going to get the 10 pieces together, turn them around, and we're going to repeat the same. And like this. And I'm going to get my tape again, and I'm going to make sure that this one is a little bit higher, this way. You see this block is a little bit smaller, so we have to do with it. I'm going to get my tape, and I'm going to tape the same like I did with the other. I don't need a lot of tape because it's only 2 blocks. So very easy. This is already 1. I think I have 2 more than enough. So again, I'm going to look for, I think here, and give it also again a little overlay, not too much, but a little. And we're going to work with our fingers again until the glue is warmed up. So then we already have our little family. You don't believe it. You see this is not a family. No, this is not a family yet, but we already have their bodies already. So I'm going to work with it, and then we're going to make the a little plank where they are standing on. So I lay my 3 pieces aside over here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get 4 blocks again. Oh, this is 4. And we're going to row them together the same like we did with the one of the people. And this is number 3 and number 4, and squeeze it and press together. We're going to go over here, make the way that our glue is gone. Again, we make 4 pieces of 4. 4 pieces of 4, at least 4 pieces, and we're going to row them together this way, and again squeeze it, press them down, and again wipe away the glue, and this way we are going to make 9 in total, but a little faster. So we have our 9 pieces of 4, and we're going to place them very easy on the side like this, and of course like this, and this one, and we're going to make very straight lines over it with our glue. Make sure that you have each block, because we want to have a nice steady plank where they can stand on. Of course, there has to be a little bit more glue, and this way. Of course, this takes a little bit of your time. I try to do it as fast as I can. So I hope you still be with me. Of course, number 7, number 8, and then we can glue them together very easy. just place them aside and turn them over, turn it over and roll them together, and this way. And the last one, and make sure that you have a nice straight line and squeeze them all together until one piece. And we're going to try to get a nice straight line. Of course, this way we have to press them together so we are sure that everything is sticking right. And this way, move them over, and we are going to work away our glue with, of course, our towel, because or else you get a plank full of with some glue, and that's not what we want. And of course, if there are spaces left open and you don't like it, you use some speckle and you fill up the little gaps. But I don't mind, because it gives also a little bit of structure to your piece. And most of the time, if you use paint, you don't even see the openings anymore. So I'm going to let this dry, and we're going to make a kind of a border around it, so it looks like he is double layers, but he is not double layers, or else you would use again 40 blocks, and that's a little bit pricey. So we're going to just go around with a little line. For the border, to give it the look like he's double layered, we are going to do 3 blocks this way, also on the tops, and on this one. And this is already number 1. We're going to make a second one of 3, because he's for over here. And then we're going to make 2 of 4, but not totally 4, because it's a little bit smaller than 4 blocks. So you need to cut off a little piece. And this way we're going to, but I'm going to show you, of course, if you are placing here 1 block, this is what the one of the will be 3, and you place it over here, you see already that this is number 3 and number 4, but he's not totally, because you also have already 1 border over here. You see already you need 1 block, which you need to cut off a little piece. So get your marker, and this is the piece we need. Of course, I already did it. This is already 1. I need to make another one. So you need to make a little line which is fitting for inside of here, like this. And then you have it totally fitting, because or else it looks very strange. So we like a really high-end look for it. So it's take the time for it and just cut off a little piece. And this is so little piece, you can even do it very fast with a handsaw. I use my jigsaw, but you can also do it with a handsaw. So I have my 2 little pieces. Of course, I just cut off a little piece. We're going to get 3 blocks and we glue them together. And number 2 and number 3. And then we're closing it up with the smaller and the little block. Squeeze it, press it together until 1 piece. And we're going to give it a little bit of rest. Oh, you see already it needs to glue. And I'm going to do here the same. Again, 3 blocks. And number 2, some glue. And number 3. And again, place them together and place this one also at the ending. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. So now we have our pieces we need. We're going to get our plank. We are going to place this one, of course, over here. You see already he's totally fitting. So we are doing some glue on the underside, over here. And we do it on the little bit on the inside over here. And we're going to place it very easy on top of here. And make sure that you have it in the middle. Give it a little bit of pressure. Like this. And we're going to get a longer one. And we're going to make sure that we have it on the underside. Very easy. Just place it over here in a straight line. And again, give it a little bit of pressure. And this way. We're going to do for the other side the same. We do some glue on each block. And we're going to place this one, of course, against this one. And make sure that you have it also at the ending and give it some pressure and feel with your fingers that you have it in a nice straight line and that this is also getting in a straight line. And now the only thing what we need is, of course, closing it up with the underside some glue over here, and we do some on here and some on here. And now we're going to turn it over. We're going to place it this way and we're going to place it in like this. And we're going to give this also some pressure, and we're going to work a little bit with it until we have the shape we want to have, like this. And we're going to let this dry. So we're going to place this one aside to dry. Of course, what I'm going to do, I'm going to paint. We are going to paint, I'm going to start with painting this one in the white, the bigger one in the creamy, and the bigger size we are going to do in the brown. So we have an S, an M and an L size. So very easy. I take my white chalk paint, and it is easy, very easy now to get inside of the opening. So if you paint it this way, it's so much easier before we're going to glue everything together. So I'm going to get my time, and of course, don't forget this side and of course the top side, because the inside you can paint it if you like it better. You also can paint a little bit the inside. You don't have to do it perfectly, but you can easily paint the inside. So I'm going to take my time for it, and I hope you take the color of your choice, of course, because this is just an inspiration. You see already the first one is painted. What I'm going to do, I'm also going to paint two blocks, loose blocks in the same color like I did this one. And you see later what we're going to do with it. But we're going to paint it in the same white color. And we're going to do this also with the other one. The other one will be in a brown. And of course, I'm still debating if I do the cream or maybe another color. But also with each one, you also paint two loose blocks in the same color. And then we're going to, you see later what we're going to do with it. I really have no idea if this will go or not, if it looks nice. So, but we see that in a moment. So, again, this is already one block. I'm placing it on the, oh, you see already, I forgot totally one side of my block. And that's not what we want. And this, and now we're going to do the second one, very easy. This is chalk paint, but this chalk paint is so thin, so everything is running everywhere. So I hope you have thicker, and this is already the thicker kind, so that's not really good if it's only here or it is just the paint. I really have no idea, but I'm going to place this one, of course, also over here, and this is number 2. And now I'm going to take the other colors. So you see, I did this one in the brown color, but also did two loose blocks in the brown color, the same like I did with this one. So now we're going to do the middle size. So you see already on the side are our 3 pieces we just colored. Of course, I have 2 styrofoam balls and a little smaller one. What I'm going to do, I use some little, you also can roast marshmallows with it. You just do somewhere in between, you do just this one. And you do also one in this one. And one in the smaller one. Of course, I have to find the opening because here is a little piece out. And I'm going to paint this one in the light of the little bit creamy white color. I show you in a moment, of course. I should have done the lid off already, so you could see it very fast. But I totally forgot. So this is the color. You see, it's creamy. And I also do the heads in the creamy color, but I also do our stand in this color on both sides, because I'm not going to know if I use it this way or I will use it this way. I think this way, but I'm going to paint them also in this cream color. I can start with this one. So you see already it's a little bit off-white, but I am loving the color. So all the pieces are now painted. Of course, I'm going to take one of the rounds. What I'm going to do, of course, you can glue them this way together, but then you get on one side a flat look. I don't like that, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get, for temporary, I'm going to get a little piece of tape you also use when you're going to paint your windows or something else. You can easily go beside it and you can easily remove it without scratching the glue. So I'm going to make sure that I have a nice round, and I'm going to do this one on top of here, and I'm going to make a nice round. So, and then I'm going to glue them or stick them together with one simple tape. So like this. And I'm going to do, of course, the second one to be sure. And I'm going to do it over here. What I'm going to do, because we also painted the loose blocks, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use some loose block, and I think I have to debate if I am going to use, because I'm going to twist them around. I'm not going to do the white on the white. I'm going to twist all the colors around. So everyone has different color of arms. So I was debating with myself. I know it's it's strange, but I was debating with myself. I would mix them up, the colors, but I kept them next to it because I'm going to make a kind of arms. But I don't like it. I really don't like it. So I'm keeping it with the white. So I'm going to double it up. This is the back side. This one is open. So you have two here, the open sides. Then you have two loose blocks, and I'm going for this two. So very easy. You have four left open, which don't have anything. And I'm going to glue this on here. So I'm going to do some glue over here. And I'm going to, very easy, glue this one on top of here. I think I'm going to turn it over. This way, this one looks much nicer. So I'm going to go for this one. Of course, I can still paint a little bit with it. So I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure, and I'm going to do on this side the same. And I have to look for which one is the widest. And I'm going to glue this one on top of here, and again squeeze it and press it together and keep it in place for a little moment. And when everything is dried up, of course, I'm going to, you see already I'm much too high. This is better. I think he's looking strange, but of course my eyes are old. So I have, of course, here the two pieces. Now I'm going to get some wooden beads. I have here this kind of wooden beads, and I am going to keep them this color, and I'm going to glue them under the ending of the block like this. You see that in a moment, but of course this needs to dry in a little moment. So I have one finished. Of course, I would that I had a bead which was one size smaller. He is almost a little too big, and if I do another layer of blocks, it will be much too thick, so I don't like it. So I have to deal with it, but I would that I have my beads a little bit smaller, because one size smaller would look nice. So I hope you have one size smaller. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get now the dark brown color, and again I'm going to get my tape, and I'm going to pull off a little piece, and I'm going to do the same like I did with the other one. Very easy, just place a little tape on the back side and also under it. Again, make sure that you have a nice shape in your round, because that works always much better. And I'm going to do it over here, a little bit of tape. And then we're going to glue also the arms for this one over here. We're going to turn it over. I'm going to do it on the back side. This is the opening. I'm going to leave this one open. I'm going to leave D2 open. D2, this two. We say D here in the Netherlands, but of course I mean this two again. And D will be open. This one will be with the blocks, of course we do some glue over here, and we're going to glue it on top of here, and make sure that you have a nice straight line, and don't do it too high that I did, so be careful where you glue it. And we're going to do the other side over here, and we're going to place this one. We have 4 open, and we're going to do it on this one. I have to be looking right, or else we have the glue on the wrong side of the paint, and we don't want that. So again, this one, and we're also going to glue these 2 beads under it, so because I don't have the small size, I hope you will. So now we're going to get our little blank, because I'm not going to use the inside, I'm going to use this side. What I'm going to do, I'm going to arrange my people, how you call it, I don't know how you want to call it. I'm going to arrange them on top of here, and then I'm going to glue them on here so I can remove the tape. So first I'm going to get, of course, the bigger one. I think I'm going to go for over here. We have the smaller one. I think this one, we need to, this one over here. Now we have to make a room for the smaller one. Of course, they all need to be together, and also a little space for, so just take your time for it, just arrange it the way you want to have it. This is my arrangement, but you can do anything, and later of course we will place the head on top, but first I have to make the shape there where I want to have it. So this is very easy, just take your time for it, and because that will work much better than you do it in a rush. So I'm going to get my wood glue, and I'm going to turn this one over, and I'm going to place it on top of here. So I place now 2 on here. I place one a little bit aside, this one a little bit the other side, and I'm going to do the smaller one in the middle. Of course, you still can redo it over here, and I'm going to look for if I like it this way, but you can decide for yourself because everyone's taste is different. So I'm going to turn this one, and I'm going to turn it over like this, and you saw me doing it already with the other ones. And again, some glue on each block, and over here, and this one, and this one. And now we're going to place it this side, and now I'm going to look for where I want to have it exactly. I give it a little bit of space over here, and a little over here. So I think I'm going to go for this one, and I'm going to let this dry. And this is how mine turned out. What I'm going to do, because the heads are not totally dry yet, almost, but I'm going to did go find in my stash just a wooden heart, and it's from a banner. I took it apart, and of course you can use a piece of cardboard if you don't have it laying around, or maybe you can saw something with wood for yourself. But I'm going to get the red color, and I'm going to give it a nice red look. So, but you can maybe do it in some pink color, or maybe white. I give it a little bit of distress. It's not really a red. The black is still coming through. So I like this way, but of course paint it any way you like. And I'm going to go for this look. So the little heart is almost dried up, and I took some Scrabble letters, the X and the O. So I'm going to do it because this you can use for any season, but of course Valentine is around the corner. Of course, I know it is, Christmas is still here, but for my DIYs, they're already a little bit ahead. So I hope at least you like a little bit of the early inspiration. So I'm going to do some glue on the back side of this one, and of course on this one. And I'm going to turn them over, and I'm going to try to place them down together at the same time. Of course, I have to turn this one around. And of course, I'm totally under the glue. You see, you see already I am gluing myself. But so I'm so happy I always have my DIY clothes on. because or else it would be one big mess. So I'm going to place them over here, a little bit down and this way. And I'm going to give a little bit of pressure and make sure that we have them straight, because we don't want them in a crooked line like this. And I'm going to let this dry also. And here you see my styrofoam balls, and I didn't use the flat one. I did use the snowball ones, because I like the structure which is on top of here. Of course, you can use the flat one, of the smooth one, just how you call it. And I just took the snowballs. So if you have them, it's the season in the Dollar Tree or maybe somewhere else in your store, and you have the one which is a little bit of snow on top, I would grab them, and then you can use them also for DIYing, because I really love having this kind of balls. It gives a little bit more structure to your piece. What I'm going to do, I'm going to place them on top of here. I don't think I'm going to glue them, because or else it will be one big mess of glue, and he can very easily place on top of here. So you don't have to do it very difficult. You can easily place them on top. Of course, if you want to glue it, it is also fine. So I show it to you this way. And I'm going to do, of course, the last one on top of here, because he's a little bit smaller. And I am really happy how it is looking. Of course, I'm going to do some twine around it, and I'm going to place my heart. But you see in a moment the quick impression. And you see already on my table for this DIY, we need, of course, our tumbling tile blocks. I use also today the smaller blocks. I have here my saucer with some old piece of kitchen towel, which is wet, so to wipe away the glue. I have here my little container, a lot of you already know, with all the things I need in DIYs. So scissors, markers, brushes, cutters, some pencils, everything I need. I have now here 4 of the canvases. This is just a little piece of canvas, but you can also use a piece of cardboard. You don't have to use this one. This was only, if I'm correctly, 68 cents. So it's very cheap, but maybe you don't find them, so you also can use a piece of cardboard. I have here my wood glue, and of course you can use your hot glue, but be careful that your piece is not falling apart. I have here some sticker letters, because I'm not a great drawer like a lot of you know. So I have here some sticker letters, and of course use some paint at your choice. But you can do maybe some waxing, you can do spray paint, you can do anything. So use any color you like. This is what we need. What we're going to make, we're going to make an everyday kind of a sign, kind of like a frame. We will see how this will turn out. So I hope you take your tumbling tile blocks too and do this DIY together with me. So we're going to start with 10 blocks. And like this, we're going to do on the top some glue. Oh, at least I tried to do some glue over here, and we're going to glue one together. We're going to glue number 3 on here, and I hope I can get it totally on my table. We will see if this will work or not, or else my mat is too small. And number 4, number 5, number 6, and number 7, and number 8. I think they are just not fitting on my mat, because we need 10. Number 8. So we can move it a little bit, but not too much, or else it's falling down. So number 9 is possible, but number 10 is not fitting on my mat. So I have to make my mat a little bit longer. So I'm going to place it over here. And of course, you see already I have an extra one under it. So I always have one extra, so I'm sure that I have enough space. like this. I'm going to place it behind it, and we're going to move ahead, and we're going to do the last one, number 10, and we're going to make 8 of number 10. So very easy, squeeze it together, go with your fingers around it so you have sure that you have it everything in a straight line, and then you get your old piece of kitchen towel and you're going to wipe away the glue you don't need, because that makes your DIY a little bit neater. So what we're going to do, I'm going to do the other one a little bit faster. So I have already 5 done, and I told you I will do 8 of 10, but I think 6 is more than enough to use, because now I lay it out and now I see that I have more than enough. So we need 6 pieces of 10 for our frame, and this is already number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, 7, 8, 9, and number 10 is of course the closure up. Very easy. Squeeze it together, squeeze this together, squeeze this together, because 10 is a little of tricky to get them glued together. So it's really just, and don't be surprised if everything, when you squeeze it over here, that everything is popping out. So don't worry about it, just glue it together again, because it can happen if one block is not totally straight, then it will happen that it pops out. This time I still didn't have it, but of course it's very possible. So I'm going to let this dry, all 6 of them, so 6 pieces of 10 for the first part of the frame. So in the meantime, while our 6 pieces of 10 are drying, we're going to get 3 blocks. Very easy, just glue them together, and this is 1, and this is number 2, and we're going to place them together. Very easy, this is already 1. We're going to get a second one, and number 2, and again squeeze them together, and this is already number 2. Wipe away the glue you don't need. Oh, you see already, and make sure that you have it in a straight line. You saw already my line was not straight. I have already number 2. I'm going to go for number 3 over here, and we're going to do a little glue on the tops and on this top, and number 3 is again the closure up, and we're going to do for the last one also 3 pieces. Oh, the glue was already gone. He was whoop. And the last one, and again squeeze them together this way, and make sure that you have a clean line. And you see, we're going to wipe this away, and again over here, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes drying. So one of the 3 we lay very carefully on this side, we do some glue over here, a little line, and we're going to glue them together this way. Very easy, squeeze it in a straight line like this, and we're going to do with this one the same. Make a straight line, and it doesn't matter if your blocks falling apart, you can easily place them together again, because that's the greatest about wood glue. You still can redo it. Make sure again a straight line, squeeze it, and wipe away the glue over here. And we're going to give this a couple of minutes also. So I give it a couple of minutes drying this 2 pieces of 6. Very easy. We are going to glue them on the side of our frame. So make sure that you have little spaces in between. But you can also do 2 together, 2 together, and 2 together, and make another frame. I like this frame, but you can do, like I said, 2 together and 2 is also fine too. But make sure that you fit them inside of here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do some glue over here and leave little spaces in between. But if you want to be sure, just go a little bit of glue everywhere and later go out in between with a little brush, and then you can wipe away very easy the glue. So, and then you are sure that every piece has his glue, because you don't want that pieces are not glued together. That's not what you want. So I'm going to go for a little bit of all, so to make sure that everything is fitting, because it's a big frame. So, and I'm going to go with my brush and I'm going to wipe away. When I did let it dry a little moment, I'm going to wipe away the glue. So be sure that everything is fitting inside this frame, of course this way, and we're going to squeeze it and press it together like this, and we give it at least a 1.5 hour. So go in a moment when you have glue sticking out, get your wet towel, get a little small piece of brush, and again, and go in between and wipe away the glue you don't need. And it's very easy, but this way you are sure that everything is gluing very nicely together. So, but give it 1.5 hour, but not for wiping away. You have to wait now. I think a minute is more than enough, and then wipe away the glue in between the spaces to make sure that you get a nice piece of frame. So in the meantime, while our frame is drying, we're going to get 3 blocks again, and you glue them also the same way together. Very easy. Yep, squeeze them together, roll them together, and we get another 3. We do the same. Number 1, number 2, and again roll them in. This is already 2, and of course make sure that you have a straight line, because you don't want that they are not fitting. So, and again we do 3 over here, and some glue on the top and on this one, and again we roll them together. We get the last 3, some glue, and over here, and now we already have our parts we are going to use as to make it more studied over here, because if I'm going to take this up, this very vulnerable in the middle, so we don't want that everything is falling apart. So that's why we give it a little backside, but not too much, of course. You still want to see the frame, and this is already, this is what I mean. Everything can easily fall apart. You just glue it together again and let it dry, and again wipe away the glue. Give it a couple of minutes. So, and also with this one, very carefully place one on the side, do some glue over here, place it down and place them together. Give it a little bit of a squeeze, and we do here the same over here. We need some glue, and we're going to place this one also down and against each other and press it together until one piece. And we're going to give this a couple of minutes again, and then we're going to glue it on the frame. So I gave it a couple of minutes. I'm going to glue it 1, 2, 3. I'm not counting this one. I'm just doing 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to do it in the middle of the number 3 and number 4 like this. And I'm going to do here the same 1, 2, 3, and in the middle of 3 and 4. And we're going to glue this on top of here. Very easy. We just do some glue in between over here. We do some glue over here and over here and over here and over here and this one. And then we're going to place it exactly in the middle of the blocks, because it's very easy to see, because you also have here the middle of 2 blocks. So give it a little bit of pressure and make sure. And we're going to do here the same, just a little glue over here, over here, over here, and here, and here. And we're going to place this one also in the middle. And again, give it a little bit of squeeze this way. And we're going to give it some, at least also again, a ½ hour rest. So in the meantime, while this is drying, I want that my he can stand on his own, and we can hang it. So you can do some little hooks over here and you can hang it on your wall. But I also want that you can place it maybe on top of a cabinet in your kitchen or somewhere else. So I'm going to glue 2 blocks together like this, and again another 2, because we make the same layer over here on this side, so he can stand on his own. Because I'm going to make it like a stand, but I also want to that you can use it for hanging down somewhere. Of course, you can hang it on top of a shelf, of at least above a shelf. So I want that you can do it with more ways. So that's why I'm going to give also 2 little stands on here. So they are not totally dry, but we're going to give it a little bit of glue over here, and we're going to place this one on the outside. But here it is very important that you have a straight line, because he has to be stand on his own. So be sure, feel with your fingers that you have everything in a straight line. So I did let it dry at least for 1.5 hours, because I drank some coffee, so it was really nicely dried in. So I'm going to see, you can easily place it standing up if you want to place it on a cabinet or maybe on a shelf or something else. But also you can do some hooks on the back side and just hang it somewhere. So it's always nice to have a reusable piece. And of course we are going to make really a reusable piece, because we're going to now make the front pieces, but you also can change up any moment, and of course for any season, but you can do anything you like. So I'm going to place this aside, and we're going to go for the little signs for in between where I place my letters on. But you also can do some pictures on top of here. You can maybe do some pictures of your children, of your grandchildren in front, if you want to have a lady, so a little bit sideways on a dresser. You can spray paint it later to, if you like more like a glam style. It's also glam style. Glam style. You can also use it for any purpose. So I'm going to lay this apart, and I'm going to make the little picture frames. So you see already we are back at 1 mat on the table. We are going to get 6 blocks, and we have already 5 and a number 6. Very easy. Just glue them together like this. Oop. Number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5, and number 6 is the closure up. Squeeze them, and be careful that they don't jump up, because I see already in mine is already one is not totally the same size. So we're going to wipe away the glue, and we're going to make sure that we have a nice straight line, because we don't want that our piece is crooked. But of course, if you have a metal hook and you like using it, just go ahead, use it. I'm going to go for 6 blocks again. Oh, this one is already glued together. I don't know why. 3 and 6 again, and we do the same. It depends on how many you need for your frame. I think they can have place for, I think maybe 5, but I'm going to use 4. At least I think I'm going to use 4. Maybe if I change my mind later, it is a possibility always with me, because I DIY along the way, so I really have no idea sometimes how things are changing. And you see already this is already number 2, and again redo it, and I'm going to again for 6 blocks, and this is it, and we are almost there. And then we give it a side piece, 2, 3, and of course, if this is taking much too long of your time, my babbling and rambling about the blocks and the decor, just go ahead and skip forward like this. This is already number 3. We're going to go for the last one, and then we are there. This is the last, and this is number 1 again, and number 2 again, number 3, and number 4 and 5. Of course, squeeze it, and again we're going to wipe away the glue and give it some time to dry. Also this one, and again redo it, and this way. We're going to give it a couple of minutes. So in the meantime, while this is drying, we're going to get 2 blocks. We're going to do the tops, and we're going to squeeze them together this way. This is already number 1. We're going to go for number 2, and again squeeze it, make a straight line, place it aside. We're going to do here the same, and roll them together this way. This is number 3, number 4. It's very easy, just glue them together. And number 5, number 6, number 7, and the last, number 8. So, and then we have all our pieces we need. We give it some pressure, and this way we're going to give this one and this one. And we wipe away the glue, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest, just so it can really get stuck to each other before we're going to work with it. Like this. So now we're going to take 1 of 4. We're going to get 2 of the 2s. We're going to do some glue, a very thin line, and we're going to do it over here. And we're going to place them on top of here and on top of here. And we're going to give it a little bit of pressure and this way, and we make sure that we have it in a straight line again. And now we get a nice little shape of a frame. So very easy, we're going to place it aside. We're going to get this one, and we're going to place this over here. We're going to get one over here again, and we could do a thin line again, and over here. And we're going to place this over here and this one over here, and again give it a little bit of pressure, and we feel with our fingers so we have a nice straight line again. And again, this is number 2, and we're going to do one over here and one over here, a straight line again, and over here the same, and we're going to place it here and over here, almost on top of each other. And this way we give it some pressure, and of course we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need, to make sure that your piece is very nice to look at. And we try always to give it the high-end look. I don't know if I always succeed, but it doesn't matter for my feeling. It's like this, a little line and a little line. And the last, we're going to place it against each other this way. And we're going to let it dry a half hour. So we have our 4 pieces, which we are going to make in kind of a picture frames ready. And the nicest thing is, because we did it this way, you can, every time you can change it up. You do some sticky gum on here, and you just going to place it on top, and you can change it up for any season. So just a new piece of cardboard, some new letters, or maybe some pictures. Maybe some pictures of your children, like I said, of maybe grandchildren. You can do anything you like with it. So I'm going to paint this one, and of course this one, and I'm going to paint this one also. So I'm going to place this aside, I place this 4 aside, and I'm going to get my second mat again, because this one is a little bit wider, so we need the second piece also. What I'm going to do, I'm going to give this frame a little bit of the creamy color. I think it's always a very nice color. It's neutral, but of course it's not everyone's cup of tea. So I'm going to give the whole frame this color. But of course I do it a little bit faster, don't worry. So I have the first side of this frame in the color. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do now the 4 pieces, and I'm going to do it a little bit in the brown color. It's a kind of a chocolate color. It's not really chocolate, but it's a little bit lighter. So I'm going to do the front sides and the side, and also let it dry, and later we do the back side, because in one it doesn't work. So I'm going to give this color, but like I told you, do any color you like. So this is also in the brown color. Now I'm going to get my little canvas pieces out of the plastic, and I'm going to give it a little light coat of white. Not too much, but a little light coat of white. And then we have all the pieces, then we can turn it around and do all the back sides. So I place you a little bit sideways because we're going to now give this a turn. We're going to turn it upside down, but on a piece of kitchen towel, because we don't want to scratch the top. We of course going to wipe away the paint on our mat, because if you don't do it immediately, then later it doesn't come off as easy as you hope, because then it's most of the time sticks on top of here. And then we can already place one of the mats already under the other one, because we only need the top of the other. So very easy. We're going to wipe away, and now we're going to get this one over here. And of course we have to give this a little push so they go a little over here. And this one has to go a little over here, and this one over here. And of course we work our way this way. It's always a little task if the space is not so big for painting all the big pieces. And we're going to place it over. Now we're going to do the back side. So in the meantime, while our paint is drying, you see already one big mess on my table. I have here my big bag with my wooden pieces I collect already for years. And every time that I need something, I get something out. And if I find something new, everything I put in one big bag from IKEA. You see already, I have here also some fall little pieces. I have here some hedgehog, if I am correctly. And of course some thing you can also do, if on the top of the signs you can do fall with the sticker letters, you can write fall, and then you can decorate it around it with some pieces of fall. So this sign you can use really for all seasons. So I am only going to show you the neutral way, but you can go all the way. You see here I have some roosters, I have some bunnies for the Easter season, for the Christmas season. You can do the word snow, you can do anything of Noel, anything on top. I just always want to show you there are so many ways you can decorate. So this is what I do, but of course you see we are going further with the neutral way. So everything is dried up. What I'm going to do, I'm going to make my stickers on top of my little canvas. Of course, it's very easy. I use sticker letters, but if you, like I told you earlier, if you like to paint and you can easily make all the letters on top of here with paint, oh, be my guest. Of course, I know that there are a lot of people who can do that so well. So, but I'm not one of them because I need my stickers. So I'm going to use my F because I'm going to do the word farm. I have a little bit of the bigger letters, so I'm just going to lay them loose on top of here, and I'm going to get my letters over here. So I'm going to just lay it down very carefully, and I'm going to look for if I like it or not. And we are going to do the letter R, and I'm going to do the letter M. And then we have the word I'm going to use, but you can choose anything. I have to see where I have the letter M. Of course, she is here. And most of the time, always the most biggest letter. And I hope he is still fitting on my canvas. It is narrow, but of course we are going to try to get it inside. And I'm just going to lay it a little bit the way I want to have it. A little bit like this. And these letters are very easy, I see already, to work with. So you can very easy place it in another direction or something else. So I'm going to work with it and give it my twist on it. And then we're going to glue it, and this time I'm going to do it with my glue gun, and I can easily get it off my wooden piece. But if you are making it also, I would recommend do some sticky gum on the back side, so it's much easier to get off than hot glue. But I do it that I'm sure that it doesn't fall off. In the meantime, I'm doing this DIY together with you. So the stickers weren't gluing the way I wanted to go, so I have to use a little bit of normal glue. But of course, I don't know if they were old or maybe something else. I have no idea. I'm going to place this one on top. So I do a little drop over here and a little drop over here. So I easily can remove, of course, the little tag. So again, we're going to press it down and make sure that we keep it in place for a little moment. And if you only do little drops of hot glue, then you can very easy get it out. Off again, not out, but of course off. But you know already my English. You know what I mean. If you don't know what I mean, just leave a comment down below. Like this. This is already the second one. And now we go for number 3. And we're going to place this also in the middle. Be sure, just measure it out. But this is very easy just to eyeball. And we do the last letter. And a little drop on this side. Also, and we're going to place this one also in the middle. And this way, and press it down. And now we're going to get our frame and we're going to glue this on top of our frame, but we do this with wood glue. So I have here placed my frame. Be sure that you look on the back side that you have these pieces under, or else you get on the opposite direction, and that's not what you want. Now you can still do some hangers over here and you still can hang it, and you still can use it as a stand. So I'm going to place this one down because I know my stand is over here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get my letters and I'm going to lay them where I think they look nice. So it's a little bit working with it, and this way and this way. So I think I'm going to go a little bit out of space over here and over here. I think I like this way. So I'm going to get some wood glue on the pieces here under, and I'm just going to very easy, not too much wood glue, because or else we are going to have enough outside and we don't want to have too much outside. And again, I have to look for a little over here. So now I'm going to look for, and this way, just lay it on top, maybe a little bit this way. And I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure. And so I'm going to do all the letters. So I have all the letters on top of here. I'm going to lay it a little bit aside because I'm going to get 2 bunnies. Because it is farm, of course. I had only 1 rooster. I wish I had 2. Then I would do a rooster on each side. But I'm going to take the bunny. What I'm going to do first, I'm going to paint both of them this way because they are connecting to each other. I'm going to paint both of them black. And of course also a little bit on the back side because his ears are popping out a little bit over here on the side. So I'm going to do it black, and then we're going to glue to work away our little hole, because this was normally a banner. I'm going to get a little piece of flower. Maybe I can do just a wooden flower like this, and I'm going to glue it very easy over the little hole, and it looks even nice also. So, but first I'm going to paint them black. So I have my bunnies in the black color. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get a little flower like this, and I'm going to do, of course I need to do the lid off. I'm going to do some glue in the middle. And I'm going to glue it on top of the bunny. So very easy. Just place it over the little hole where you want to have it. And this way. And we're going to do this here the same. We do some glue in the middle. And we're going to let it fall down on top of the bunny. This way. And we give it a couple of minutes to dry in. I have 3 other from this size. Of course, you see here I have different sizes of flowers. I have also 3 the same. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get a little bit of glue at the ending on this one. Over here a little, and a little on this one. And I'm going to, I have to look for if I have it right. like this over here, and I'm going to glue it in between. I'm going to do one over here and one on the top. So very easy. Do some glue on the ending over here, and we're going to place it over here, and we're going to let it fall down, and we do the last one. So it gives a nice, yeah, a little bit like kind of springy, at least the season which is coming at the moment. It's around the corner, we always say. So, but like I told you, and you saw, you can do it for any season. So I'm going to do this one over here. I'm going to look for where I have my, and I'm going to press it down. So we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So my bunnies are dried up. I'm going to get my bunnies and I'm going to glue them on the side of this letter and of course on the other side. But you see in a moment the quick impression.